Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Masters Taijutsu and Genjutsu? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Prologue. 12 years ago. Once, there was a giant fox with 9 tails. A single flick of one of those massive tails could cleave a mountain in half and cause a tsunami. This fox was feared by mortals as the embodiment of destruction, the Kyuubi no Kitsune, king of the demons. For reasons unknown, the Kyuubi had set its sights on a hidden shinobi village that was still recovering from a war with another, the village hidden in the leaves, Konoha. The death toll was catastrophic, and it was rising with every passing second. Men and women had blood pouring down their faces, arms, legs and bodies as they tried desperately to give their one hope of survival a chance to finish what he claimed was the ultimate weapon. People screamed out as they burst into flames, were cut in half or just fell to the ground lifeless. There were shouts from the shinobi, many of which were things like, "Hold it off until the yondaime gets here." At that point, there was a huge flash and a puff of smoke, and when it cleared, there was the King of Frogs in all his glory with a soul figure atop his head, his white coat waving in the wind. Now, every single being on the battlefield had stopped, including the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Just as the Kyuubi turned to what looked to be a half-decent challenge, he was aware of an almighty presence behind the man atop the frog's head, one that even made him wary. One who should not be here. Kyuubi's eyes narrowed. Shinigami. A bright flash of blinding white light emanated the man atop Gamabunta's head, and Kyuubi could feel it. His soul was being wrenched from his body. As the soul finally left, the husk of the Kyuubi fell to the ground lifeless. Elsewhere in Konoha, 3 males of different generations, one who was going bald with gray hair from old age, a slightly younger man with long white hair and red facial markings, as well as a teenager who had a shock of silver hair wearing a face mask, were watching as they saw a child with blonde hair who had just been born cry out in agony as an intricate seal appeared on his navel, along with 3 whisker-like marks on each cheek. Back at the battlefield, the ninjas started cheering until they saw their fable leader, the yellow flash of Konoha, drop lifeless off Gamabunta's head. Watching in horror as he slammed into the ground, Gamabunta puffing out of existence, his summoner no longer able to tie his existence to this world. Yondaime had killed the king of demons at the cost of his life. Today, the 10th of October would be a day remembered for all history. The day the world's strongest man sacrificed his life for his village. For years later, it was the 10th of October, for years after Yondaime had died. Today, the majority of the village had an air of grieving hanging over it. However, at regular intervals, if one was nearby, an area of the village would erupt in severe hatred. If the observer was closer, they could see that a 4-year-old child was the cause of this rise in hatred and anger. Said boy could be seen running for his life, bleeding profusely, covered in grime, and a look of pure fear plastered over his face. He still did not understand. From the limited amount of information he was able to find out, a person's birthday was supposed to be one of the happiest days of the year. His birthdays meant nothing but pain, torture, fear, and generally getting thrashed within an inch of his life. Today was no different from the last 3. Normally, the villagers just glared at him, restraining from any obvious signs of physical assault. However, every year on October 10th, they let go of their anger and beat him practically to death, screaming things like, "Revenge! Kill him now!" and the like. Luckily, the past 3 years, he was saved by an old man in white robes who everyone seemed to respect. This year was different. That man hadn't arrived, and Naruto would not hold out much longer. He'd been running for hours, a highly commendable feat for someone his age. Right now, the only thought on his mind was, "This is it. I can't go on." His pursuers noticed instantly when the boy stumbled and ran blindly down a side alley. The pack smiled as they saw the boy crawling up against the far wall. It was a dead end. Today, they would finally get their revenge against the demon. They proceeded forward and began laying into the child, kicking, punching, and hitting him with implements. The boy was dead, and everyone knew it. Not too far by, one of Konoha's most famous Jounin was just coming back from his mission, hoping to enjoy the festival when he sensed a massive amount of hatred nearby from a large group of people. He stopped on a roof and saw that there were people laughing manically, shouts of things like demon, and other rather unusual sounds. The Jounin narrowed his one visible eye when he picked up another sound. The sound of a child sobbing. The sound was extremely faint, but it was coming from the group. The silver-haired Jounin jumped down from the roof and walked up to the crowd, raising his voice so they could all hear him. What exactly is going on here? The group stopped and turned to him smiling. We're finally getting our revenge on the demon. Kakashi-san, Yandame-sama was your sensei, why don't you finish off what he started? Kakashi's eyes narrowed before he realized who the child was. He quivered in barely suppressed rage as the people moved out of the way, making a path for him until he saw what he confirmed as the worst possible situation he had feared. The child was lying in a fetal position against the wall, barely clinging on to life. Kakashi noticed the shock of blonde spikes, blood pouring from extremely deep wounds and 3 telltale whisker marks on each cheek. He ran to the boy, checking his vitals, seeing he was alive, if only by the skin of his teeth. He got up and released such a large amount of killing intent at the mob that the majority of them fell to their knees, bringing up the food they had consumed at the festival. Kakashi had already revealed his Sharingan and couldn't take it anymore. What the hell do you think you pieces of trash were doing? He's a 4-year-old human child for Kami-sama's sakes. Are you so cowardly that you, full-grown men, both civilian and ninja, had to form a mob to do this? Get out of my way now before I have Hokage execute all of you for treason of the highest order. The few men that were in Kakashi's way managed to crawl out of the way. Kakashi turned back and picked the child up, who prepared for the final blow from his assailant. But it never came. Naruto managed to open a blood-splattered eyelid a crack to see that it was not the old man who saved him, but a man with silver hair and a mask. Kakashi felt the child stir slightly and looked at him, his visible face contort with worry. Naruto? If you can hear me, hang in there. I'm getting you to the hospital. Naruto nodded ever so slightly and closed his eyes. He didn't know who this man was, nor at the moment did he care. He had found the second person who actually cared about him. Little did he know, soon enough, he was going to find a whole group of people who he would soon grow to care for. About an hour later, Kakashi had dropped Naruto off at the hospital and had to force the staff to take care of him with threats. The staff knew that Hatake Kakashi never made an empty threat, so they quickly got to work. Kakashi, in the meantime, stormed up to the Hokage's tower. He wanted to know things. And if anyone got in his way, so help them Kami, they were as good as dead. He met the ANBU at the door, who made to block him, but he glared at them. Get out of my way. Now. Unfortunately for these two, the man standing in front of them, while off duty, was still their superior officer. They stepped aside and Kakashi slammed the Hokage's office door open so forcefully that the hinges were barely holding the door up. The Hokage looked up from his desk at the fuming Kakashi. From his experience, few things made the normally cyclopean Jounin this angry. Kakashi stared at the old man. I think you had better explain yourself. You told me 4 years ago that Naruto died from the Kyuubi's influence after the sealing. Do you know what I just found? I found Naruto beaten to within an inch of his life by a mob of civilians and ninja. Start talking, old man. The Hokage's secretary was shocked. No one had ever talked to her superior like this before. The man didn't even call him Hokage, let alone Hokage-sama. Sarutobi sighed, taking a drag of his pipe and massaging his temples. This was going to be a long day. 2 weeks later, Naruto had been discharged from hospital, and he started walking forlornly back to the orphanage. He really didn't want to go back, but he had no home. As he walked out into the bright mid-morning sunlight, he saw a figure leaning against a post, looking directly at him. Naruto flinched until he realized who it was. His eyes widened as the figure continued looking at him in a semi-lazy expression. One he would come to adopt himself. Hey, aren't you that guy who saved me? The figure got up and walked over to Naruto, bending down to put his face level with Naruto's. Naruto was unsure about what to do. Not even the old man Hokage bent down to talk to him unless he hugged him. Naruto saw that the teen, Kakashi was 18 at this time, had covered his left eye with his Hittite. However, his visible right eye was crinkled in what most would associate with a warm smile. Kakashi looked at Naruto lazily. "That's me. How are you feeling, Naruto?" Naruto wasn't sure if this was some kind of trick or not, and he was scared of him slightly. Kakashi sighed and shook his head. "It's been that bad, huh?" Naruto looked at him questioningly. "What's been bad?" Kakashi looked back at him, a rather saddened look on his face as he stared at Naruto. Naruto had learnt what the majority of body language meant out of necessity. A few people had tried to be nice to him before to lure him in before they tried to make him disappear. Naruto saw that this wasn't just sadness. It was a mixture of things. Sadness, pain, and most of all, regret. The man looked up at him. "I meant that your life's been painful, hasn't it?" Naruto nodded slowly as Kakashi put a hand on his shoulder. When Naruto flinched, he took his hand away. "Sorry, I didn't mean to dash." "No, it's okay. It's just an automatic reflex?" Naruto raised an eyebrow at the man. He'd never heard of these automatic reflex things. He was only 4 after all. Kakashi sighed deeply. An automatic reflex is something you do without thinking. For example, if someone threw a punch at you, you would most likely throw your hands up to block without thinking, right? Naruto nodded. "That's an automatic reflex." Naruto thought about it. It made sense. Naruto nodded again. "Yeah, it was." Kakashi sighed and stood up. "So, where are you off to, Naruto?" Naruto looked up at him. "I'm going back to the orphanage." Kakashi looked at the boy. He was still in the orphanage? No one had adopted him yet? Once Kakashi remembered how he found Naruto, it actually wasn't really surprising. Kakashi watched as Naruto looked at him. "Oh no, thanks for saving me, mister." Kakashi smiled at him. "It's Kakashi, Naruto. I'll be seeing you around, okay? If you need anything, just ask the old man." Naruto nodded and began walking off in a daze towards the orphanage, having no idea that Kakashi was secretly trailing him. When Naruto walked up to the front door, Kakashi was shocked when he saw a group of boys slightly older than Naruto saw him and made their way over to him, starting to push him around. Kakashi frowned at this. One of the boys kneed Naruto in the stomach as Naruto fell to the ground and the boys sneered at him. Kakashi was about to go help him when a matron came out, seeing the boys covered in mud, scrapes, and bruises. The matron looked at them. What on earth happened? The boys looked up at the matron, fake hurt plastered all over their faces. "He came over and started pushing us around while we were minding our own business." Kakashi smirked. "Surely they couldn't get away with. I should have known he would do something like that. The 4 of you get inside and go wash yourselves. As for you..." She stared at Naruto. "What do you think you're doing? The boys did nothing to you. No lunch for you. Now get inside." Kakashi frowned. The boys had been playing a game with a ball in the mud, and their appearance was their own fault. Naruto had done absolutely nothing to the boys, yet he was blamed as if it was an everyday occurrence? Kakashi wasn't going to tolerate this. He'd poofed to the Hokage's office with a personal request that he would not take no for an answer to. Next day, Naruto was woken up early by a wooden cooking spoon being slammed over his head. He shot up, staring at the matron, who glared at him. "I don't know why anyone would, but you've been adopted. Get your things and get out." Naruto paused for a minute, trying to process the sentence. "Adopted?" The matron sneered. "That's what I said. Now get moving." Naruto jumped out of bed, packing the few clothes he had. All of his possessions that he ever had were quickly confiscated. Once Naruto had dressed and packed his only other set of clothes, he walked past everyone to the front desk to see who had adopted him. When he saw who it was, he was floored. It was the masked man. Naruto's mouth dropped open as Kakashi held up a hand lazily, crinkling his one visible eye in a smile. "Yo!" Naruto's clothes dropped to the floor as Kakashi continued smiling. Naruto was in shock. Not only had he been adopted, but it was by the man that saved him. Kakashi's eyebrow raised as he saw Naruto's reaction before his visible eye once again crinkled into a smile. Naruto slowly picked up his things, begging, hoping for this to be real. Kakashi led Naruto out the door and down the streets to an apartment complex. Kakashi led Naruto into the front door and up 3 flights of stairs to a door. Kakashi stopped at the first door out of the stairwell that had the numbers 301 on it. Kakashi fished a key out of his pocket with practiced ease and opened the door in one swift motion. Naruto looked around at his new home. It was fairly devoid of colors for a home. The furniture was mostly washed-out maroons, browns, and whites. However, it still somehow retained a feeling of warmth to it. Kakashi closed the door behind him and went into the kitchen. Kakashi came back out a few minutes later to see Naruto still standing at the door, a large amount of uncertainty in his actions. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "Are you going to keep standing there? This is your home too now." Naruto looked up at Kakashi, tears forming in his eyes. Kakashi smiled as Naruto charged at him and latched onto his leg. "Thank you, Kakashi-san." Kakashi just smiled at the mass of blonde hair that had found a nice place to attach itself to on his leg. "No problem, Naruto. Let's get you to your room." Kakashi led Naruto to what appeared to be a spare bedroom. After Kakashi had insisted Naruto take a shower, they shared a small breakfast before Kakashi looked up at the clock on the wall and then back at Naruto, specifically his clothes. "Naruto, we really need to get you some new clothes. How about we go and get some?" Naruto waited for a moment before nodding slowly, and Kakashi smiled one of his lazy smiles that the majority of people found highly irritating, but Naruto considered very cool. Kakashi led Naruto out of the apartment, down the stairs and out into the morning sunlight. Kakashi led Naruto down the streets, acutely aware of the people glaring hatefully at Naruto, and then at Kakashi when Naruto clung to him. Kakashi stared coolly at them, almost daring them to say something or make a move against him or Naruto. Once Kakashi got to a clothing shop, he opened the door and walked in, followed close behind by Naruto. The woman behind the counter smiled at Kakashi, but then glared at Naruto, who tried to ignore her when Kakashi spoke up. "Is there a reason you're staring at the boy I've adopted like that?" The lady glanced at Kakashi in confusion, looked back at Naruto then, at Kakashi again, muttering something under her breath. Kakashi smiled his irritatingly lazy smile, but Naruto detected there was something else to this smile. "I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you. Could you repeat that, please?" The lady looked up and without thinking began to say what she had mumbled. "I said who would adopt that filthy dash." She didn't get to finish as she found that Kakashi was nowhere to be seen. Naruto was staring wide-eyed at a spot just over her right shoulder when she heard a sweet voice laced with copious amounts of venom. "I agree, he is rather filthy at the moment, which is why I'm shopping for new clothes for him. However, I know you were going to add something rather unpleasant to it. Remember the rule." The lady nodded slowly as Kakashi smiled and reappeared at Naruto's side, motioning him out. "I'm sure there will be other stores that will be more than happy to serve us without me having to do something similar. Naruto, let's go." Naruto nodded dumbly and followed Kakashi to another store. When Kakashi pushed the door open, the man behind the counter smiled. "Kakashi-san, long time no see. What's been happening?" Kakashi smiled lazily at the man. This is normally where Kakashi came to buy his ninja attire. "Oh, I need some gear." The man laughed, still not having noticed Naruto behind Kakashi. "Well, take a look around. Looking for anything in particular?" Kakashi hummed as he looked at a nondescript section of the ceiling, before smiling and putting a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "I'm looking for some clothes for my friend here." The man looked at Naruto and his eyes widened, but not in hate but surprise. The man stared at Kakashi. "Kakashi, is this Naruto?" "Yeah, it is." Naruto looked at the man, waiting to see his reaction. The man stared at Kakashi before looking at Naruto, shaking his head. "Man, I heard you died on the day you were born. Well, the fact you're actually alive is a shock, to say the least. Don't worry, Naruto. From what Kakashi has told me, I can tell you're not what the others make you out to be. Hell, I think you're a better person than the majority of people in this village. If you ever need clothing or anything, just come here, alright?" Naruto was shocked. There were people who would treat him nicely. Hell, this guy was even treating him with respect? Kakashi smiled as the guy got out from behind the counter and rubbed his hands together. "Well, are we looking for anything in particular?" Kakashi hummed again before smiling. Let's see what Naruto wants. Naruto didn't get it. Why were some people being so nice to him? He was never given a choice in anything before. It was a very foreign concept to him. When Kakashi nodded, Naruto started looking through the racks of clothes. Kakashi came beside him and helped him, giving him advice on what to choose. Naruto eventually, with rather subtle persuasion, settled for a skin-tight black long-sleeved shirt, full-length black pants and several other things, such as a ninja utility belt where he could attach all manner of items onto, as well as several pairs of boxer shorts and some black ninja sandals. Kakashi insisted he get at least 2 pairs of everything but the sandals and belt, so Naruto reluctantly agreed. With these items purchased, they went back to the flat, where Naruto watched as Kakashi chucked his old clothes into the bin and smiled at Naruto's gobsmacked expression. "You're not wearing those anymore. They're not even clothes." Kakashi got Naruto settled in and made lunch for the two of them. Nearly 1 year later. Today was October 10th, Naruto's birthday. In the past year, Naruto had stopped being so shy and had taken an instant liking to Kakashi. He literally took Kakashi on as a role model, thinking Kakashi was the coolest thing since sliced bread. Naruto woke up, remembering what day it was, and tried to make the world swallow him up. He may have been with Kakashi for practically a year, but he had still not had a birthday with him, so he was still slightly fearful. After about 5 minutes, Kakashi came in after knocking on the door. "Rise and shine, Otuto." That was another cool thing. Kakashi didn't lord it over Naruto like he'd heard several people said their fathers did to them. He treated Naruto more as a younger brother, with the best parts of what Naruto guessed were paternal instincts thrown into the mix. Kakashi noticed that Naruto had waved of fear rolling off him. "Something wrong, Naruto?" Naruto let out a tiny squeak and Kakashi realized what was wrong. "Still worried that what happened the last 4 times will happen again?" The fear increased, indicating that was exactly what Naruto was worried about. Kakashi smiled. "Don't be. While you're here, no one's going to chase you except if we decide to play a game of tag." Naruto's fear stopped and Naruto froze for a second. Kakashi was slowly training Naruto to be a ninja. Kakashi had played games with Naruto that were actually designed to help him improve his senses and all-around basic skills. Tag was one of them. Kakashi would always start as it, while Naruto would go and hide, learning quickly how to keep him hidden, as well as figuring out ways of creeping to avoid detection. These skills would prove to be absolutely invaluable when Naruto became a ninja, for when he needed to use stealth to avoid detection by enemy ninjas. Kakashi was mildly surprised at the knack Naruto had for it. Naruto quickly figured out that staying in one place for the entire game was a very bad idea. He saw that Kakashi used a methodical searching pattern that would find him sooner or later. Naruto had figured out that it was best to wait until Kakashi had done a large section of the battlefield first before he moved to an area Kakashi had already covered by sneaking around him when he was patrolling one of the far streets away from where he was. Another one that Kakashi played with Naruto was Shugi. After being taught the basic rules of it and getting a very raw idea about the amount of strategizing that needed to be put into the game when playing a good player, which Kakashi proved to be surprisingly adept at, Naruto became a player with standard ability. Naruto slowly took a peek out from under the sheet of his futon and saw that Kakashi was smiling with his hands behind his back. Naruto's danger sense told him that Kakashi had something behind his back, so he hid again, much to Kakashi's surprise, until he realized how his hands were positioned. "Sorry, Naruto, I forgot how adept you were at ready body language at your age. I don't have a weapon in my hands. I'll leave what I have in my hands here for you." Kakashi slowly walked forward and placed the objects on the ground and stepped back. Naruto slowly took a peek again and what he saw dumbfounded him. It was several brightly wrapped packages with a card on top. Naruto very slowly pulled the covers up a bit more and saw Kakashi smiling at him with a genuine smile. "Happy birthday, Naruto." Naruto stopped, his brain trying to process the words. "Happy birthday?" Kakashi looked to see Naruto was looking at him, in a desperate, pleading look that practically shattered his heart. "Yeah, happy birthday. Forget about the past, Naruto. Look towards the future. People who are stuck in the past will never be able to see what is in front of them, and they will miss many golden opportunities." Naruto couldn't take it anymore. The tears he had been holding back for 5 years came unbidden as Naruto jumped out of bed and tackled Kakashi to the ground, sobbing into his chest. Kakashi just smiled as he hugged Naruto. "Thanks, Aniki." "No problem, Naruto." Naruto's tears came for another half an hour, until the heaving of Naruto's small chest finally slowed to a stop. Naruto slowly pulled himself off Kakashi and smiled sheepishly, while Kakashi's eye crinkled. Kakashi got up and pointed to the presents. "Go on, open them." Naruto went to the presents and looked at the card, which had, "To Naruto," scrawled on the front. Naruto opened the card to see that not just Kakashi, but several others had signed it too. Naruto looked over each of the messages. Naruto read each of the messages. "Naruto-kun, your fiery passion of youth burns brightly. Use my gift to enjoy the springtime of youth to the fullest. Madogai. So, you're 5 now, and Naruto? From the times I've seen you, you look like you'll grow up to be a great man. If you ever need a shugi partner or some lessons in armed hand-to-hand combat, come and see me. Sarutobi Asuma." The next one was one he was not expecting. At least, not in the form it was. "Happy 5th birthday, Naruto. You're growing up fast. When you get older, make sure you don't let Kakashi turn you into a pervert, or I'll personally nail him up to a post and make him watch as I burn all of those little orange books of his. Yuuhi Kurenai. Happy 5th birthday, Otudo. I know how much you idolize me, so I decided to get you a special something dash." The ink here looked kind of smudged, kind of like Kakashi had been moved forcefully while writing, as if someone had hit him over the head. Naruto continued reading. "Despite the fact that Kurenai thinks it's one of those little orange books, I'm actually going to give you something better. Happy birthday, Naruto." Naruto looked at the card, his chest swelling in happiness. He had only met each of the others several times, but they, like Kakashi had said would be, were nice people. Naruto had taken an instant liking to Kurenai. Even though Naruto had heard that she was Konoha's Ice Queen, she seemed pretty normal to him. Kurenai actually thought he was rather cute, to use the word she had used. Naruto had to agree with Kakashi that guy was weird, but Asuma was a cool guy. The fact that they had sent him birthday presents caused the feeling in his chest to swell to the point it hurt. Naruto reached forward to a particular present that was wrapped in green and orange. Take a guess whose that is. Naruto pulled off the paper to reveal a pair of odd objects that looked like they had layers of lightweight metal formed in ridges and 2 straps coming down off each one. In the bottom of the box was a pair of similar-looking ones that were shaped slightly differently, but apart from that were the same. They weighed about as much as a pair of full soft drink cans each. Naruto looked up to see Kakashi smirking. "Training weights." Naruto nodded and put them down gently as he went for the next gift, which was wrapped in black and white stripped paper. Naruto took the paper off to reveal a book, titled Shugi and You, A General Introductory Guide. Naruto had seriously wanted to get a book that taught him the basics of the game. Naruto had sort of gotten the hint that Shugi was originally more than just a board game that old geezers played to pass the time. Naruto put the book down and went to open a box wrapped in scarlet red paper to see a book that he had not expected to get. Ninjas for Dummies, a crash course introduction to the basics of being a ninja. Naruto was secretly aspiring to be a ninja like his Aniki, which Kakashi very easily picked up on, but kept silent about it. Now there was one present left. Kakashi's. Naruto reached towards the silver wrapping. Naruto undid it slowly to reveal a piece of cloth. When he pulled it out of the wrapping paper, he realized what it was. It was a face mask. Naruto's eyes widened and he looked at Kakashi, who was smiling. Naruto got up and hugged Kakashi while smiling. "Thanks, Kakashi-Nizan. This is the best day ever." Kakashi smiled as he saw Naruto look over his presents. "Put the mask on." Naruto looked at Kakashi, then the mask in his hand before his grin widened and he put the mask on, looking back at Kakashi, his eyes closed in a smile that reminded Kakashi so much of his younger self. The rest of the day was very easily the single most fun day Naruto had ever had. This was something that he was always going to remember. 3 months later, Naruto had read both books he got for his birthday thoroughly. Kakashi had even taken Naruto to each of his friends for some slight introduction into each person's specialty. Kakashi had broached the subject to his friends the day after Naruto's birthday, and when they saw Naruto, they smiled. Asuma made a wisecrack as per usual. So, Kakashi, how far have you gotten Naruto into the Ika Ika series? Naruto and Kakashi raised an eyebrow at Asuma while Kurenai smacked him over the head, causing Kakashi to smile and sit down with them. After some small talk, Kakashi introduced the idea of training Naruto in the bare basics of each area. The others shrugged, teaching him the general basics of chakra control, one jutsu each, or in Asuma's and Guy's case, teaching Naruto how to throw shuriken and kunai, as well as some basic taijutsu moves wasn't all that bad of an idea. Naruto was really happy. Some people were finally seeing that Naruto wasn't a demon incarnate, but someone worth training. Naruto learned a basic part of each area, such as Kawarimi no Jutsu, Henge no Jutsu, and some basic taijutsu moves, as well as shuriken and kunai practice. All of Naruto's senseis were shocked at how quickly Naruto picked each part up. Within a month, he had mastered both Kawarimi and Henge, as well as having a decent amount of skill in throwing weapons, and his ability to learn taijutsu was beyond what Asuma and Guy had expected. All 3 Jounins and 1 Chunin. Kurenai was still Chunin at this point in time, decide to teach him some slightly more advanced things. Kakashi could see that Naruto's chakra capacity was already that of an upper-level genin, but his chakra control suffered directly because of it. Kakashi introduced Naruto to the idea of walking up trees with only his feet. Naruto had been dubious at first until Kakashi did it like it was the most normal thing in the world. Kakashi had gone over the mechanics of how it worked until Naruto decided to give it a try. Naruto had made it about halfway up the 50 or so meter tall tree before the bark cracked and repelled him off it. After about 3 or 4 goes, Naruto had made it to the top, with a very impressed Kakashi standing at the base. The training that the Jounins and Chunin administered on Naruto gradually got tougher as the months went by. Guy had showed Naruto that the training weights he wore could have their weights adjusted to whatever weight Naruto wanted by pumping an appropriate amount of chakra into them. Naruto experimented, pumping just a small amount of chakra into the forearm guards, which increased the weight by a small amount. Guy told Naruto, taking out the flaming passion of youth stuff, that he should wear the weights at all times except for when he showered and slept, and every time he felt his body become used to the weight, to increase it. Guy had told Naruto that this would increase not only his youthfulness, but would even make him into a great example to all people who were enjoying the springtime of youth. Kakashi translated this into an increase in agility, speed and strength and stamina capacity. 1 year later, after the first year of training, Kakashi had given Naruto 5 pieces of paper, telling him to channel chakra into each piece. When Naruto got to the second piece, the paper burst into flames, much to Naruto's dismay. Kakashi had smiled and motioned Naruto to keep going. The next piece of paper that reacted to Naruto crumpled, and Naruto moved onto the last card, where the card reacted again, being sliced cleanly in half. Kakashi shook his head in pure disbelief. Naruto, you have 3 elemental affinities already. The 3 main types of elemental jutsus that would be best suited to you would be Katan, Raiton, and Futon. Naruto nodded in understanding, having already learnt about each of the 5 major elements and the basic theories of major elemental combinations to make sub-elements. A few were known, such as Mokuton and Hayaton. However, from the elemental affinities that Naruto had, there were no known sub-elements he could think of. Kakashi had begun teaching Naruto a basic Katan jutsu called Ken, Housenka no Jutsu. Naruto had learnt it surprisingly quickly, and at the end of the day, Kakashi gave Naruto the next day off to do what he wanted as long as he came back at diner time. Next day, Naruto was walking down the streets, just looking around at everything in general. Naruto had, at Kakashi's suggestion, started growing his hair a bit longer. By now, Naruto had something that was halfway between a miniature mullet and frullet. A frullet, as its name might suggest, is a mullet, but at the front. And a mop makes you look like exactly that. A mop. However, Naruto had tied this back in a small ponytail. Naruto was still wearing all black, as well as his utility belt, shin forearm guards, and ninja sandals. Naruto heard kids shouting in the distance, so he went to check. When he got there, he saw a group of kids pretty much his own age having a rather heated argument. Naruto went up to them. "What's wrong, guys?" Everyone turned to the new arrival with a lazy look in his eyes. "We're trying to play ninja." Naruto's eyebrow rose. His curiosity was being piqued in. "Ninja? What exactly do you do in this?" The other kids gave an ear, but one explained it to him. "Well, you divide the people playing up evenly, and both teams have to hide. The first team to lose all of its players loses the game." Naruto nodded slowly. "And how does a team lose a member?" The kid that started talking to him continued. It seemed he was the leader of the group. "Well, when one person tags another team's member, that person who got tagged is out of the game." Naruto nodded. "So it's basically team tag?" They nodded. "Alright, so what's the problem?" The kids all looked at one particular boy who was rather large, which Naruto vaguely recognized to be from one of the middle clans of Konoha. "The team that gets this guy automatically loses. We have an uneven number if he plays." "Why does the team that gets him automatically lose?" The boys smirked. "He has no idea how to hide at all. He also is too slow and he gives his position away when he moves." Naruto looked at the boy in question. "You're an Akimichi, right?" The boy's eyes widened as he nodded. Naruto turned back to the other boys. "According to your rules, yes, whichever team he would be on would lose. However, this is nothing more than a game of team tag. If it really were a game of ninja, once one of the other team's members has been spotted, you would have to not just tag them, but force them to submit. What do you think would happen in the real world if you ambushed another ninja, jumped out, and tagged them? They'd laugh at you and kill you. If you added a second rule that forced the other team to make your members submit by force, then you could call it ninja. If that rule was added, I'd be willing to say whichever team had him would be guaranteed victory." They all looked at this kid in shock. One of the kids smirked. "Why would the team win?" "Because the Akimichi aren't known for their stealth. They're known for their power. I'd say that boy would have about 10 times as much chakra as most of you. Once you had an opposing team member cornered, he could literally kick them to the other side of Konoha." The boys looked at this new kid in fascination. He was smart, no doubt about that. Naruto turned to the Akimichi who looked on the verge of tears. Naruto looked back at the others, deciding that a reciting of a line from his Aniki would suit the situation. Never underestimate an opponent. There are no weak soldiers under a strong commander. Naruto turned to keep going. Little did he know that the situation was being watched by quite a number of people apart from the boys that were involved in it and were quite impressed by the boy's level of knowledge for a 6-year-old. Naruto started walking up towards a stairwell that led to the top of a building that he sometimes liked to look out over Konoha from. He heard footsteps from behind him and saw the Akimichi and another boy running up to him. Naruto turned to them as they came up to him, smiling. The Akimichi talked first. "Thanks for that. Those boys are always telling me I'm fat or I'm slow." Naruto shrugged. "I think they have no idea about what they're talking about. By the way, I never got your name." The boy smiled. "Chuji. Akimichi Chuji." Naruto turned to the other boy. "I saw you there too. Could I get your name?" The boy nodded. "Shikamaru of the Nara clan." Naruto nodded and extended a hand forward. "Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto." Both boys shook his hand and they continued walking up the last of the stairs to see a much larger man with a huge mane of red hair sitting on the bench. The man turned to them and smiled. "Chuji, Shikamaru. Who's this young man you've brought with you?" Chuji smiled. "Hey Dad. Well, this is Uzumaki Naruto. He just came and defended me against those kids that always call me fat." The man looked to Naruto before smiling. "Thank you for that, Naruto. I happened to hear the entire conversation. You're very intelligent for a 6-year-old. Naruto smiled at him. "Thank you. But what I said was just the truth. Akimichi specialize in power, not speed from what I've read. Also, calling that game ninja was a stupid idea." The man chuckled. "Your logic was completely sound, there's no need to justify it." Chuji sat next to his dad, while Naruto took a spot next to Chuji and Shikamaru took a spot next to Naruto. Naruto's stomach growled as he smiled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. I wouldn't be able to get dash. Chuji smiled and pulled out a bag of potato chips, breaking the seal and letting Naruto pick the chips out of the bag. Naruto took a few while Chuji offered some to Shikamaru, and they all started munching on them. Chuji turned to Naruto. Naruto, I haven't seen you around before. Are you new to this village? Naruto shook his head. I was born here. Until the age of 4, I lived in an orphanage. A few weeks after I turned 4, someone adopted me. He's really cool. His name is Kakashi. Chuji's father turned to Naruto in interest. Kakashi? As in Hatake Kakashi? Naruto nodded. That's him. He's a really nice guy. I've met a bunch of his friends, but I don't have any my own age. Naruto looked down to the ground, rather saddened by the fact. Chuji smiled at him. Wanna be my friend? Naruto looked up at him happily. Really? Chuji nodded and Naruto smiled. Sounds like fun. Shikamaru smiled as well. Well, if Chuji's going to be your friend, then I might as well too. Naruto couldn't get much happier. He smiled at Shikamaru and the boys continued to eat chips and chat with their new friends well into the afternoon. Several months later, Naruto had become fast friends with both Shikamaru and Chuji, quickly finding out that Shikamaru was a very good shugi player. Naruto's relationship with his senseis had also come along dramatically. Especially Kurenai. Most of the others noticed that Kurenai was starting to melt, as they called it, which usually earns them a glare when they mentioned it. Naruto had even gotten to the stage of calling her Kurenai. Kurenai liked Naruto because he was so bashful around her. All she had to do was put her face close to his and stare at him, or smile at him, and he would look at the ground and blush, scratching the back of his head at the same time. Kurenai actually found this quite cute, but she would never let the others know. At times, she even called him Naruchon, which practically made him faint. By now, Naruto had already mastered several ninjutsu from each element. He'd lapped up Kurenai's genjutsu lessons and he was also becoming very competent in taijutsu, adopting some of the Gukken, or Iron Fist style into a mix of other various fighting styles that each teacher had. Kakashi was especially helpful with the styles he had copied with the Sharingan. Over the next 2 years, Naruto's unique taijutsu style had a massive number of flaws in it, until he individually worked the KNKS out of the vast majority of the style. All of his teachers commented that his style needed a new name. So Naruto got thinking while continuing to learn from his senseis. Eventually, he settled on the name Kajiken, or Shadow Fist, due to the style mainly relying of excessive agility to keep the enemy on their toes, constantly appearing in their shadow and a decent amount of power so that a lot of powerful hits could be made in a short amount of time. The one downside to this is it required a huge stamina capacity to use to its full potential. However, for less serious occasions, or if he was running low on stamina, Naruto could sacrifice the power and use the speed for much longer. By the end of that year, Naruto believed he was ready for the academy. However, Kakashi said to wait until next year. Naruto agreed, as if he entered now, he would not be able to be in the same class as Shikamaru and Chuji, who had come over to his apartment to play quite a number of times. Shikamaru had proven he was Naruto's equal in shugi. Shikamaru had never met someone who could play shugi as well as Naruto, and was shocked at the boy's level of knowledge and foresight. During the next year, Guy decided it would be interesting to see if Naruto could open his celestial gates. Naruto had not too long ago inquired as to the mechanics behind the Raikiri, to which Kakashi had told Naruto that it relied on complete activation of the body, which was then concentrated into the moving arm. The theory behind temporarily opening the celestial gates used the same principle in a different manner. Unlocking the gates required activation of the body, or more specifically, certain parts of the body. When Guy gave Naruto the theory behind the gates and told him to try it, Naruto wasn't able to do it, which was no surprise. However, when he came the next day after having studied all the scrolls on the gates believed he could open the first one. When Guy instructed Naruto to try, Naruto began to concentrate his chakra to his brain where the first gate was located. Naruto felt a surge of power, unlike anything he'd ever felt before. Guy's eyes widened as the ground under Naruto began to crack as red chakra leaked out of Naruto and formed a massive aura of chakra that gave off a feeling of pure utter dread to everyone who felt it. Within no time at all, Kakashi and the Sandaime Hokage were at the field, inspecting Naruto as he sat, panting on the ground. Kakashi looked at Naruto, his face full of worry. "Naruto, what just happened?" Naruto looked up at Kakashi and then at the old man Hokage. "Well, I opened the first gate and then this. Red chakra poured out of me. Gai-sensei tells me that red chakra shouldn't come out until the third gate is opened." Kakashi looked at the Hokage worriedly, who looked at Naruto. "Naruto, did you feel anything unusual about the red chakra?" Naruto nodded. It felt both foreign and familiar at the same time. But the chakra was full of hate, anger, and bloodlust. "I've never felt that much of it before." Sarutobi nodded slowly, taking this in. Naruto looked up at them for an explanation. "Aniki? Old man? What happened?" The old man rubbed his temples and directed everyone back to Naruto and Kakashi's place, where they all took a seat. Kakashi prepared some tea for the four of them while the Hokage thought about where to begin. "Naruto, do you remember your birthday?" Naruto nodded slowly, having no idea where this was going. "October 10th. The Hokage nodded. "Do you remember the story about the Kyuubi?" Naruto nodded again. "Yandaime defeated it, didn't he?" The Hokage didn't nod or shake his head, but took a puff of his pipe. "Defeated is the right word. Technically, the Kyuubi is still alive, but only in a spiritual sense." Naruto frowned. He didn't like where this was going. Not one bit. "Then that red chakra was." The old man nodded again. Kakashi handed a mug to the other three and sat down next to Naruto with his own. "Yes, that chakra was Kyuubi's. Naruto, a being such as the Kyuubi could never be fully destroyed by a mortal. However, the Yandaime used a special jutsus that ripped the Kyuubi's soul out of its body, killing it in a physical sense, and the soul was sealed inside a newborn child. The Yandaime's wish was that the child be viewed as a hero, the jailer of the most powerful demon to ever walk the earth. However, people quickly started circulating rumors that the child was not the jailer, but the Kyuubi himself. The rumors were completely unjustified, but the rumors continued to spread. To save the child, I was forced to pass a law that the people who knew were forbidden to talk about it, especially with the child's generation, in the hopes the child could at least gain some friends with people his own age." Naruto shook his head slowly. It all fit. Every single thing. The hatred he received from everyone, the reason no one adopted him until Kakashi did, and the reason why the people feared and hated him. God damn it, why was I the one? Naruto looked up at the Hokage. "Why me?" The two simple words had severe implications, but Kakashi looked at the Hokage and nodded. The Hokage turned to Naruto and began the final part of the explanation. "Naruto, despite the fact that Yandaime used you as the container, there were very good reasons. I trust your sense of judgment will enable you to use this information wisely. You were the only child born on that day, and even if another one had, the Yandaime would not have dared ask for the other one. It wanted his own son to bear the burden and surpass him." Naruto just shook his head. The Kyuubi made sense, but now they were trying to insinuate that he was the Yandaime's son? This was stupid. Do you seriously expect me to believe that? Why not leave me a note, a picture, something to say I'm sorry? Naruto was known on his feet, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. Guy looked at the floor while the Hokage rubbed his temples, but Kakashi picked something out of his pocket and handed it to Naruto. It was a picture of the Yandaime, looking forlornly over a child who had a tuft of blonde hair. Standing with him were three others. Naruto recognized two of them instantly. One was the Sandaime, while the other was a teenage Kakashi. Naruto stared at it before Naruto flipped it over and couldn't hold the tears back. There was a message on the back addressed to him. "I'm sorry, son. Your old man, Erasure." Naruto collapsed onto the chair and sobbed, the picture clattering out of his hands. At that point, there was a knock on the door, and Guy went to see who it was, surprised to find Kurenai and Asuma at the door looking very worried. When they saw Naruto in tears, they could guess what had just happened. They came in and closed the door. Asuma nodded to his father, the Sandaime, while Kurenai's maternal instincts took over and she hugged the sobbing Naruto. In all the years she'd known him, she'd never ever seen him cry. Kurenai noticed the picture on the floor and grimaced. She was not the least bit surprised at Naruto's reaction to the photo. Knowing that Naruto had just been told who his father was, the Kyuubi explanation would have come too, which would explain why they felt the Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto just leaned into Kurenai's chest and sobbed for the better part of an hour while everyone in the room looked extremely downcast, and for good reason too. Eventually, Naruto stopped crying and Kurenai let him go. Naruto looked up at her, his cheeks puffy with crying, but the hint of a smile playing across his face. "Thanks, Kurenai-chan." Kurenai smiled as she hugged Naruto again. Naruto finally realized where exactly he was located. Right in between her sizable cleavage. Everyone could detect Naruto's embarrassment as Kurenai let him go, trying to keep herself from blushing. Asuma and Kakashi smirked. They were definitely not going to let Naruto live this one down. This was fuel for taunts and the like that would last for years. After several hours of explaining to Naruto that he was forbidden to tell anyone outside this room any of this information, everyone except Naruto and Kakashi left. Asuma giving Naruto a knowing smile, which turned Naruto bright red. Once the door shut, Kakashi turned to Naruto. "So, what was it like?" Naruto looked at Kakashi in confusion. "Huh." Kakashi's visible eye crinkled as he smiled in that lazy fashion. "Her chest." Naruto flushed again as he crossed his arms while Kakashi just continued smiling at him. "Pervert." Kakashi chuckled at the name and decided to eat out tonight before getting an early night. He took Naruto to a place that Naruto had recently come to enjoy. Ichiraku Ramen. They both sat down and greeted the owner. "Hey, Ojizen." The man smiled at the boy. "Ah, hey there Naruto. I see you've brought your brother with you this time. What can I get for the two of you?" Naruto jumped in with his favorite order. "One large miso pork ramen with a boiled egg please, Ojizen." The man turned to Kakashi. "And for you?" Kakashi smiled at the man. "One large miso beef ramen please." The man nodded and got to work. "Coming right up." After they had both eaten, Naruto and Kakashi paid and walked back to the apartment. The day of reckoning, as Kakashi called in jokingly, was close at hand. Naruto was about to enter the academy. At the start of the next year, Kakashi had walked Naruto to the academy where he quickly met up with his two friends Shikamaru and Chuji, who had come with their parents. The boys greeted each other while the parents did the same. They turned to the Hokage as he addressed them, welcoming the students to the academy. Most of the parents were listening, but the children, being their age, let their minds wander. The majority of the children's eyes ended up on Naruto and Kakashi, while Naruto was specifically looking at a raven-haired boy and a brunette who was most likely his father. Both of them had the Uchiha family crest on the backs of their jackets. It was clear the father did not want to be there, and he proved it when the second the speech finished, he turned and left his son there. The other parents and their children walked inside to sign their son's or daughter's name off on the list that the head teacher had. Once it came to Naruto's turn, the man looked at Kakashi and smiled. "Ah, Kakashi-san. This must be Naruto, correct?" Kakashi nodded. The Chunin looked at Naruto smiling kindly. Naruto noticed the man had a very tanned face with a scar running across the bridge of his nose. "Welcome to the academy, Naruto. I've heard a lot of positive stories about you. I look forward to teaching you." Naruto nodded and as his name was ticked off, he was directed to a classroom. Kakashi walked him to the classroom door and as he walked in, the formerly rowdy class calmed down again when they saw the newest father-son couple walk in. However, the father was extremely young, and while they did both look similar, even their facial expressions were a carbon copy. The age difference was far too small for the man to be Naruto's father. Naruto turned to his family and waved goodbye. "I'll see you tonight, Nizen." Kakashi waved and walked out of the classroom. Naruto turned back to the class, noticing Shikamaru and Chuji smiling at him. Naruto smiled back and took a seat beside them, completely ignoring the fact that the majority of the class's eyes were on him. Naruto took his eyes off Chuji for a moment and saw one of the girls. She had a rather feisty look in her eyes. Naruto ignored it and looked forward to see every single girl in the class was looking at him in much the same manner. Naruto knew that look. It was the look a predator gave its prey. Naruto smiled and sweat dropped. Waving his hands dismissively in the air, Naruto spoke out loud for the class to hear. Sorry, ladies, I'm taken. There was a unanimous groan from every single girl in the classroom. Naruto smiled as the boy's sweat dropped. Shikamaru looked at Naruto. Since when did you get a girl? Naruto smiled lazily. Since yesterday. Shikamaru mumbled. Before he spoke loud enough for the people around him to hear. Mendo kusai. Naruto's eyes crinkled into a smile. The last of the people were coming into the classroom. Naruto noticed a boy with a mass of brown spikes, sunglasses, and a trench coat. No one moved up for the boy, but Naruto moved up to make room for him. The boy took the spot with a slight nod. No problem. Everyone else turned to Naruto, thinking he was picking a fight. The boy looked at him with an eyebrow raised. Did you just dash? Read your body language? Yeah. Shino nodded and continued looking at the boy. Naruto smiled at him. You wouldn't happen to be from the Aburame clan, would you? The boy nodded slightly again. Naruto smiled. I always thought having bugs as a weapon would be an interesting way of fighting. Most of the people looked at Naruto like he was crazy, but the Aburame heir just raised an eyebrow. Naruto smiled. I do my research. The name's Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto extended a hand, as did Shino after considering it for a second. Shino. Aburame Shino. They let go of their hands and they noticed that the last student had entered the class. Most of the students looked at the boy suspiciously, but Naruto moved up again to make space for the boy who took the seat. Naruto could tell from the red facial tattoos and the dog with him that this boy was an Inuzuka. Naruto smiled as he held up a hand in greeting. Oh, you're an Inuzuka, right? The guy nodded, flashing some slightly longer than normal canines which most of the others flinched at, but Naruto's group kept on looking at their new guest. Naruto stuck out his hand. Uzumaki Naruto. The guy accepted his hand. Inuzuka Kiba. Naruto looked at the small dog on top of Kiba's head. What's your companion's name? Kiba was shocked. Naruto wasn't looking at the puppy as if it were just a puppy, but as if it were almost human. This boy understood the Inuzuka's connection with their partners. He was definitely something else. His name's Akumaru. Naruto waved at the puppy, who gave a bark in greeting. Naruto looked at their group of 5 before their instructor walked in. It was the Chunin who had the scar across his nose. He looked at the class, rather surprised at the quietness. He usually had to tell them to keep it down before he started the lesson. Well, everyone, from today for the next 5 years, you will learn the basics of being a ninja and to prepare you for the outside world. I'm Yumino Irika, or to you, Irika-sensei. The day pressed on and quickly drew to an end. Naruto's group of 5 made it to the front door of the academy to see that the parents were waiting for them. Kakashi waved to him and Naruto waved to his new and old friends as he went to his brother. 5 years later. It was the day of the graduation exam. Naruto's group had gotten together one night a week for the last few months to discuss what the exam could be and how to study for it. Kakashi had hinted at them what the exam most likely consist of, and when Naruto heard the word bunshin, he sighed at the distant memories of his first few weeks at the academy. Kakashi had quickly found that Naruto could not do a regular bunshin if his life depended on it. It had to do with the sheer amount of chakra he had. Naruto had figured out that the only way to do any bunshin was to learn a higher level one that required a large amount of chakra. Kakashi had decided that teaching Naruto the Kage bunshin was his best bet. Kakashi was not surprised when Naruto did it successfully on the first try. So when Naruto was required to do a bunshin for the first time at the academy, he made a Kage bunshin, completely shocking not only the entire class, but Irika as well. Naruto looked up at Irika and explained. Since my chakra capacity is so big, it's physically impossible for me to do a regular bunshin. So Nizan taught me the Kage bunshin. Irika nodded dumbly as Naruto had returned to his seat, getting a high five from Kiba, a nod from Shino, troublesome from Shikamaru and some chips from Chuji. Since then, everyone in the class wondered how strong Naruto truly was. When Sasuke had inquired, Naruto told him bluntly. A ninja never reveals his true strength unless necessary. That answer had got Sasuke fairly riled up. The class progressed through the years, and Naruto was always number 1 in everything by a mile. On the day of the graduation exam, Naruto walked into the room, greeted his friends and took his usual place. Irika informed them that the first test of 4 was a written. A lot of students groaned as the papers were handed out. They were told not to turn them over until the rules were explained and no questions were allowed to be asked. When Naruto got his paper, and the order was given to begin, Naruto turned the paper over and stared. This was not a set of questions a genin should be able to answer. Hell, high Chunins would have difficulty. Naruto looked around and saw that everyone was doing fine. Naruto looked questioningly at Irika, who smiled. Naruto's eyes narrowed. He set this up. Naruto looked at the 10 questions on the page and proceeded to try and remember what the answers to these were. He'd either heard the answers or had been quizzed on them before at some point. Now it was all a matter of remembering. Naruto began to write the answers down and finally got to the 10th question, which he narrowed his eyes at. 10. Shinobi Rule Number 25. A ninja must keep his emotions in check at all times and put the mission first. Do you support this rule, or do you think it should be redone? Provide a reason for your choice, and if you chose to reconstruct it, provide the reconstructed version. Naruto sighed. This was a DMN difficult question. However, Naruto got the feeling that if he got this one right, the others wouldn't really matter. Naruto had long ago heard this rule and thought it was absolute garbage. He had even constructed his own version. Naruto wrote his answer carefully. I believe that Shinobi Law Number 25 needs to be reconstructed. The current law suggests all emotion is taboo and that humans are mindless killing machines. No matter how much you suppress a person's emotions, you will never truly kill them completely. If you do manage to, they are no longer human. The rule should be reconstructed to say, a shinobi will face situations in his life that will destroy the souls of most men. At times like these, he must steel himself, no matter how hard it may seem. Naruto put down his pen, quite pleased with himself. He looked at the time. Less than 60 seconds to go. Naruto counted down until the seconds hand reached the 12 and Irika called for the class to put their pens down. Irika collected the sheets, stopping when he saw Naruto's. Naruto looked up at him lazily. Any particular reason you gave me a test that the majority of Chunins could never answer, Irika-sensei? Naruto was aware that the entire class was staring at him. Both Shikamaru and Kiba, who were on either side of Naruto, boggled at the questions. Kiba, being the loudest one of the group, expressed the group's opinion. What the hell? What kind of questions are those? Reconstruct the 25th Shinobi Law? Naruto, you actually answered that. Naruto shrugged. Whoever made that rule was an idiot. No human can be turned into a mindless killing machine without losing their humanity. The others stared at Naruto, who was lazily staring at the board. Irika straightened the papers on his desk and then looked up at the class. While the next 2 stages are being done, the papers will be marked. Everyone, please follow me to the training field. The training field was actually a very spacious area around the back of the academy used for shuriken and kunai practice. Irika called them out alphabetically, starting from Z and ending in. Apart from Yamanaka Ion, it put Naruto first. Although not as blatant as the first test, this gave everyone else except Ino an edge over Naruto. They would be able to see what he could do and then try and better him. After Ino, Naruto stepped forward, taking the designated number of shuriken out of his pouch and taking aim at the straw dummy that had several targets on it over vital points. Naruto was allowed to throw up to 8 shuriken, as long as it was in one throw of each hand. Naruto slipped the shuriken into the spaces between each finger and thumb with practiced ease and took aim. Naruto was aiming to get every single vital point with 1 shuriken. Naruto stated his targets for everyone to hear, as the rules asked. 8 targets. Liver, lungs, spine, subclavicle vein, jugular vein, brain, kidneys, heart. Everyone murmured amongst themselves. Naruto was going for an absolute perfect score, which had not been attempted since Hatake Kakashi did the exam. Irika motioned for Naruto to go when he was ready. Naruto closed his eyes and focused for several seconds. Everyone was dead silent as Naruto concentrated. He snapped his eyes open and launched the 8 shuriken at the same time. The shuriken spun in the air, letting out the sound of metal cutting air at extreme speed. The 8 metallic implements of death struck their intended target's dead center, and everyone was speechless. Naruto had just done something that had not even been attempted for the last 14 years. Naruto turned back to Iruka. It kind of helps to be trained by the last person to do it. Naruto walked back to his little group, receiving pats on the backs and girls swooning over him. Sasuke went next, still extremely peeved at Naruto's skill, going for only 5 targets, getting every one of them. The rest of the test went without incident, and they were moved to the final 2 tests were on. They lined up for the henge test, again going by reverse alphabetical order. Naruto went second and saw that the class was watching expectantly. The corner of Naruto's lips twitched as he saw something the rest of the class did not. Iruka was wearing a small knife strapped to his leg, which the table hid from view. Naruto didn't even form the seal, he was so familiar with the jutsu. The cloud of smoke expanded off Naruto to reveal a perfect copy of Iruka, knife and all. The students were commenting about the knife being incorrect when Iruka sighed. "You even saw the knife, and Naruto?" Naruto released the henge and nodded. After the test was done, the scores were announced for the written test. Naruto had not surprisingly come first, Sasuke second, and Sakura third. They were told to move one person at a time into the next room for the Bunshin test as their name was called out. Naruto was unsurprisingly called first, as it seemed this time it was not going via any order in particular. As he walked into the room, he felt his chakra affected just barely by something. Looking around the room, he saw nothing suspicious and put his fingers together to dispel the genjutsu. Kai! Iruka sighed. That was the final hurdle that the Hokage had ordered placed for Naruto. Naruto was home free once he made the 2 bunshins. Naruto looked at Iruka and formed the seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The room filled with smoke, and when it cleared, the room was filled with naked busted blondes. They smiled and made very provocative poses at Iruka and Mizuki, whose eyes widened and they flew out of their chairs, leaving twin trails of blood ejecting from their nose. Little did Naruto know that several others were watching him that were not inside the room. The Hokage had passed out from nosebleed, watching from his crystal ball in his office, while Kakashi and Asuma both fell unconscious for the same reason, using camouflage jutsus to hide themselves just outside the window. Naruto laughed as he dispelled the clones and the henge on himself. Judging by the fact that I single-handedly knocked out 2 Chunins, 2 Tokubetsu Jounins, and most likely the Hokage at once, I think I deserve this. Naruto picked out a Hittite that had long black pieces of cloth attached. Naruto looked at them on the ground and suddenly, Naruto had a plan. He whipped out his trusty digital ninja camera and took a few shots of both the Chunin. He fastened the Hittite around his head and went back to the class, opening the door, where everyone looked at him expectantly. Naruto scratched the back of his head, smiling sheepishly at them. I think I went a bit overboard. They're both currently unconscious from blood loss caused by an overload of perverted thoughts. They stopped for a moment before Shikamaru's head slammed onto the desk. Kiba started howling with laughter, Chuji smiled, and Shino raised both eyebrows. Naruto waved at them. Good luck, guys. Assuming they ever wake up. Naruto left the room while the others went to see if what Naruto had said was true, and sure enough, both Chunins were against the wall with twin tails of blood leading from their nostrils. Naruto went outside and pulled out his trusty, all-purpose digital ninja camera again and snapped some shots of both Kakashi and Asuma, promising himself to show them some time later before he created a Kage Bunshin to wait for him in the room the graduates were supposed to wait in while he snuck into the Hokage's office to take several pictures of him as well. He got back just in time to replace himself with his clone, just as Sasuke entered the room, scowling at Naruto. Later that afternoon, both Chunins had eventually recovered and finished off the rest of the examinees before they walked into the room, glaring at Naruto, who smiled innocently at them. They stood in front of the class. Congratulations to those here who have passed. We will now announce the top 3 rankings for the exam, the year, and the academy class, as well as Rookie of the Year. First place for the exam, Uzumaki Naruto. Second place, Uchiha Sasuke. Third place, Haruno Sakura. First place for the year, Uzumaki Naruto. Second place, Uchiha Sasuke. Third place, Yamanaka Ino. First place for the class, Uzumaki Naruto. Second place, Uchiha Sasuke. Third place, Yamanaka Ino. Rookie of the Year is Uzumaki Naruto. For the rest of you, the total results will be posted in the reception of the Academy. I would like all of you to report back here at 7 a.m. sharp so that I may assign your teams. Again, congratulations on passing. Irika left the room, giving one last good-natured glare at Naruto before the class got up to leave. Just as Naruto was about to leave the row, he was stopped by Uchiha Sasuke. Everyone in the class stopped at this. Naruto's lazy expression turned to the Uchiha. You could have just called for me if you wanted something, Sasuke. Shut up. Fight me. Naruto pushed Sasuke aside and continued down the aisle and was about to walk out the door when Sasuke taunted him. Scared, Uzumaki? Naruto smiled at him, but his interior was not happy. He would show the Uchiha why he was the Rookie of the Year, and not the Uchiha of someone who lost to his brother and ran, screaming like a baby? No, not really. Everyone sensed the temperature in the room drop by several degrees as Sasuke charged Naruto, only to get slammed into the wall. He stumbled back up and prepared to attack again until Naruto slammed him back onto the ground and twisted his arms behind his back, stopping him from doing any seals, keeping his knee in the small of his back to make sure he wasn't going anywhere. I won in 2 moves, Uchiha. You let rage and hate overcome you. You are weak. You know why you are weak? It's because you lack love and compassion for others. Remember that well, Sasuke. Naruto let Sasuke go and continued out the door as Sasuke stared at Naruto. Sasuke hadn't received such a beating since his brother killed his entire clan. His brother had told him that he needed to hate and detest him, while Naruto told him to have love and compassion for others. Considering that Sasuke had been practically 5 years younger then, he'd gotten beaten in 2 moves. 5 years on, Naruto had beaten him in 2 moves. His confused mind made the only logical conclusion it could. Naruto was stronger than Itachi. It was completely inaccurate, but it was the logical conclusion that most people would draw in that situation. Sasuke slowly got up and began pondering Naruto's advice. He continued home, not aware of his surroundings in the least. When he got to the Uchiha Manor, he stopped, looking at the symbol his older brother had cracked with a kunai many years ago. And compassion. Sasuke walked into his house and continued pondering this. Formation of Team 8 and mission to the wave. That night, when Naruto had gotten home, he opened the door to the apartment with ease and saw that it was completely dark. Warily, Naruto flicked the light switch on to reveal a group of people smiling at him. People he was rather close to. Kurenai smiled and gave Naruto a hug. Congratulations on getting Rookie of the Year, Naruto. We're proud of you. Thanks, Kurenai-chan. They all congratulated Naruto, both Asuma and Kakashi giving him jokes about Naruto's new home being in Kurenai's cleavage when she was out of earshot. Naruto smirked ever so slightly. Next morning, 5 a.m. Naruto was up bright and early to get the daily Konoha times. Just as he suspected, his plans had all come to this. Naruto walked into Kakashi's bedroom and placed the paper and a carefully prepared note next to the bed. His bag already prepared for the final day at the academy, and he snuck out of the apartment, leaving Kakashi to face the facts. When Kakashi got up several minutes later, he was aware of something unusual about his room. There was a newspaper and a note sitting on the bedside table. He groggily got up and read the headline. He stopped. He reread it. Chunin, Jounin, and Hokage knocked unconscious by a giant nosebleed. He then read the note. You have been served by Uzumaki Naruto. He quivered in rage as he shouted out his curse. I'll get you yet, Naruto. This awakened the majority of people in the general vicinity, and since most of them started at sunrise, there was no point going back to sleep, so they got up, fetching the paper and finding the headlines to be interesting, and they proceeded to laugh to their heart's content at the content of the full-page article. By the time the students were at the academy, when Naruto walked in, everyone stopped and then burst out laughing. Many calls of things like, "Great job, Naruto! That was genius!" and the like could be heard. The door flew open and Irika entered the room, apparently just controlling himself from attempting to kill Naruto. Naruto smiled sweetly at him. I hope you learnt your lesson, Irika-sensei. The class laughed again at their teacher's expense, so Irika decided to just get on with it. Alright, again, congratulations on passing. I'm sure you'll all make me proud to have been your teacher. Irika shot a pointed glare at Naruto and the class snickered again. Now, you lives as a real ninja begin. There will be many difficult missions that you will need to work together for. Now, I will announce the teams. Everyone sat to attention at this. I'm leaving out all non-important teams. Team 7, Yamanaka Ino. Haruno Sakura. Your Jounin instructor will be Hatake Kakashi. Sasuke slammed his head on the table as the two girls began bickering as they did so well. Team 8, Uzumaki Naruto. Nara Shikamaru. Kimichi Chuji. Your Jounin instructor will be Yuuhi Kurenai. Naruto choked on his own spit as he began coughing, making everyone look at him. Naruto glanced at Irika. Who's our Jounin instructor, Irika-sensei? Yuuhi Kurenai, Naruto. Is something wrong? Naruto about the question. Was there something wrong? His crush was going to be his sensei. But then again, they were going to be seeing a lot more of each other. Naruto shook his head, a slight flush tinting his cheeks, which did not go unnoticed by most people near him. She could have at least warned him. No, nothing's wrong, Irika-sensei. Irika nodded and continued. Team 10, Aburame Shino. Hyuga Hinata. Inazuka Kiba. Your Jounin instructor will be Sarutobi Asuma. Everyone looked at Naruto and Irika's eyes narrowed. Naruto, how did you know that? Naruto smiled. The fact that I can feel his presence just outside the door and that he hasn't been mentioned yet. Naruto saw the door open and the man walked in. That's right, Naruto. Just thank Kami that you weren't on Kakashi's or my team. I'm going to get you for that. Naruto smiled lazily at the man as the others recognized who he was and began snickering. Sure thing, Asuma-sensei. Asuma got his team and left. Naruto waving goodbye to Kiba and Shino as they left. Next came Kurenai. As soon as Naruto felt her chakra presence, his cheeks fully flushed and he tried to shrink into his chair, much to the dismay of the others. When Kurenai stepped inside, she saw people looking between her and Naruto. Shikamaru whispered to Chuji. Hey, doesn't she look like the girl Naruto likes, according to his description? Chuji nodded. The woman smiled at Naruto. That was a great prank, Naruto. I'm Kurenai, Team 8's instructor. Follow me, you three. Shikamaru and Chuji had to practically drag Naruto out. Just as Naruto got to the door, he looked at the last remaining team. You guys are in for a long wait. Kakashi-Nizen's always 2 hours late to everything. The remaining 3 genins sweat dropped as Naruto left and closed the door behind him. Kurenai had led the team to a nearby tree and she stood up against it while the 3 sat on a bench in front of it. For the first time, Chuji and Shikamaru got to see the woman Naruto had a crush on. To tell you the truth, she was a stunner. Long silky brunette hair, dazzling ruby red eyes, creamy white skin, perfectly toned body and one hell of a cleavage. Naruto was trying not to stare at her, but it was hard. Kurenai chuckled at Naruto. Naruto, I'll never get tired of your pranks. Naruto blushed more and scratched the back of his head as he looked down. Chuji and Shikamaru were unsure of what to make of Naruto's actions in the classroom concerning their new sensei. I think we should introduce ourselves. Although I indirectly know of you from Naruto's descriptions, I want to get to know you personally. So, start with your name, likes, dislikes, hobbies and dreams. Kurenai looked at Chuji. You first. Chuji nodded. My name is Akimichi Chuji. My likes are eating, hanging out with my friends and playing pranks. My dislikes are people who underestimate others because of their appearance or rank, people who have to pick on one person as a group and Sasuke's fangirls. My hobbies are training, playing with my friends and taste-testing food. My dream is to reach my full potential and show the people who doubted me that I'm not a pushover. Kurenai nodded and turned to Shikamaru. My name is Nara Shikamaru. My likes are watching the clouds, playing shugi with Naruto and sleeping. My dislikes are troublesome things. My hobbies are hanging out with my friends. My dream is to become an average ninja, settle down and have kids. Kurenai raised an eyebrow at the mention of troublesome things, but nodded as she turned to Naruto. Naruto. Naruto looked up, trying desperately to maintain his resolve. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My likes are ramen, playing shugi with Shikamaru, hanging out with my friends and… Naruto broke off at the thought, blushing slightly more heavily before restarting. My dislikes are arrogant people and people who look down on others. My hobbies are playing pranks, training and making friends. My dream is to become the Hokage and make everyone in this village recognize me by surpassing all the ones before me. Kurenai nodded as she introduced herself. My name is Yuuhi Kurenai. My likes are talking with friends, dango and calligraphy. My dislikes are others who judge people by their appearances, little orange books and perverts. My hobbies are to train and learn new genjutsu. My dream, I have not decided on yet. Kurenai looked at each of them, while Naruto was smiling at the mention of little orange books and perverts. Kurenai grinned at them in a way that made all three boys slightly uncomfortable. As I'm sure Naruto is aware, the graduation exam was not the actual genin exam. It only selected those who would be allowed to take the exam. The test given depends on the Jounin. Usually, the test is the same one that their Jounin sensei gave them as genin. My test is going to fall into this category. I need all three of you to meet me at Training Area 19 tomorrow morning, 5 a.m. sharp. Until then, you are dismissed. The three could have sworn she gave Naruto a wink as she poofed somewhere else. The three boys got up and they turned to Naruto. What kind of a test will this be, Naruto? Naruto thought about it. Surprisingly, Kurenai had not told Naruto what her test was, but Naruto understood the meaning behind it. Naruto looked at the other two lazily. I'm not sure of what the actual test is, but as with every one of the tests, they try and get you to be greedy, but the hidden message is always teamwork. Both Shikamaru and Chuji smiled, which caused Naruto to smile. We've been working together for 6 years. Teamwork comes easily to us. Both Chuji and Naruto nodded as they turned to leave. Naruto thought about something. You two want to go get some lunch? They both nodded as Naruto looked at them. Ramen okay? They both smirked. Naruto without his ramen was not Naruto at all. They both nodded and headed to the best place for ramen in Konoha, Ichiraku's. Next morning, at 4:55 a.m., all three boys turned up at Training Field 19 with an assortment of weapons. Naruto had barely any sleep for being paranoid about Kakashi getting his revenge on him while he slept, but he was used to going several nights without sleep. They sat under a tree and waited. Right as Naruto's watch beeped to indicate it was 5 a.m., Kurenai appeared in a puff of smoke in front of them. Naruto smiled at her. As always, on time, unlike Nizan. Kurenai smirked at this before the three boys stood up. Kurenai grinned at them and reached into a pocket, withdrawing 2 bells. Naruto's sweat dropped. How popular is the bell test? The other two looked at him while Kurenai flashed them a smile. Most of the current Jounins use it. Naruto, why don't you explain how this works to them? Naruto sighed. There are 2 bells. This test has a 66% failure rate for the graduating teams. Only 3 teams will make it. We have to get a bell from Kurenai sensei before the time she specifies. The one who doesn't get a bell will be sent back to the academy to redo their final year of training. The other 2 frowned. This wasn't what Naruto told them, but he looked at Kurenai as she smiled. Exactly. You have until noon to get these bells. She put an alarm clock on the stump and started it. Go! All 3 boys disappeared. Naruto looked at the 2 next to him from their hiding place. Forget what I said back there. The main reason for this test is teamwork. If we can prove to her that we can work together as a team, we'll pass, no matter if we get the bells or not. Both boys nodded and Chuji turned to Naruto and Shikamaru while they began planning. Once they had come up with a viable strategy, Naruto reached into a sash on his belt and withdrew what looked to be a pair of trench knives. Naruto put them on, channeling chakra to the knives, and the boys watched as the knives' blades were surrounded by an extended chakra blade. Chuji looked stunned, and Shikamaru raised a lazy eyebrow. What's with the knives, Naruto? Naruto looked at them. I have an elemental affinity for wind, as does Izumi-sensei. He uses a pair of these knives too. I'll create the initial distraction while Chuji, you basically keep Kurenai dodging. While this is happening, Shikamaru, you get into position for the cage main, okay? I'll get the bells. The other two nodded and Naruto turned to where he could sense Kurenai. Naruto focused to make sure it wasn't a genjutsu of some sort and nodded. He extended the fingers on one hand and closed them slowly. Go! Naruto channeled a huge amount of chakra into the knives and hurled them, one after the other at the tree in front of him. They pierced through the tree, the next, making Kurenai hop out of the way from her position in the field. By now, Chuji had appeared, using his Baika no Jutsu and Nikuden Sensha, as he began carving up the field. Roll. Kurenai had to smirk at Chuji's antics until she realized she couldn't move. She managed to see Shikamaru forming a rat seal from a nearby tree branch smirking at her, seeing his shadow stretching down the tree trunk and up to her own shadow. Kage main no Jutsu. Seiko. Kurenai was aware of Naruto behind her and he walked up to her, removing the bells from her belt. Sorry, Kurenai-sensei. But we've been working together for 6 years. Teamwork comes naturally to us. Shikamaru let Kurenai go as Naruto smiled at her, holding the bells for her to see. While the others made fun of Chuji for being overweight, we knew he had the ability to become an excellent ninja. And while Shikamaru was the dobe of the class, according to him, it was just too troublesome to move the pen during class. Shikamaru's actually smarter than me. A hell of a lot smarter. His IQ is about 200. Kurenai looked at Shikamaru. It was true. Shikamaru had the worst score of his year, but the look on Naruto's face implied he was completely serious. Naruto smiled as his teammates gave him the thumbs up. Kurenai smiled at them. You saw the real reason for this test. Teamwork. All of you pass. From tomorrow, Team 8 will begin doing missions. Naruto, I trust you don't mind me making you the team captain? Naruto turned to the others. If they don't mind, it's okay with me. They both nodded and smiled, so Naruto smiled too. Kurenai looked at each of the 3 boys. Congratulations on passing. From what Naruto told me, I had no doubts that you would pass. Meet here at 9 a.m. every morning unless I specify otherwise. The 3 nodded and they turned to leave the field, but Kurenai called Naruto back. Naruto motioned the others to keep going, so they did. What is it, Kurenai-chan? Kurenai smiled at him as he looked up at her, hanging off her every word. She looked at Naruto. Naruto, now that you're the team captain, you have several responsibilities. Naruto nodded, listening to her. You are responsible for your team's health and status. Do you remember what we've all taught you? Naruto nodded, reciting the phrase that had been drilled into him from the age of, people who disobey the mission directives are trash. However, those who don't take care of their friends are far worse than that. Kurenai nodded in agreement as she bent down to put her face level with Naruto, smiling at his awkwardness. Everyone in their little group of Jounin friends knew of Naruto's crush on Kurenai. The fact that Naruto tried desperately to hide it made it all the cuter, according to Kurenai. She looked at him and bent forward, placing her lips to his forehead, and Naruto froze. Naruto turned bright red and started trembling. His crush was giving him a kiss. Naruto could pretty much go on to the next world contently. Kurenai pulled back slowly as she looked into Naruto's eyes, ruby red locking with sapphire blue. Congratulations, Naruto. You make me proud. That did it. Naruto's senses were in overload, still very aware of the slight warmth that Kurenai's lips had left on his forehead and the praise that came with it from the object of his affections. Naruto's body did the only thing it could, which was very uncharacteristic for him. He fainted, much to Kurenai's amusement. Kurenai picked him up, poofing back to Naruto and Kakashi's house to drop him off. 6 days later, Team 8 had been doing many D-rank missions, as well as training by themselves and with others. After the latest mission, Naruto had gone back to Guy for some tips in Taijutsu and met up with not only Guy, but his Jounin team, which Naruto had met about a week after they became Guy's team. Naruto waved to the team as he entered their training field. Lee rushed up to him, grabbing his hand in a bone-crunching shake. It is my eternal rival, Naruto-kun. Your flames of youth burn brightly, my friend. Naruto smiled, but shuddered internally at the title he had earned himself from a stupid mistake. Flashback. 1 year ago. When he first met the team, he saw Lee and the two had made fast friends. Upon seeing Lee use the springtime of youth speech, Naruto was acutely aware of the infection of the green spandex flames of youth disease, as both Naruto and Kakashi jokingly called it, was spreading from Guy to Lee. Naruto, snapping out of this line of thought, and noticed that Lee was expecting an answer and Naruto had foolishly said the worst thing he possibly could have without thinking. Sorry, what was that? Guy's eyes started burning with the flames of youth, who Lee mirrored. Both of Lee's teammates, a chocolate brown-eyed, brunette girl and a jet black-haired Hyuga, started backing away. Naruto's sweat dropped. Lee, it seems that my eternal rival's annoyingly hip attitude has passed on to his student. It seems you now have your own eternal rival. Yush. I will prove with the explosion of youth that hard work will defeat genius every time. Back in the present. Naruto shook his hand and winced slightly at the pressure. Despite both Lee and Guy's passionate talks of the flames of youth, crying, group hugs and the strange genjutsu that usually manifested in the form of something that would usually be equated to a romantic scene, such as waves crashing against a rock in the afternoon sunset, that even with the help of Kurenai's training in genjutsu, Naruto still couldn't figure out how it worked. Both of them were actually quite accomplished fighters and excellent taijutsu sparring partners. Soon enough, Naruto had become friends with the girl, who identified herself as Tenten, and even managed to eventually get under Niji's cool exterior to an extent. Today, Guy was teaching them about opening the celestial gates and a move that can only be used by opening them. After the theory, as well as some tips from both Naruto and Guy, everyone tried. Even though the group knew that Lee had no chakra, he had a surprising knack for opening gates, as did Naruto. Naruto was puzzled as to why Niji could not open them, considering his clan relied on total control of their chakra, but proceeded to open the first gate. Once he closed it, Guy showed them the move, which shocked even Naruto. The move was a highly destructive, self-damaging move, but if you managed to get the enemy with it, they were pretty much guaranteed death. Guy gave Naruto 2 rolls of specially modified medical tape, insisting that he use them to assist with the move. Naruto found that he could control the movement of this medical tape with chakra. Naruto and Lee both undid part of the medical tape around their forearms and aimed for their individual targets, which happened to be 2 rather large logs. Once they opened the first gate, they disappeared, reappearing inside what would be considered the enemy's guard, giving a savage kick to the log, making it fly into the air. One of the things Naruto, Niji and Guy noticed was that when Lee opened a gate was that his body somehow produced chakra while the gate was open. Using this, both boys controlled the medical tape to wrap around the logs, adding an extremely fast rotation to add extra damage to the impact, slamming the logs into the ground. Omote Renge. Both boys fell back, panting from the strain on their bodies as they heard the logs crack and split in half, much to Niji and Tenten's amazement. Lee, having boundless energy, jumped up, cheering and shouting while Naruto just shook his head, trying to get over the pain his body was feeling. Stamina freak. Lee smiled, giving him a nice guy pose, and Naruto shuddered as he saw Lee's teeth sparkle. After training with the 3 for the day, Naruto went home, silently dreading whatever foolish mission they would get tomorrow. Next morning midday, after a 30-minute meeting, Kurenai had taken the team to receive their mission. Much to the chagrin of the team, it was time to find that dreaded cat, Tora, again. Naruto just barely suppressed a groan. This was the 4th time this week alone they had to retrieve the daimyo's wife's demon cat. Naruto seriously wished he could just kick the cat clear into the middle of next week so as to avoid it for at least 1 week. When they had caught it, the cat attempted to scratch Naruto until he directed a none too small amount of chakra-infused hatred at the cat, who quietened down immediately. Shikamaru had sighed. Mendo Kusei. When they reported their success to Mission Command and handed over the offending kitten to the daimyo's wife, she started violently squeezing the cat against her face. Chuji smiled as he put more chips into his mouth. No wonder it runs away so often. Naruto was chanting a mantra to himself, which the others heard. Hug it harder. Hug it harder. Hug it harder. Both boys smirked and Kurenai chuckled. The woman left the payment for the Hokage and left the room with a very distressed cat. The Hokage smiled at them. Team, your missions for today include babysitting an elder's grandson, shopping in a nearby town, digging up the potatoes dash. Naruto sighed and shook his head before speaking the other three's opinions. Old man, do you realize the content of the missions you're giving us? I really don't see how these could be classified as missions for ninja. These are tasks that should be delegated to regular civilians. A ninja is supposed to handle his inventory carefully, not squander it on things that they could be used for something that would better suit their purpose. Iruka was going to shout out at Naruto, but his logic was sound. There really was no answer to Naruto's request other than to admit that he was right. The Hokage sighed and took a puff of his pipe, reaching into the stack of paper marked C. He handed a scroll to Kurenai, giving them a brief summary of the mission. The Wave Country has sent a person to request protection from thugs and bandits as he completes the bridge he is working on. You can come in now. The door opened, and the team turned to see a thick-set man most likely in his 50s. His skin was very tanned, indicating he worked outside most of his life. He reeked of alcohol and the bottle of sake in his hand proved it. He took another swig as he looked over the people that were assigned to protect him. What's the idea of giving me 3 runts for protection? Are you sure they can do it? The blonde looked super stupid. Naruto smiled lazily as he looked at the man. You know, underestimating a person is a grave mistake that you usually won't live to regret. The old man stopped drinking, a grin spreading over his face. I like you, kid. I was half expecting you to lose your cool. Sorry about that. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. No harm done. We'll protect you until you complete the bridge. The man nodded as he thanked the Hokage and led them to the front of the Hokage tower. Kurenai looked at each of them. We're leaving in half an hour from the south gate. Prepare yourselves for a several-week mission. Go! The 3 split, while Kurenai nodded at Tazuna, poofing away to get her own things, leaving the man to walk towards the south gate by himself. Half an hour later, the 3 boys met up within a minute of each other, seeing Tazuna already there. As the designated half-hour expired, Kurenai appeared and the team walked out of the gates towards their destination. Naruto immediately struck up a conversation with Tazuna about the project he was the head of. Tazuna had carefully prepared a story that would leave out any details hinting this mission was anything more than a C-class. Naruto smiled when he felt a genjutsu and looked to see a puddle on the ground. All 4 ninjas noticed that it was off. It hadn't rained in weeks, and the weather since it last rained had been very sunny with few clouds. They kept walking and both Naruto and Kurenai felt the genjutsu dispel and 2 ninjas charge at them. Naruto flicked his trusty trench knives onto his hands from their hidden pouches in his sleeves and activated the chakra knives. Kurenai smiled at the team. Go for it. Tazuna looked up to see 2 ninjas wearing face masks, cloaks and a gauntlet on opposing arms that were connected via a chain with their eyes right on him. Shikamaru jumped in front of Tazuna, extending his cage mane to catch the 2 Chunin-level ninja unaware. Naruto charged forwards, slicing the chain connecting the ninja in half while Chuji used his combo to turn into a ball of meat while he began rolling towards them. Roll, 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 roll. The ninja looked at Chuji with a look of surprise, fear and a hint of total confusion. Just as Chuji was about to impact them, Shikamaru let go of the cage mane to ensure he didn't receive friendly fire. Chuji squashed the 2 ninja and came to a stop. Naruto looked at the 2 ninja who had stars in their eyes. Naruto took out some ninja wire from his pack, dragging the pair to a tree and tying them to it. Tazuna looked at the 3 young ninjas in surprise. No wonder the Hokage had assigned this team to him. These guys were good. Naruto slapped the ninja awake to start questioning them. After he thought he'd gotten all of the info out of them he could, which was very little, he used a genjutsu to knock them unconscious for quite some time. Naruto turned to check that his teammates and sensei were uninjured, and they all turned to Tazuna. Naruto spoke for them. We really don't mind taking on enemy ninja, but it's not a good idea to hide that info. Judging by the description you gave us of the Wave Country, I can understand the problem with the payment needed for a B or an A rank mission, but if you had told the Hokage of your circumstances, I'm sure you could have come to some agreement. Tazuna sighed. The boy was smart, no doubt about it. He looked up with a fake smile. Sorry about that. So, will you still continue the mission? They all looked to Kurenai, who just shrugged. I may be their sensei, but if they don't want to, I can't force them. Tazuna looked at each of them before Naruto's eyes crinkled into a lazy smile. Not doing something that you know is right is the coward's way. We all want to continue. Tazuna looked genuinely happy as he led them further down the road towards the wave. Several hours later, Tazuna had led them to a boat where another man in a coolie hat was waiting. The man nodded to Tazuna, and when Tazuna introduced the 4 Konoha ninjas as super powerful, the man smiled and bowed, introducing himself as Kaji. Once everyone was on board, Kaji started the motor and they made their way upriver into a thick mist. At an apparently random point, Kaji cued the engine, stating that Gaara's men regularly patrolled this area, asking them to keep it down as he brought out an pole and began pushing the boat the last leg of the journey. Soon enough, the silhouette of the bridge came into view. Shikamaru studied it in a calculative fashion, as did Naruto and Kurenai. Chuji looked at it in awe. That's a large bridge. Tazuna smiled, keeping his voice low like Chuji had. Yeah, that's the super bridge I'm building. Once it's completed, the wave country will return to its former state of prosperity. Naruto nodded as they passed under the bridge and arrived at the shore. They got out and Kaji nodded to them. This is as far as I can go without being caught. Good luck. Tazuna nodded. Take care, friend. Kaji nodded and began rowing back the way he had come while the others continued on towards the wave. After several hours of walking, both Naruto and Kurenai stiffened slightly and Naruto hurled a kunai into a bush. After whatever was in there stopped moving, Naruto went to check what the person wanted. When he cleared the bush, he saw a snow-white rabbit looking at him, glassy eyes. Tazuna raised an eyebrow, but Naruto knew there was something off. Rabbits that were this color only came from one country, and wave wasn't it. Naruto felt his danger sense tingling and he jumped to the ground, as did Kurenai and Chuji, while Shikamaru took Tazuna down just in time to avoid having their heads separated from their bodies. The massive sword embedded itself into a tree and a figure appeared on the hilt, staring at them over his shoulder. Everyone recovered and looked at the man. Kurenai's eyes narrowed at the hymn in recognition. Momochi Zabuza, Class Nuke-nin, former member of the 7 Shinobi Swordsmen. This is the last place I expected to run into you. Zabuza umphed and turned around fully, focusing on Kurenai. Yuuhi Kurenai, Genjutsu Mistress of Konoha, rank. I see you've brought some brats with you. How long do you think they'll last? Kurenai raised an eyebrow. Longer than you think. Zabuza raised an eyebrow, that is, if he had one. Instead, the skin where his eyebrow would be just lifted. You seem to have a lot of confidence in these kids. Kurenai smiled coldly at Zabuza. I do, especially since I've trained them. Zabuza laughed mirthlessly as he yanked the sword out of the 3 and landed, forming a single-hand seal. Kirigakur no Jutsu. The light mist around them rapidly intensified into a severe fog, making them incapable of seeing more than 2 meters in any direction. A disembodied voice floated out from all around them. 8 points. Shikamaru and Chuji raised an eyebrow. Naruto smiled. Silent killing. He's going for the 8 vital points of the human body. There was laughter from all around. You know your stuff, kid. Mind telling me what those points are? Naruto's eyes crinkled up as he recited them. Liver, lungs, spine, subclavicle vein, jugular vein, brain, kidneys, heart. There was more laughter before Naruto felt Zabuza appear right in the middle of their group. Exactly. Let's see how many I can get on one swipe. Naruto flashed forward, shoving a kunai into Zabuza's stomach only to see the wound drip water, and not blood. Naruto cursed his luck. Mizu Bunshin. Sure enough, the Bunshin turned to water and splattered onto the ground. Naruto felt another presence behind him. This one was just as weak as the last, so Naruto prepared his plan. You're not bad for a runt. However, this is where you die. Zabuza cleaved Naruto, only to find he puffed into smoke. Kage Bunshin? Naruto appeared behind Zabuza again, one of Naruto's chakra knives held to his neck. Yeah. I would have, though a Jounin would never have underestimated an opponent. After all, there are kids my age that are stronger than I am. Naruto was aware of another Zabuza behind him. This one was also a clone, but he felt the real deal appear behind Kurenai. Naruto stood stock still. No matter what he did now, it was highly likely that one of the groups would die. Naruto should have seen this coming. So, you sacrificed pawns until you got me into a false sense of security, and then cornered the queen with yours. I should have seen that. Zabuza smirked again. So you play Shugi? Well, you realize without your queen, you're stuffed, right? Naruto sighed, slowly taking his knife back from in front of him. Zabuza smirked and gave Kurenai a savage kick to the back, sending her flying into the water. Naruto used both knives to inflict a wound deep enough on the clones to destroy both of them before looking at Kurenai. Kurenai sensei. Kurenai got to the surface of the water only to see Zabuza was behind her and formed several seals, trapping her in a prison of water. He looked back at them. Checkmate. Hand over the old man. Naruto, Chuji, and Shikamaru got to their feet. Kurenai looked at them. The three of you, get out of here. Naruto, I may have trained you for 7 years, but you're still no match for him. Take Tazuna and run. Naruto sighed. The second you were captured, we lost that option. If we ran, Zabuza would kill you and then pick us off at his leisure. Both Chuji and Shikamaru nodded in agreement. Zabuza formed about 10 Mizu bunshins and sent them to stand around the four of them. Shikamaru bent down and formed his thinking pose. Naruto and Chuji smiled. Whenever Shikamaru formed that pose, he was coming up with a strategy. After about 1 minute, Shikamaru opened his eyes and put his hands by his side. Naruto, I need you to take care of the queen. I'll hold off the pawns with Chuji until you deal with him. Naruto nodded and readied himself as Shikamaru pulled out 10 kunai, while Chuji prepared to do an old trick. Shikamaru launched the kunai at the clones, who dodged with ease. Chuji focused his chakra to his arms. Yuban Baika no Jutsu. Chuji's arms grew massively disproportionate to his body size, and he brought both hands in a swiping motion, knocking the Zabuza clones back to their original positions where Shikamaru captured them with his clan jutsu that he had extended towards their original positions after throwing the kunai. Kage main no Jutsu. Seiko. By now, Naruto had long disappeared from his teammate's position and Zabuza felt the boy's presence behind him, running along the top of the water with chakra knives activated. Zabuza smirked and used his free hand to swipe at the boy, who brought the knives up into a defensive position much like a boxer would. After dodging several swipes, Naruto brought the two knives together and captured the sword in between them. Even though Zabuza was using one hand, Naruto was struggling to keep the blade from cleaving him in half. Naruto started trying to push the blade back before he kicked water up into Zabuza's face, making him shut his eyes out of instinct. The split second was all Naruto needed as he dislodged Zabuza's sword from the deadlock and let gravity do its work. Zabuza was still putting a heavy amount of pressure on the sword, and when he felt the resistance disappear, he stumbled slightly, but not enough to break the prison. Naruto took care of that by reappearing behind Zabuza, giving him a boot to the small of the back. Zabuza stumbled and pulled his hand free of the prison, thereby breaking the jutsu, releasing Kurenai. He looked up at Naruto with a wicked glint in his eyes. You're good kid. To be able to take me on in arm taijutsu, even if I only had one hand free and live without a scratch proves that you're good. No wonder your sensei has faith in you. Naruto smiled lazily at him, distancing himself from Zabuza. Kurenai joined him and they both stared at Zabuza, who stared right back. They both waited for the other to make the first move. Finally, as the splash of water hit the ground that indicated Zabuza's clones had been defeated, the real ones started forming hand seals. Naruto instantly recognized the jutsu as one he had seen Kakashi perform not too long ago. However, he still did not know how to perform it, so he used a separate jutsu. Suiton, Suyuden no Jutsu. Keton, Karyo Enden no Jutsu. Kurenai had also performed a genjutsu, making her disappear from the naked eye, leaving the two jutsus to take form and collide. The dragon of water headed straight for the dragon of fire. creating a huge explosion of steam and superheated particles of water. Kurenai had used this time to reappear behind Zabuza with a kunai to his neck. "It's over, Zabuza. Checkmate." Zabuza started to relax, knowing he had lost when he felt two Sinbon needles pierce his neck, and he dropped to the ground, or in this case, the surface of the water, and began sinking until a young child with a mask, signifying he was either an Anbu or Hunter Nin, appeared, pulling Zabuza's body out of the water. "Indeed it is checkmate. I have been hunting Zabuza for several months now. He had proven elusive. Thank you for your assistance." Kurenai nodded slowly as the boy put the body over his shoulder. Naruto raised a lazy eyebrow. "So, are you going to get rid of the body? I can see it would be hard to do on water, but why not do it over there where my friends are?" Naruto motioned over to Chuji, Shikamaru, and Tazuna. The Hunter Nin looked there and then gave a slight shrug, disappearing. Naruto cursed. The boy had left the area. Great. The boy took Zabuza somewhere else. I get the feeling that he wasn't what he claimed he was. Kurenai nodded as they went back to shore, heading the last part of the way to the main village of the wave. That afternoon, Tazuna had led the group to a house that looked slightly better quality than the rest, which were not exactly what the group would call houses. Tazuna hadn't been kidding when he said this country was poor. He opened the front door and led them in. Tazuna led them into a room that seemed to be a living room, dining room, and kitchen rolled into one. A young woman with long black hair came inside. "Dad, are you okay?" Tazuna nodded, smiling. "I'm fine, Tsunami, thanks to these super guys. They saved me twice on the way here." Tsunami smiled at the three boys and the woman. "Thank you. The bridge is our last hope to get out of this poverty. If we lost Dad, that would be the end of it." Kurenai introduced them to Tsunami as she sat them down, making everyone a cup of tea and chatting about the mission. That night, Team 8 and the three occupants of the house were sitting around the table eating dinner. Shikamaru, Chuji, and Naruto were talking about training as well as some other things. Out of nowhere, the boy who was apparently Tsunami's son slammed his hands on the table, catching everyone's attention. "Why do you bother trying so hard? You can't defeat Gato as men. If you go up against him, you'll just die." Naruto just smiled at him. "Inari, do you believe in heroes?" The three owners of the house looked at Naruto warily, but he continued on. "There are two types of heroes in this world: regular heroes and martyrs. Being either type of hero has its advantages and disadvantages. The former has to be smart enough to stay alive, or else they'll become a martyr. However, martyrs usually set an example to the people around them that they are not afraid to die to protect those close to them, and also have a dying wish for those close to him or her. Which type do you think I am?" Inari looked at Naruto for a few seconds. "Martyr." Naruto shook his head. "I can't become a martyr yet. Not until I achieve my dream. Until my dream is achieved, I will live life in a way that will leave me with no regrets. You should do the same." Inari was shocked that Naruto had used the line his father used. However, Inari still wasn't finished. "But how would you know what it's like for someone close to you to die? I bet you've lived a sheltered life." Naruto shook his head. "For the first 4 years of my life, I had nothing. No one. I was hunted as a monster by mobs of villagers, who took special pleasure in beating me to near death on my birthday. On my 4th birthday, I found someone precious to me. He saved me from the regular mob and even adopted me. From that moment on, I vowed to protect the people important to me with all my strength. Inari were the exact opposite in some ways. I started with no family and gained them, while you started with a full family and lost some. Neither of us have had it easy, but we should never judge another by first appearances." Everyone except Kurenai was shocked, speechless. Naruto had lived that kind of a life yet was as happy as he was? Even though Chuji and Shikamaru had gotten an answer they were secretly wondering about, it left them with more questions than answers. Inari slowly stopped crying, looking at Naruto, who was smiling at him. Inari's lips formed the barest hint of a smile as he rubbed the tears from his eyes. "Sorry, Naruto." Naruto waved a hand dismissively. "No problem." Tazuna and Tsunami were almost floored. Naruto, in the space of a minute, had completely changed Inari's beliefs, and waved off his apology for the outburst like he was used to such things every day. This boy was by no stretch of the imagination ordinary. Naruto got up and bent down and looked Inari in the face. Inari, if you want to stop people precious to you dying, grow strong enough to protect them. Naruto pulled several shuriken, kunai and a coil of ninja wire from his ninja pack and handed them to Inari, who looked at them like it was a godsend. Naruto gave Inari a warning. Be careful how you use them. They can very seriously hurt people. Make sure you get at least a year's practice with them before you even think of bringing them out near people unless it's an absolute emergency. Practice with them in an area where you're sure no people are around, okay? Inari nodded again as Naruto ruffled his hair, standing up and putting his plate in the sink. Do you mind if I excuse myself? I'm feeling rather tired from today's fights. Everyone else in the room was still trying to recover from the revelations of the past several minutes, but Tazuna nodded dumbly. No problem. Naruto left the group to head to the boys' room and stripped down to his boxers, before taking a quick shower to get rid of the sweat and grime covering his body. As he walked out of the bathroom with a towel around his waist, he acutely aware of Kurenai just entering her room when she saw Naruto come out. They stared at each other for a moment, not sure what to say or do. Kurenai saw Naruto's well-toned body and begun to blush as a few perverted thoughts ran through her mind. Naruto, seeing Kurenai blush, blushed in return. Both of them kept getting redder until Naruto turned and faced the bedroom. Gomenasai, Kurenai-chan. Kurenai shook her head. I should be the one apologizing, Naruto. They both shrugged it off and went into their rooms. Chuji and Shikamaru came in soon after Naruto had changed into his sleepwear. Both boys saw Naruto staring dreamily at the ceiling and knew that look anywhere. It was the same look Naruto had on his face the day after they had passed the Genin exam. Both boys ignored it and got changed before getting into their futons and turned out the lights. Next morning, Naruto was the first awake, as he usually was, just before dawn. Naruto got out of bed, dressed and crept out of the room so as not to wake the others. He stepped outside and jumped onto the roof to watch the unobstructed view of the sun rising. He became aware of Kurenai walking out of the house. She saw him and jumped up next to him, taking a seat. After a minute, Kurenai broke the silence. What you did for Inari yesterday was really kind. Naruto sighed. But it was all true. Kurenai chuckled. That was practically Naruto's standard answer to all praise for his support of others. I know, and that's what made Inari make a change for the better. You're really unusual. Naruto. Not many people could do that sort of thing in under a minute. Naruto smiled at the praise. He leant his head on her shoulder, which she didn't resist, and they watched the sun make its first appearance over the horizon, turning the sky from black to an odd purple, indicating twilight before it slowly turned to red, orange, yellow, and finally blue. By now, the rest of the house was up, so Naruto took his head off her shoulder, blushing a bit before they hopped down, going inside for breakfast. Once everyone was at the table, the mood was much lighter than last night. In fact, Inari was shoveling down his food with gusto usually seen by famished people. After everyone had finished, Tsunami took the plates and began washing up. Kurenai turned to Tazuna. From what I've been able to figure out last night, Zabuza may have been put into just a near-death state. He's not actually dead. Tsunami let a plate drop from her fingers which shattered on the ground while Tazuna let the chopsticks in his hand clatter to the table while Inari looked at her. Naruto nodded in agreement. The weapon the boy used was questionable. Normally, senbon needles are used in medical acupuncture, and the chances of getting a kill in 2 needles is for all intents and purposes, 0. The only way you could achieve something like that is if you trained from a young age using solely needles and had an incredible understanding of the human anatomy. Shikamaru nodded in agreement, adding his own 2 cents. From what I know of how ANBU and Hunter Nines work, once they kill their target, they are required to destroy the body on the spot, taking back something like the head as proof of the kill. Regardless of the fact that Zabuza died on the water, Naruto had told the boy to go to the shore we were on, which was the nearest stable ground, but he disappeared. I'd say he was actually working with Zabuza. Both Naruto and Kurenai nodded in agreement. Tazuna was visibly shaking, but Naruto smiled at him. He was lucky to get away last time. The only thing that saved him was the boy. Now that we know about him, it won't happen again. From an injury like that, he won't be getting out of bed for at least another half a week. Even then, he won't attack us for another few days until he gets his strength back. All the other ninjas in the room nodded to show they agreed with the analysis. Tazuna sighed. Well, at least by that stage, the bridge should just about be complete. They chatted a bit more before Tazuna brought out a list of things that he needed doing. Some things involved getting supplies for the bridge, such as hand tools, screws, bolts and nuts. Others included buying some groceries for dinner that night. Kurenai took stock of the list and assigned each person duties. Chuji went to get the groceries while Shikamaru went to get the supplies for the bridge. Kurenai opted to guard the bridge, which left Naruto to guard the house. Naruto smiled as he turned to Inari. Well, since I'm here, I can help you practice with the things I gave you. Inari hugged Naruto and ran off to get the kunai, shuriken and wire. Once he had returned, Naruto looked at Tsunami. Tsunami-sen, we won't be going far, however, if anything happens, either drop or throw this to the ground, okay? Naruto handed Tsunami a brown ball which she took. What is it, Naruto? It's a flash bomb. I'll see it from a mile off. Remember, whatever you do, close your eyes as you throw it. Otherwise, you'll end up temporarily blinded. Tsunami nodded slowly and put the ball in her dress pocket, and Naruto led Inari out the door to a nearby tree. Making sure no one was around, Naruto began instructing Inari on how to throw each implement and also a few things he could do with the wire. By the time it was dusk, Inari was amazed at the patience Naruto had with Inari's constant stuff-ups. Naruto stood up and packed away his own gear. Come on, Inari, it's almost dinner time. Inari stood up. Asu! Inari grabbed his weapons and followed Naruto back to the house just in time to see Kurenai and Tazuna returning as well. About a week later, for the next 5 or so days, everything was pretty much the same. On the 5th day, Naruto was waiting for Inari to arrive at the tree when he felt the flash bomb go off. Naruto stiffened and ran to the house to see that Tsunami was being dragged out of the house by 2 thugs while Inari was hurling his kunai and shuriken at them, only half of them hitting them, which both of them expertly blocked with their katanas. Inari, now out of weapons, charged at them blindly, letting out a war cry as he went. Naruto pumped chakra to his feet to increase his speed and just managed to replace Inari with a nearby plank of wood as the thugs sliced the piece of wood to pieces. Both of them were aware of a presence behind them, but neither of them was able to turn around before they were dealt a severe blow to the backs of the neck, knocking them unconscious for quite some time. Naruto looked at Inari, smiling. Inari, thanks to that, I was able to save both you and your mum. I need you to do something. Get the villagers and whatever weapons you can get and come to the bridge. Today, Gato is going down. Inari nodded and saluted Naruto as Naruto brought his hands together in a seal muttering Kai. The weights on his arms and legs expelled their stored chakra, making Naruto able to move much faster. Naruto blurred out of existence and headed towards the bridge as fast as he could. I have to make it in time. Just as Naruto got to the bridge, he saw that the group had just gotten there, the unconscious bodies of the workers scattered over the bridge. The mist started thickening quickly as Zabuza and the boy appeared in front of the group. Naruto waited to see what would happen and plan an ambush. Chuji was quickly delegated to taking care of Tazuna, while Shikamaru tried in vain to match up to Haku's speed. Kurenai went up against Zabuza. On the whole, Haku was faring quite well against Shikamaru while Kurenai was holding her own against Zabuza. Just as the Haku was about to land the killing blow, Naruto blurred in front of Shikamaru and punched Haku in the face, sending the boy at least 20 meters back. Haku got up and looked at Naruto. You are that boy from a week ago. Naruto nodded. I always thought there was something strange about you. Haku pulled out a senbon while Naruto pulled out his lovable trench knives. Naruto noticed that he was surrounded by Zabuza clones. Naruto smirked and slashed them all across the chest, or stomach in under a second, watching them splatter to the ground. Kurenai smiled. Finally took of your weights, Naruto? Naruto nodded. Yeah. I wouldn't have made it here in time if I hadn't. Zabuza chuckled. Seems like you've got a match for your speed, Haku. Indeed, Zabuza-san. Haku charged forwards, as did Naruto. Trench Knife met Sunban as they tested each other's strength before spinning around, trying to find an opening in the other's defense. Neither of them found one, so they clashed again. And again. Finally, Naruto blocked Haku's Sunban with one hand. Now that I have one of your hands occupied, I am at an advantage. The first part was the water from the clones littering the ground. This is the second part. Naruto watched in amazement as the boy started doing one-handed seals. The water rose up, forming a dome of water drops, which turned into water Sunban. They froze and hovered ominously around Naruto. This is it. Haku sent the ice Senban into Naruto, making a cloud of fine mortar like dust cover Naruto and Haku. Tazuna gasped, but Shikamaru, Chuji and Kurenai smiled. When the dust cleared, Naruto had a knife to Haku's neck. Haku turned around to try and block the knife, but Naruto kicked Haku in the back, sending him sprawling. Zabuza sighed. You know you're going to get beaten like this, Haku. I know, Zabuza-san. Haku got up and looked at Naruto. Naruto felt the air around him drop at least 10 degrees, so he discreetly replaced himself with a Kage Bunshin he had been keeping out of the fight in case something like this happened. The water around the clone began forming panels which promptly froze and formed a barrier of mirrors. Haku melted into one of the mirrors and appeared in all of them. This is my true speed. There's no way you can match this. The clone just sighed, hoping this jutsu would work like it was supposed to. He forced his chakra into his innermost coils and concentrated. He let it all free in an instant, turning the clone into a living bomb. The mirrors shattered and Haku was sent flying. Everyone looked at Naruto in fascination of the jutsu. The real Naruto appeared beside Shikamaru. Kage Bunshin Daiba. Kurenai smiled at Naruto, amazed with his progress. Zabuza saw this distraction and held Kurenai around the neck. Naruto looked in horror as Kurenai gasped. He was strangling her. Not a good trade, was it? A pawn for a queen. You lose, brat. Zabuza stabbed Kurenai in the stomach with a kunai and threw her to the side like a piece of trash. Naruto reappeared beside Kurenai, who was breathing sharply and blood poured out of her stomach. She looked at Naruto in pain, sorrow, and regret. I'm sorry, Naruto. Don't. You can't. Not yet. Kurenai painfully raised a hand to Naruto's face, brushing her hand against it. I'm sorry, Naruto. With that, Kurenai fell limp, as good as dead. Naruto's emotions stopped. He was staring as the last vestiges of life of the one and only woman he would ever love slip away. Zabuza laughed. First death, brat? Get used to it. Naruto lowered his head and hugged Kurenai to him, willing her to come back to life. The body remained motionless as Zabuza turned to the others. Now that she's dead, you lot will die just as easily. Shut up. Zabuza, as well as everyone else, stopped at the voice. They turned back to its source to see blood-red chakra pouring out of Naruto. Zabuza stared at Naruto in a mixture of fascination and horror. You killed her, you bastard. You have no idea how much she meant to me. I'll kill you. The chakra exploded off Naruto, making everyone stumble back at the sheer magnitude of it. Even the water of the river sent shockwaves out from Naruto's position above it while the bridge around Naruto began cracking and buckling under him. When Naruto turned to face Zabuza, everyone's blood ran cold. Naruto's eyes were no longer the calm blue they were used to. They were blood red and they screamed bloody murder. Naruto's hair was no longer neat. It had a very feral quality to it. The chakra around Naruto began to form a single helix and then condensed about 10 meters above him, forming the face of a fox. The chakra subsided and Naruto hunched over. Tears spilling from his eyes. You think you're a demon? You're just a pathetic piece of trash. Why don't you find out what a true demon can do? Ha! Naruto moved his fist forward, sending a wave of rock and dust at Zabuza, blinding him before Naruto charged in, and landing a sickening combo to Zabuza's face, chest, and stomach, ending with a kick to the chin, which sent him flying back. Zabuza landed in time to see Naruto jump down from on top, slamming into Zabuza's head with both fists, sending Zabuza straight through the bridge and into the water below. Naruto let out a primal roar of anguish, fury, and hatred. He jumped off the side of the bridge and proceeded to beat Zabuza to a pulp. Every time Zabuza managed to cast a jutsu to try and keep the boy at bay, Naruto just ran full force into it and blew the jutsu to pieces and kept going as if nothing impeded him. Zabuza quickly realized that this kid was going to kill him, and there wasn't a thing he could do about it. Naruto proceeded to slash and hack Zabuza to pieces before he went in for the killing blow. However, it didn't land, at least, not on its expected target. Haku had jumped in to take the blow for Zabuza from an ice mirror. Naruto's hand went straight through the boy's chest while Haku grabbed Naruto's hand to try and keep him there. Naruto growled in frustration as he ripped his arm out of Haku and threw him to the side, concentrating on his main target. Naruto decided a modified version of the Omote Renge would suit the situation just fine. He disappeared and kicked Zabuza by the chin straight up, making him crash through another place in the bridge. When Naruto jumped back up, he saw that Zabuza was dying, and there was no chance to survive. Naruto walked up to him, lifting up the man by the belt that held his sword to his back. A pawn and the king for a queen. In terms of Shugi, we won. However, I'm going to make sure you feel the pain I am. I'm going to break your heart. Naruto reached his fist back and began charging chakra to it before he shoved his hand straight through Zabuza's chest, making the man drop dead in Naruto's arm. Naruto threw Zabuza over the side. Now, with the object of his rage dead, Naruto's real senses started returning. His eyes turned from red to blue and the red chakra stopped as he fell to his knees and began sobbing. Everyone became aware of some laughing from the incomplete end of the bridge. They turned to see a large group of thugs as well as a fat man with one arm in plaster laughing. I always thought Zabuza was nothing but a kawaii little demon. Seeing your fight with him, I'm convinced of it. Oh well, I was going to kill him after he had done his job anyway. Hiring ninja from villages is too expensive, and they tend to speak out against the type of work I give them, so renegade nins like Zabuza and his pet are perfect. Then, when I'm finished with them, I just let them wear each other out fighting normal ninja while these guys take care of the rest. It's a great dash. He didn't get to finish the sentence as an arrow lodged itself in his forehead, making him drop to the ground, dead. Naruto turned to Inari and the entire Wave village with all sorts of makeshift weapons. You won't take another step closer to this village. If you hurt another one of our friends, we'll stop you with everything we have. The villagers raised their weapons in the air, giving a roar of approval. The thugs were indecisive now. Naruto decided to tip the scales further in their favor. He had only a little chakra left, as using the Kyuubi's chakra was tiring to say the least. Naruto formed about 30 Kage Bunshins with the last of his chakra, and the thugs decided it was a good time to take a hike. Most of them scrambled down the net that their boat was connected to, or the more impatient ones just dived off. Naruto dispelled the clones and he fell to his knees. He then remembered Kurenai and forced himself to go and check on her. Just as he got there, he collapsed. The last of his chakra expended and entered a deep sleep. A few days later, Naruto awoke in a bed inside an unfamiliar place. Naruto tried to get his bearings before he recalled the events of the bridge. He sat bolt upright, his eyes wide with fear. Kurenai-chan. Naruto looked around to see a man looking at him with shock. The man came and checked up on him. Are you alright, Naruto-san? You should have been out for quite a few more days dash. Naruto ripped the bed covers off and started looking around frantically. Where is she? Naruto, keep it down, this is a hospital. Naruto froze. He pulled the curtain out of the way that separated his bed from the next, and saw Kurenai laying there with a mildly irritated look on her face. Not thinking, Naruto lunged and grabbed her into a hug, much to the dismay of the doctor. Kurenai-chan. Kurenai froze and Naruto realized that her stomach was still quite tender, so he got off her, grinning sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Gomenasai, sensei. Kurenai smiled at Naruto. Don't worry, Naruto. We just don't have your rate of healing. Naruto smiled again as both Shikamaru and Chuji came into the room. Chuji was munching on a bag of chips while Shikamaru made their presence known. What's all this troublesome noise? Definitely no surprises there. The doctor gave Naruto and Kurenai a final checkup before exiting the room. All of them sat around Kurenai's bed, a heavy tension in the air. Finally, Naruto sighed. I guess I owe you guys an explanation. Kurenai raised an eyebrow. Think they can handle the truth, Naruto? Naruto looked at her, then at each of the other two. Naruto decided to make them guess by providing the barest facts. I've told you that my birthday is October 10th, right? They both nodded. I'm the same age as you two are. Chuji nodded again, not understanding where this was going. Shikamaru, on the other hand, had a fairly good idea. Naruto, could you show us your face? Naruto sighed. No going back now. Naruto pulled down the face mask to show the others his 3 whisker marks on each cheek. Shikamaru nodded in understanding. It wouldn't have anything to do with the Kyuubi, would it? Naruto nodded and pulled the mask back up. That's right. On the day I was born, the Kyuubi was defeated. Not killed, defeated. His soul was ripped out of his body and he was sealed inside a newborn infant. Me. Shikamaru nodded slowly, as did Chuji. Now, the tidbits Naruto had given them on his past all made sense. The orphanage, the beatings, why his birthday was the worst day of the year. Naruto looked at them with eyes full of desperation. Shikamaru sighed. You're so troublesome, Naruto. Naruto saw Shikamaru smiling and Chuji offered him the bag of chips. I don't care if you're the container, you're still the Naruto we've always known. Just remind me not to get you angry, okay? The 4 of them laughed at the joke. This had gone down far better than Naruto could have ever hoped for. As they stopped laughing, Naruto turned serious again. Even though you know this information is considered an S-rank secret. You two aren't even supposed to know. Not even what my face looks like. They both nodded in understanding, while Shikamaru muttered his signature word, troublesome, again. Nearly a week later, Kurenai had been cleared from hospital or the medical shack, in this instance, and they had showed up at the bridge to see that it was now completed. Tazuna and the rest of the villagers were there to see them off. Tazuna smiled at them. You guys were super. Thanks to you, the bridge is now complete, Gato is dead and we can get our lives back on track. We don't know how we can repay you. Naruto smiled. Just make the wave country into something that won't waste the effort we went through. Naruto looked at Inari, who was trying to hold back the tears. Naruto smiled at him. Inari, just because you said you wouldn't cry anymore doesn't mean you can't cry because you're happy. Remember, a ninja who keeps their emotions suppressed at all times is no longer human. Inari smiled at Naruto. It's okay for you to cry too. Naruto nodded. Yeah. They said their final goodbyes and Team 8 began their trek back to Konoha. One of the people beside Tazuna looked at him. Tazuna-san, we still haven't named the bridge yet. Tazuna smiled. You're right. I think we should call it the Great Naruto Bridge. Naruto changed the heart of Inari, and he changed the hearts of the villagers. Everyone agreed that the name was perfect, and so they went back to rebuilding their lives. Chunin Exams Part 1. Several weeks after the wave, Team 8 had made it back and reported the entire mission in great detail to the Hokage, much to the chagrin of the old man. After the team had been dismissed, the Hokage asked that Naruto remain behind. Naruto did as he was asked. Naruto, now that you've revealed the secret to your teammates, I want you to stick to the law for everyone else. Not until they've reached the rank of Jounin are they permitted to know. Understood? Naruto nodded. Sure thing, old man. The old man sighed as he took a puff of his pipe before telling Naruto the next part of why he detained him here. Naruto, the secret is far too deadly to be let out. Although it pains me to do this, I'm authorizing you to use any force you deem necessary to stop the spread of the rumor. I trust both of your teammates, but with the times ahead, I would not be surprised if word somehow got out. The only thing I can compensate for this is turning this into an ongoing S-rank mission. Naruto nodded slowly. I guess I could take it. The old man spoke to Naruto for a few moments more before dismissing him, asking that he report to the hospital for psychological testing to make sure that his mind was still stable after killing both of his targets on the mission. About a week later, the nurses at the hospital quickly made sure that Naruto was okay, providing a minor medical healing jutsu to help his mind recover before discharging him. Since then, Naruto had been training and trying to constantly improve himself. 6 days after they got back, Kurenai had appeared with 3 slips of paper. Morning, boys. To get straight to the point, I've nominated you 3 for the Chunin exams. Just sign the forms and turn up at room 301 at the academy by 4 p.m. tomorrow. Until then, you're dismissed. Kurenai poofed out of existence while Shikamaru looked over his form. Mendo kusai. Naruto smiled at Shikamaru. Everything's troublesome for you, Shikamaru. Shikamaru sighed. While Chuji opened a packet of chips, sharing them around as they went off to sign the forms and discuss the possibilities of the exam. Next day, 2 p.m. Naruto, Shikamaru and Chuji were walking towards the academy when they heard a yell, so they went to check it out. When they got there, they saw a pair of Chunin, a guy and a girl, facing off against 3 academy graduates. The male Chunin was holding one boy up by the collar, who was trying desperately to get free. The female sighed. If anything happens, I'm not taking the blame. The black-clad ninja smirked and drew his hand back for the punch when he felt 3 people staring at him from behind. He turned around to see 3 Konoha genins staring at him. What do you 3 want? Naruto looked lazily at the boy. We want you to put him down. The boy smirked. Are you going to make me? Shikamaru sighed. Mendo kusai. Naruto shrugged. For once, I agree with you, Shikamaru. Kankuro was aware that the blonde-masked kid was no longer with his friends, but directly behind him, holding a very sharp weapon to his throat. The Chunin and the 3 academy students hadn't even seen the boy move. Put him down. Now. Kankuro dropped the kid, who fell on his butt. Kankuro was unfastening the straps of the object on his back when Naruto became aware of a very disturbing aura very close by. Kankuro, stop. You're a disgrace to our village. But Gaara, they started it dash. I don't care. Shut up or I'll kill you. Both the black-clad boy and the girl seemed to flinch at this, while the redhead turned to Naruto. I apologize for his actions. Naruto dismissed it. No problem. Only a few egos were bruised, nothing too bad. Gaara's eyes narrowed at Naruto. I'm interested in you. Who are you? Naruto looked at the boy. Uzumaki Naruto. And you are? Sabaku no Gaara. Naruto nodded. I see. I look forward to seeing you in the Chunin exams, Gaara. As do I, Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara used Shushin to disappear, leaving the rest of them to clean up. Naruto turned to the boy who Kankuro had been about to knock out. You all right? The boy nodded slowly. Well, I'll catch you around. By the way, I don't think I've seen you before. What's your name? The boy's eyes lightened up. Konohamaru. Naruto smiled at the boy. Nice to meet you, Konohamaru. Unfortunately, I can't stay for too long. I have to go and take the Chunin exams with my friends. Konohamaru nodded and got back up, staring in awe at the first person who had ever called him by his name except his grandfather. Naruto turned to the 2 Chunin. Could I get your names? The boy nodded. Kankuro. The girl flushed slightly as she answered. Temari. Naruto nodded to each of them. Well, Kankuro-san, Temari-san. Good luck in the exam. Chuji and Shikamaru caught up with Naruto as they got the academy, waiting for the doors to open. Team 8 took this time to survey the potential opponents. They quickly dismissed the ones who bragged about themselves to their teams and others and instead paid attention to the teams either talking quietly amongst themselves or who said nothing at all. Finally, the doors were opened and the teams made their way inside. After walking up 2 flights of stairs, they needed to change to another stairwell to get up to the final floor. However, Naruto's genjutsu senses were tingling as he saw what it was. 2 people under rather decent henges for the genin they were posing as were guarding a door that was apparently 301, but Naruto could tell, not just by the shoddy genjutsu around it, but from the fact they had only gone up 2 flights of stairs. The genin tried to go past the pair, only to be shoved back by the genin. Naruto realized what was happening immediately. They were trying to weed out the truly weak ones from even taking the first test. Naruto was fine by that as he kept his team walking. However, one particular Uchiha happened to do something fairly stupid. It's nice to see you're guarding, but aren't you guarding the wrong room? This is only the 2nd level, not the 3rd. Drop the genjutsu. People started murmuring amongst themselves as Naruto slapped his forehead. Naruto could feel the genjutsu being undone, and after a small fight between the genin guarding the door and Sasuke, which Lee put an end to, Naruto turned back to the others. Naruto called out lazily to Sasuke. "Sasuke, you do realize what that genjutsu was meant to do, right?" All eyes turned to the boy. "Yeah. It was meant to stop us from getting to 301. Naruto nodded. "Exactly. If you had noticed it, why didn't you just lead your team past it and keep going? We could have gotten rid of all of these guys here before the first test, cutting a huge portion of the examiners off before we have to begin the test." Sasuke hated to admit it, but Naruto's logic was impeccable as always. Lee's eyes caught fire as he rushed up to his rival. "Naruto-kun, your fires of youth are burning as bright as ever. You are indeed my eternal rival." Naruto smiled, translating it for himself as, "You're looking well." "Hey Lee, how's Guy-sensei?" Lee did a nice guy pose to help illustrate his point. Guy-sensei's springtime of youth is an example to us all. Naruto translated this in his own mind to, "He's great." After a bit more friendly banter, Tenten and Niji walked up. "Hi Tenten." "Niji." Both of them greeted him in their usual manner, Tenten smiling and Niji giving a nod in his direction. Both teams walked down the corridor together, followed by Team 7, up the stairwell and down the final corridor to the real. Once they pushed open the doors, they were acutely aware of the entire room with their gaze on them. Team Guy ignored the gazes, taking a free seat. Team 8 just stood there, sizing up the people in the room. The doors burst open and Team 7 came in, Ino and Sakura having one of their all-too-frequent arguments again, but they stopped when they felt the atmosphere of the room. Naruto smiled at them. "Glad to see you made it as well." They all nodded and they turned as Kiba rather loudly introduced the presence of his team coming through the door. "Naruto, Chuji, Shikamaru, it's been a while since I've seen you three." Naruto smiled at Kiba. "Hey Kiba, Shino, Hinata." The three nodded in Naruto's direction. Naruto looked at Akamaru. "How's Akamaru, Kiba?" The dog gave a happy bark. "Great." Naruto pulled out a piece of dried meat and flicked it at Akamaru, who caught it expertly in his mouth. Kiba smiled at Naruto when Naruto felt someone coming up to them on the right. "Why don't you lot grasp the atmosphere? Screaming like a bunch of schoolgirls, geez." Naruto looked at the silver-haired, bespectacled guy lazily. "We already did. Is it a crime to catch up with old friends?" The boy smiled at him. "Not really, but there's a better time to do it. Anyway, there are a lot of powerful people here, many of who have taken the exam before. I've taken the exam before as well." Naruto looked at the man. "How many times?" 7. Naruto nodded. "You seem to have a purpose for coming here apart from the whole grasp the atmosphere thing." The boy nodded. "How about I give some tips to my cute underclassmen?" Kabuto reached into his ninja pouch and took out a deck of cards. "I've collected information on a lot of the exam's entrants and burnt the information onto these cards with my chakra." Kabuto pulled the top one off, but it was blank. Sakura, being the smart one, pointed out the obvious. "Kabuto-sen, how could those have information on them? They're blank." Naruto shook his head. "A genjutsu of fuinjutsu of some kind." Kabuto nodded in agreement. He put his finger to the card and began swiveling it around before a small puff of smoke covered the card. Once it cleared, the card was no longer blank. In fact, it had a map of the world overlaid with a three-dimensional bar graph. Almost everyone looked at the card in wonder as Kabuto explained. "This shows the number of participants each country has sent. I have information on all of the people attending this exam. The only unfortunate thing is that I have practically no information on the three from the hidden sound. This is the first team they've sent to an exam, so I haven't had the chance to find out much about them." Sasuke saw his chance. "Can you show us some?" Kabuto looked at him. "Any in particular?" 3. Rock Lee, Sabaku no Gaara and Uzumaki Naruto. Kabuto put the first card away and picked the deck up. "This will be easy since you know their names." Kabuto swiped the deck, pulling out 3 cards. He fanned them out and began channeling chakra into one of them. First, Uzumaki Dash. Naruto ripped the card out from under him as soon as the chakra revealed the information. Naruto began scanning it. He couldn't risk the secret getting out, so he ripped through it, finding the information to be startlingly accurate. He even found it in there. He smiled. You're good. The fact that a certain something is in here proves you're either very nosy with friends in high places, or you're not a genin. Naruto shoved some chakra into the card and deleted the offending passage, handing the card back. Sasuke smirked. Scared of us finding out something, Naruto? Naruto smiled lazily, however his insiders were in total turmoil. Not for me but for you. I have authorization to use whatever force I deem necessary to stop that piece of information getting out by the Hokage himself. Normally, the offending person would be put to death immediately. This caught everyone's attention. Naruto smiled as he looked at Kabuto. Read the card. Kabuto went back to reading the card. Uzumaki Naruto, Taicho of Team 8 of the Konoha Rookies. His teammates are Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Chuji. Their Jounin Sensei is Yuuhi Kurenai. He graduated from the academy earlier this year with a perfect record, earning him the title of Rookie of the Year. His ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu and armed taijutsu abilities are off the charts, making him high chunin level to low jounin level. It's rumored that he also has a knack for fuinjutsu, making him the first academy graduate in 14 years to have learned how to make his own seal scrolls and explosive notes before he even left the academy. His family or clan abilities are a complete mystery due to the severe shortage of knowledge of his blood family. He has also invented his own taijutsu style, called the Kajiken. Out of all the examinees here, Naruto's ninjutsu, genjutsu and armed taijutsu abilities are unmatched by anyone, but his regular taijutsu is about equal to Rock Lee's of Konoha. Missions completed include 8 D class, 1 C class which was apparently a disguised upper A rank mission and even an ongoing S class. It seems that apart from chakra exhaustion on the C rank mission, Naruto has come back from all his missions completely unscathed. Naruto smiled at him. The fact that only myself and my Jounin senseis know the full extent of my abilities makes me wonder exactly who you are. By now, the majority of the room were quaking in their boots at this boy. Even with his abilities, coming back from an A-rank mission completely unharmed, suffering from only chakra exhaustion? This kid was scary. Kabuto put the card away and activated another card. This was Rock Lee. Rock Lee, member of Team Guy. He's 1 year older than all of you. Teammates are Hyuga Niji and Tenten. Their Jounin sensei is Mato. Rock Lee's ninjutsu and genjutsu abilities are non-existent, as are his family or clan jutsus, but his taijutsu both long range and short are about equal to Uzumaki Naruto's. Mission dossier records show he has completed 20 D rank and 12 C rank missions. Kabuto felt a kunai pressing against his neck. It was held by the hand of Naruto. No one in the room had seen him move. I knew it. Apart from his team and me, no one has that much detailed information on Lee. Only 4 people apart from myself know the full extent of my abilities. All of them have been my senseis for the past 7 years and who I am close friends with. You're not a genin. Your chakra capacity is far too massive for you to even be a chunin. The fact that you knew about a certain something gives me permission to slit your throat here and now. Naruto looked to the front of the room in time to see an explosion of smoke, and a booming voice reached the genin. Uzumaki, what the hell do you think you're doing? Naruto smiled lazily at Ibiki. Just doing a mission, Ibiki-san. Ibiki scowled at Naruto. You can complete the mission later. This is as good a time as any to say this, so let me make one thing clear. There will be fighting in this exam, however, you will not engage another person unless given express permission by an examiner. Even then, killing unless also permitted is forbidden. Pigs who go against my rule will be failed immediately, understood? Now the genin had completely forgotten about Naruto and were completely transfixed by the man in front of them. Ibiki held up a tab with the number 1 on it. All of you will approach the examiners with your 3 application forms. Once your genin cell has been marked off, take 1 number from this box. That number is the seat you will use during this part of the exam. Once you are all seated, we will begin handing out the papers. Everyone handed in their application forms, got a numbered tab and was assigned a seat. Once everyone was seated, the examiners began placing the tests face down on the desk. Once that had been done, Ibiki started tapping the piece of chalk against the board. I will now explain the rules of this test. Listen carefully, as I'm not going to repeat it and I will not answer questions. Rule 1. Each of you will start with 10 points. This test works via a subtraction method of marking. For example, if you answer one question wrong, you get a single point deducted. 5 questions wrong and you lose half your points. Rule 2. The overall pass-fail is determined not by your individual scores, but by the combined score of your team. Rule 3. If you are found to be conducting any suspicious activity that could be associated with cheating, you will have 2 points deducted. Meaning, even if you get all the answers right but get caught 5 times, you fail. This isn't so much a rule as the result of what will happen should someone fail. Until the third part of the exam, everything relies on teamwork. If one of you fails, so does the other 2 members of your team. This test will be done in the space of an hour. At the 45-minute mark, I will give you the 10th question, regardless of whether or not you have completed the rest of them. Now begin. No one failed to hesitate with the order and turn the pages over. Naruto smirked. Why did this situation seem so familiar? Probably from the graduation written test. These questions were much harder to answer than your average genin should be able to answer. Naruto sighed. The purpose of this test was to cheat. Since he didn't have much to cheat with, he decided to use his own head to write the answers. Naruto was aware of 3 other people writing with him, namely 2 nobodies and Haruno Sakura, which was quickly joined by 3 more, both Hyugas and Sasuke, who had their bloodline limits engaged. After Naruto answered the first 9 questions, he sat back. Naruto felt the familiar chakra of Shikamaru reaching out with his cage mane and take hold of Chuji, writing the answers to the test on his paper. After a while, Naruto saw one of the examiners throw a kunai straight past his head, which he leant out of the way of and heard a thunk behind him. Naruto looked around to see that the kunai had pierced the exam paper of the genin behind him. The boy stood up. What's the meaning of this? The examiner smirked. I've caught you cheating 5 times. You fail. Get your teammates and get out. 2 other genins, none too happy with their teammate, got up and left along with the one that had caused them to fail. Straight away, another examiner spoke. Number 23, fail. Numbers 43 and 27 fail. The 3 got up. After that, a steady stream of genin were caught and left the room. By the time the announcement of the 10th question came around, the overall number had been reduced to just over 100. Ibiki strode to the front of the room and turned to face the genin. Now, it's time for the 10th question. However, before I give it to you, I need to know whether you will even take it. The genin started murmuring as Ibiki continued with the explanation. If you chose not to take it, you and your teammates will be failed immediately. However, if you do decide to take it and get it wrong, you will have the privilege of taking this exam stripped permanently. Everyone started crying out in disbelief. Kiba was the loudest. What kind of a stupid rule is that? There are people here who've taken this exam before. Ibiki laughed heartlessly. That's true, however, when they took this exam, I wasn't the examiner. Seems you lot are out of luck. However, the rules have been stated. Will you, or will you not take it? If you are uncertain as to your abilities, you should quit now and try again next time. Raise your hand if you don't want to suffer the consequences. For a moment, no one did anything. However, the man next to Naruto raised his hand. I won't take it. An examiner marked off him and his 2 teammates as they left the room. This set off a chain reaction. At least 5 more people raised their hand and they were marked off along with their teammates. Finally, there were 78 people left in the room. 80 if you included the plants, as they were called. Ibiki looked around the room. Will anyone else give up? This decision will change your life. People in Naruto's general vicinity became aware of his chuckling, which turned into full-blown laughter. Everyone stared at Naruto in disbelief. Naruto looked at Ibiki, smirking. I don't know about the others in this room, but your act isn't scaring me. I have absolute confidence in myself and both of my teammates that we will answer this question perfectly. There are no weak soldiers under a valiant commander. Get on with the question. Ibiki sighed. Naruto had blown the fear and uncertainty of every single genin in the room away and laughed at him to boot. Ibiki looked around and confirmed what he had thought and felt. Ibiki tried one last time. This is your final chance. Will any of you give up? Naruto smiled at him. We're not afraid. It was clear that no one was going to budge until they had passed the exam, so Ibiki sighed. Then, for the first test of the Chunin exams. You all pass. Every one of the genins except Naruto stopped and tried to work out exactly what he had meant. Naruto smiled and shook his head. I was kind of expecting something like this from you, Ibiki-san. Let me guess, the take or not take was the 10th question. Ibiki smiled at Naruto. Exactly. The 10th question was the choice of taking a life-altering decision or not. The first 9 questions severed the purpose of testing your information-gathering abilities. I'm sure there were some of you who could work out the answers for yourselves, but the majority of you would have realized straight away that this was not your average paper test and came to the conclusion, I have to cheat to pass. Most of you would have also realized, there is 80 people left in the room, which would imply that there's something wrong. We had 2 Chunin planted in the room to be the sources of the answers for your cheating attempts. Those of you who cheated like amateurs were weeded out. They won't survive the next stage of the exam with that kind of effort. Now, the 10th question. Once we had separated the wheat from the chaff, I put you in a hopeless situation. Take or not take. Either choice had dire consequences. Not take it and fail immediately. Take it and get it wrong, and never take it again. Let's put this into a real-life situation. Let's go with the scenario that all of you become Chunin. A Chunin is a squad leader who is responsible for handling the mission and his team's lives. You arrive at the mission center along with your squad and receive a mission. You are to infiltrate an enemy facility and steal a scroll. The number of ninja, their state of preparedness, armaments, jutsus, and skill are unknown. Can you just decline the mission, because the content of the mission is unknown, enchaining today's certainty with tomorrow's uncertainty? The answer is no. As a Chunin, there will be missions you will not have a choice in. Information can be more important than a Kage's life in some situations. What if that scroll contained information about another village planning to invade your own? If you obtain the information carelessly, it is likely that the enemy will feed you false information that could cost many people their lives. People who do not have the resolve to go through with missions are pigs who don't deserve the right to become Chunin. There are no weak soldiers under a valiant commander. Naruto had joined Ibiki with the last line to emphasize his previous point. Ibiki smiled at Naruto. Congratulations to every one of you. I wish you the best of luck. Both Ibiki and Naruto became aware of a dark ball just before it came crashing through the window. The black ball unfurled itself to reveal a woman in a beige trench coat, purple hair, fishnet shirt, and metal leg plates. She introduced herself in a rather loud manner. There's no time to celebrate. I'm the second examiner, Mitarashi Anko. Follow me, everyone. The majority of people in the room sweat dropped as Naruto smiled. Hi there, Anko-sen. Haven't seen you in a while. Anko looked at Naruto, smiling in that sadistic fashion we all love to hate. Well, if it isn't little Naruto. I'm really not surprised that there's 78 people left with you in here. Another one of your speeches? Naruto tilted his head to the side as he continued smiling. Ibiki came around the side of the banner that Anko had acted, looking slightly peeved. Can't you grasp the atmosphere, Anko? Anko smiled sheepishly before turning back to the genin. Despite the fact that there's so many of you left, by the end of the next exam, there will be less than half of you remaining. Report to Training Area 44 at 9 a.m. sharp tomorrow morning. Until then, you are dismissed. The remaining genin teams got up and left, preparing for whatever might come with the next test. Naruto led his team to his house, in the hope of some tidbits of info from his Aniki. Ibiki started collecting the papers. When he got to Naruto's, he saw that, not surprisingly, the entire test was answered. However, seeing a note at the bottom, he checked it. Ibiki-san. The mission I was about to complete involved the Sandame's law, which was about to be breached by that boy. Watch him carefully. He's not who he says he is. Ibiki scowled at this. He was definitely going to be checking the boy out. He'd already had his suspicions from past exams, but having them backed up by Naruto just proved it. This boy was going to be watched very carefully. Naruto's apartment. When Naruto arrived home, Kakashi was there, reading one of his favorite orange books. Naruto didn't recognize this one. New book in the series, Nizen? Kakashi looked up. Yeah. Naruto shook his head as he led his team inside. Kakashi snapped the book shut and put it on the armrest of the seat he was in. Kakashi chuckled. News of your antics in the first part of the exam travel fast, Naruto. I suppose you want some hints for the second one? Naruto nodded. Well, the first is always a written, the second is always a field test, and the last is always a tournament. The second test has the most variation out of all of the tests. However, since it's in Training Area 44, I have a feeling it's a several-day mission. Chuji looked horrified while Shikamaru sighed. Mendo kusai. What are we supposed to do for food? Naruto got an idea. He looked to Kakashi. Nizen, can I have some summoning scrolls? Kakashi smiled lazily. Sure. Tuich. Those things aren't exactly cheap, you know. Naruto smiled back at Kakashi, mirroring his lazy smile. Thanks, Nizen. Naruto led his team to the supply closet, which was packed with all sorts of ninja goodies. Weapons, explosive notes, scrolls, the lot. Naruto went to a particular shelf and skimmed along some scrolls until he found a group of navy blue scrolls. Pulling them out, he placed them on the ground and closed the door. With his foot, Naruto opened one particular scroll and showed them it. This is a multiple summon scroll. Basically, with this you're able to summon just about anything excluding animals that require a contract to summon and a few other things. Some versions of them can even summon people. However, once it's summoned, that part of the scroll cannot be reused. For example, if you brought a basket of food, Shuji, I could perform a jutsu that would seal it inside one of these circles, and when you wanted to, you could make the basket of food pop straight back into existence in front of you. Chuji looked at the scroll like it was a gift from Kami himself. Chuji could certainly use something like one of these on long missions. Naruto looked up at both of them. I want both of you to go to your places and get anything and everything you think you'll need for a week-long mission. Meet back here and I'll do the sealing. Both boys nodded and headed out the door to get their things. Naruto was suddenly struck by an idea. He went back to the closet and pulled out a black special summoning scroll that was used to hold a mass of weapons and procured his wind-powered trench knives. Naruto knew that while weapons were sealed, they were essentially maintained in stasis until brought back to the real world. Also, if he could create Kagebunshin of his blades, they should also be kept in stasis without him having to worry about them. He had learnt Shuriken Kagebunshin no Jutsu several months ago. The next part of his theory was that since making any kind bunshin relied on creating a copy of the original, and since Shuriken Kagebunshin no Jutsu allowed the user to create clones of another object, it should be theoretically possible to do the same for any object. However, Shuriken were an obvious first target, since they were small and perfectly symmetrical. Creating Kagebunshins of other weapons such as kunai and whatnot should prove only slightly harder. Naruto practiced making a single Kagebunshin of a kunai and found that the theory was just as easily done as said. Naruto moved on to his special knives and focused an insane amount of chakra, creating about 64 shadow clones of the left-handed knife. Kakashi came into the room at this chakra spike and saw Naruto surrounded by knives. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Do I want to know what's going on? Naruto carefully pushed his way out of the stack so as not to cut himself and got the scroll. He smiled lazily at Kakashi. Well, I had an idea for a new jutsu. Kakashi looked at the knives. A variant of Kage Shuriken? Naruto shrugged. That's the first part of it. Kakashi looked at Naruto in interest. First part? Naruto nodded and explained his reasoning. Objects that are sealed are kept in stasis. I theorized that if I created a huge number of weapon clones and sealed them, they would stay there without any effort from me and I could summon them at will. Kakashi saw the logic in this. Sure, a number of people had probably given the idea a passing thought, but Naruto had just in the space of 3 minutes brought it into reality. Considering Naruto's talent for Kagebunshins and Fuinjutsus, it really actually wasn't that surprising he had made it. Naruto went back to sealing other objects into his other 2 scrolls like food, water, a medical kit, and several other things. After about 15 minutes, there was a knock at the door, and when Kakashi answered the door, Shikamaru and Chuji came in with an assortment of different things. Chuji naturally had brought what most people would consider a lifetime supply of snack foods. After Naruto led them to his room, he showed them how the process was done. He even allowed both boys to have a go. Neither of them managed it though, but Naruto smiled at them. "Don't worry. It took me 3 months to learn how to do it without stuffing up." After everything had been sealed, Naruto handed the scrolls to the 2 boys. The 3 of them discussed possible plans for the second test until well after dark. After the boys left, Naruto got to bed and went to sleep. Next morning, training area 44. Team 8 had made it to the area with 5 minutes left to spare, as was their custom. Enko waited another 5 minutes before she saw that every team had made it on time and began her explanation with a snicker. "Now you will experience why this place is called the Forest of Death." Naruto came back to attention and stared at her lazily. "What was that, sorry?" People snickered and Enko smiled, hiding her true intentions. She pushed a kunai into her hand and hurled it at Naruto, who took it smack in the forehead, much to the chagrin of the others. However, Naruto poofed out of existence and the real Naruto appeared behind Enko. Did the clone really deserve a kunai to the head? He was just theorizing about the possibilities of a new jutsu. Shikamaru slapped his hand to his forehead. "Mendo kusai." Chuji smiled while the others stared wide-eyed at Naruto. Enko smiled. "Not bad, Naruto." Naruto smiled and reappeared beside his 2 teammates. Enko reached into her coat and pulled out a stack of papers. Naruto looked at them. "Consent forms? So we are allowed to kill in this test." Enko smiled and nodded. Everyone decided it would probably be a good idea to stay out of Naruto's way. "There will be deaths in this test, guaranteed. I need you to sign these so I don't get the blame for your deaths. I hate paperwork, especially the ones for a death I'm responsible for." Enko passed the stack of forms to Naruto, who took one and passed it on. "I will now begin the explanation for the second test of the Chunin exams. To sum it up, you will all go through an extreme survival match. First, I will explain the area's geographical features." Enko unrolled a scroll that had a map of the training area on it. The area is roughly 20 kilometers in diameter with 44 entrance gates spaced evenly around the side. The entire area consists of a thick forest. There is a river running roughly north to south with a tower at the center. The tower is about 10 kilometers from any gate. Once you are inside, you will be required to complete a mission. The mission directive is this: you will do anything necessary to fight for these scrolls. Enko pulled out a pair of scrolls. One scroll was white and marked with the heaven kanji, while the blue one was marked with the earth kanji. Enko continued explaining. "There are several rules to this test. Rule 1. To successfully progress to the final test, you must obtain 1 heaven and 1 earth scroll, and make it to the tower within the time limit. Rule 2. If you complete the first rule, but produce a missing or unrecoverable teammate, you fail. Rule 3. You are not allowed to open these scrolls until you have entered the tower. Rule 4. Once the test has begun, you will not be allowed to leave the forest until the end of the test. Rule 5. The time limit is 120 hours or 5 days. Ino smirked at Chuji. "Worried about food?" Chuji smirked back at her. "No. I have more than enough food to last me 7 days. Everyone who knew Chuji's eating habits that were not on his team looked at him dubiously. A week of food for Chuji consisted of junk food that most people would eat over the space of 5 or so years. There was no bulging pack of food. In fact, Chuji had a single bag of chips in his hand, and that was it from what they could see. Enko restarted with her explanation. "Once you and your team have signed the forms, you will hand 3 forms in for a single one of these scrolls, which will be chosen at random at that stand there." She pointed to a stand where 3 examiners were sitting. Enko looked back at them. "You have 15 minutes to sign the forms. Once those 15 minutes is up, you will be assigned to a gate with your team, and you will have a final 10 minutes to plan your strategies before the exam will commence. As a final piece of advice, don't die." 25 minutes later, Team 8 had signed the forms and handed them in as soon as they were allowed. They received the Earth Scroll and were directed to gate number. After a final 10 minutes of strategizing, the gates were open and they charged in, hoping to get this over and done with. Naruto extended his senses and tried to detect chakra signatures. He found a non-familiar group not too far away and Naruto made a hand signal in the target team's direction. They changed course and jumped up into the trees, making a beeline for the team. Once they were about 50 meters away, Naruto saw that they were a team from Suna. Luckily, it was not Gaara's team. The team seemed to be arguing over something and they pulled out their scroll, which was luckily the Heaven Scroll. Naruto had an idea as he pulled out a spare scroll and used a very discreet Koarimi no Jutsu to replace the scroll they were stupidly waving about with a very similar scroll, and they made their way towards the tower with the Suna team none the wiser. At the command center in the tower, Anko had just gotten to the tower in the 3 hours since the exam started when an examiner rushed out the door to greet her. "Anko-san, a team has already passed." Anko looked at the man skeptically. The previous record was around 5 hours, yet he was claiming that a team had finished in fewer than 3? The man saw the look and explained. It was Team 8 of Konoha, Anko-san. Team captain was Uzumaki Nato. They're just entering the tower now. Anko sighed. She should have guessed. She walked into the control hub of the tower and saw from the security camera in the room that indeed, Uzumaki Naruto and Team 8 were just entering the tower, completely unscathed. With Team 8, Naruto pushed open the door and broke the paper seal holding it shut. They walked into the room and saw a quote written on the wall. Naruto recognized it vaguely as a quote from one of the Hokages. Looking at the scrolls, he gave one to Shikamaru and they both opened them, revealing summoning scrolls. Naruto saw the main symbol on the scrolls form a lump and smoke began emitting from it like a miniature volcano. Naruto nodded at Shikamaru and they threw them to the floor where a cloud of smoke appeared. Naruto smiled as he felt the familiar chakra signature. "It's been a while, Irika-sensei." The smoke cleared to indeed reveal it was Irika. Irika looked rather startled to be summoned so early, and even more startled to see that Team 8 was completely unscratched. "Hey Naruto. It's good to see that you guys made it. You've smashed the previous record by several hours. I doubted Kurenai when she accepted the mission to the wave, but now I can see why. Naruto, you make an excellent commander. I have little doubt that you will become Chunin." Naruto smiled as he looked up at the wall. "Irika-sensei, I remember that quote from somewhere, but it's broken." Irika smiled. "That was my other mission. Each team that passes will be greeted by a Chunin, congratulated and then told the meaning of the quote. Read it. It's the quote Sandaime-sama thought you should keep in mind for this exam and as a Chunin. The heaven, in this quote indicates the head of a person. The earth indicates the body. If you do not possess heaven, gain knowledge and be prepared. If you do not possess earth, run through the fields and seek strength. For example, let's say Chuji's weakness was his brain, he should study every day." Chuji smiled sheepishly and chuckled at the good-natured joke. If Shikamaru's weakness was his body, he should train himself every day. Shikamaru sighed. "Mendo kusai." And if you possess both qualities like Naruto, dangerous missions will become safe ones, possibly even easy. Naruto smiled lazily at the compliment. Irika held up a finger and closed his eyes. A Chunin is a commander-class ninja who is responsible for his teammates' lives and successful completion of the mission. Remember this principle and go forward. I'm proud of you three. Congratulations. Naruto smiled as they chatted for a bit longer before Irika puffed out of existence, leaving Team 8 to explore the tower. They found a room not far away that had 3 futons as well as some other things. They left it and proceeded to the central part of the tower, finding a wide open space with a giant statue of a pair of arms and hands that were forming the ram seal. Naruto decided to sit down here and work on some things for the upcoming 3rd exam, while Chuji and Shikamaru sat down next to him. Chuji pulled out his food scroll and used a bit of chakra to pull a large shopping bag full of packets of chips out. He opened one packet and began eating, sharing chips with both Naruto and Shikamaru. Naruto pulled out his own scroll that held the mass number of trench knives to see that they were still firmly held in stasis. An hour of chatting and eating later, Naruto became aware of 3 chakra signatures at the entrance of the room. Naruto turned to see Gaara's team, completely unscathed. Naruto raised a hand lazily in greeting. Good to see you made it. Gaara nodded and led his team out, going somewhere else in the tower. Naruto looked at the scroll that had his trench knives sealed into it and decided to try and replicate it. Opening his utility scroll, Naruto pulled another green-colored scroll out of the scroll as well as a calligraphy brush and a bottle of ink. Naruto looked carefully at the real scroll and began painting it to make a mirror copy. Both Shikamaru and Chuji looked on in interest as about 15 minutes later, Naruto finished, admiring his handiwork. Naruto pulled out his real trench knives from their hidden location in his sleeves and formed a ram seal, focusing a huge amount of chakra before there was a huge puff of smoke and Chuji and Shikamaru's eyes widened in disbelief. Naruto had made 64 copies of the right-hand knife. They both reached out and touched them to see that they were all indeed real. Naruto looked at them and picked up one of the knives before doing 2 hand seals to seal the weapon clone inside the scroll. About 10 minutes later, Naruto sealed the last one inside the scroll and rolled it back up, tying it up with string. Naruto noticed the look on their faces and smiled. It's a new jutsu I invented. I knew that while something is sealed, it is essentially in stasis. I know how to perform the Shuriken Kagebunshin no Jutsu, and creating the knives is only slightly more difficult than Shuriken. I put 2 and 2 together and tried sealing the weapon clones inside the scroll for later use. I don't need to maintain concentration to keep them active until I resummon them. Chuji and Shikamaru nodded slowly. Naruto put a finger to his chin in a pose that they recognized as thoughtfulness. I still haven't made a name for this jutsu yet. After throwing some names around, they decided to leave it for later and they got back to practicing, eating, and studying. End of the 5th day. The other teams that had arrived had trickled in and every one of the Konoha rookie teams had made it. The team from Odo had as well. There was also Kabuto's team. No surprises there. At the end of the time limit, they were assembled in the main hall. All of the Jounin instructors from the Konoha teams except Kabuto's team, as well as all of the main examiners for the 3 tests and the Hokage were present. Anko looked at them. All right, line up in your teams, we have an announcement to make. First of all, congratulations on passing the 2nd test. We will now have an explanation on the 3rd exam from Hokage-sama. Everyone listen well. The Hokage stepped forward, cleared his throat and began. The 3rd exam will begin, however, before that, there is something that I want to make clear to all of you. Several people in the room knew what was coming next. Kabuto's team were some of them. Naruto had a fair idea, but he kept his mouth shut. It's about the true purpose of the exam. Why we do a joint exam with the allied nations. Naruto knew exactly where this was going now. To maintain good relations with the allied nations and to heighten the level of the ninja. Do not let those reasons deceive you. The exam, so to speak, is really just a replacement for war. A lot of the genin gasped. Ten asked the question nearly everyone wanted to. What do you mean? If we go back into the pages of history, the current allied nations now were in fact bitter enemies, fighting for the right to rule. To avoid the massive waste of military power that is the result of war, they agreed to localize the fighting to one area. This was the beginning of the Chunin selection exams. Ino still didn't understand. What? So this isn't for Chunin promotions. This exam is indeed examine those who are worthy of the Chunin title. But on the other hand, it is also a place where ninja fight and carry their country's dignity. In the 3rd exam, feudal lords and famous people from varying countries who may be potential clients are invited here as guests. Feudal lords from countries with hidden villages and ninja leaders will see your battles. If there is a significant difference in power, the strong country will be flooded with jobs. If a country is seen as weak, their jobs will decrease and at the same time, countries are able to show how their village has grown and possess excellent military power to the adjacent countries. In other words, they can put foreign pressure on them. Kiba obviously still didn't get it and proved it by questioning the Hokage further. So why do we have to fight with the risk of losing our lives? Naruto looked lazily at Kiba before turning back to the old man. He answered him. A county's power is the village's power. The village's power is the shinobi's power, and a shinobi's true power is only manifested in life or death situations. How true that is. He tuned back into the Hokage's speech. This exam is also a place to show off the ninja power of one's country. Since this is an exam where you fight with your lives on the line, it has a meaning, and your predecessors have fought and dreamed of being in the Chunin exam because of it. Apparently, no one had any more questions. However, Gaara was obviously impatient. I don't care. Tell us the details of this life or death exam. The Hokage nodded. Then I will begin explaining the details of the third test, but dash. The Hokage was interrupted by a Jounin who appeared in front of him. Excuse me, Hokage-sama. I, Geka Hayate, the judge, will explain. Please do. Hayate slowly stood up, not turning to face them. It's nice to meet you, everyone. Before the third test, there's something I want you to do. Fight in some preliminary matches to see who gets to progress to the main matches. Most of the genin started murmuring to each other. Sakura wanted a further explanation. Sensei, I don't understand. Why can't we just progress to the main matches with the remaining examinees? Hayate coughed again and looked over them. It may have been that the exams were too easy this year, or you're all exceptional genins. However, there are far too many of you left. The time of the feudal lords and other important people is precious, and we cannot afford to waste it with endless battles. Therefore, only 10 or less people are allowed to enter the main matches. According to the Chunin exam regulations, we are required to hold preliminaries to decrease it to a suitable number. We are also limited on time, so those who do not feel well and wish to quit, please raise your hand now. You can do so without hurting your team, as from now on, it will be one-on-one matches. The preliminaries will begin immediately. Would anyone like to quit? Sasuke grabbed his neck, which Naruto noticed as he felt a distinctly evil pulse of chakra coming from Sasuke. Sasuke-kun. Naruto saw that Sakura was worried about something. Sasuke-kun, you should withdraw from the preliminary matches. Both Naruto's and Sasuke's eyes widened at this. Sakura pressed on. You've been acting weird since that Orochimaru guy beat you. The bruise hurt even now, right? Please stop. I'm afraid. Anko, Ibiki and the Hokage began discussing what they should do with the boy. The suggestion of forcing him out of the matches and surrounding them with Anbu escort in isolation came up when Kakashi butted in. He's not the sort that will listen to you that easily. He has a background that gives him a stubborn will to try his hardest, after all. Anko got set off and started chewing Kakashi out for his lack of seriousness at the situation. Stop fooling around. I'll make him quit, even if I have to use force. The cursed seal reacts when you try to mold chakra and it will try and extract power from him. It's a forbidden jutsu that undermines the affected person. It amazes me that he's able to withstand it. A normal person would be dead. Anko turned to the Hokage. Hokage-sama. Sakura still hadn't let up trying to make him quit. You aren't in any condition to fight. You should just dash. Sasuke turned to her, glaring at her despite the pain. Shut up. I knew it. Sasuke whispered to her. Just be quiet. Sakura couldn't take the hint. You've been bearing this pain the whole time. Sasuke tried to make her see the point. Sakura, learn when to take a hint and shut it. Sakura still didn't get it and decided to go to the next level. Whatever you say, I'm still going to tell the teachers about it. Sakura started raising her hand, but she stopped when she saw Kabuto had already raised his own. The Hokage looked at him. What is it? I quit. Everyone stared at him and Hayate flipped through the clipboard's paper, stopping at a certain page. You're Konoha's Yakushi Kabuto, right? Okay, you can leave. Kabuto turned around and walked through the lines towards the door. As he walked out the back of the group of genin, Naruto stopped him with a lazy stare. Kabuto, why are you quitting? Kabuto turned around and smiled at him. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but I'm exhausted of chakra. I'd rather quit now while I'm still in one piece than face off against someone and be taken out of here on a stretcher. Naruto glared at him. Your chakra levels are full. Your lying may convince the others, but I know a traitor when I see one. Everyone stopped and looked at Naruto, who was accusing one of his fellow comrades of treason. First, you had a staggering amount of information on my background and abilities, which besides 4 of the people up there, only I should know about. Not even the Hokage knows the full extent of my abilities. You would have even broken the law and revealed an S-class secret to a bunch of genin who, even if they were all from Konoha, would not be permitted to know it until they reached Jounin. An act which is punishable by death. You knew more about Rock Lee than anyone else except his team and myself. Your chakra capacity is massive, beyond even mine. You said your chakra was drained, yet I can feel it still at basically full strength. And also, while you're at it, get rid of that genjutsu on your forehead protector. I am within my legal rights to end your life right now. Kabuto's eyes widened as he smiled sadly. You are indeed observant, Naruto-kun. Ibiki's eyes narrowed as he snapped his fingers, and Kabuto and his teammates were surrounded by 3 squads of ANBU. Ibiki nodded at them and the squads took hold of Kabuto and his 2 teammates, disappearing. Everyone was silent for quite some time, trying to figure out exactly what had just happened. Naruto looked up at the Hokage. Old man, I want to know more about that boy. The fact that he knew was incredibly disturbing. With a cough, Hay-8 caught their attention. Hay-8 pointed to one of the panels on the back wall. Said panel slid up to reveal a display screen. Then, let's start the preliminaries. It will consist of one-on-one matches. In other words, it will be like real combat. Now that we have exactly 18 people, we will have 9 matches. The winners will be able to progress to the 3rd test. There are no rules for engaging in combat and you will fight them until they die, are knocked out or admit defeat. However, if I decide the match is over, you will stop immediately. The electric bulletin board will choose 2 names at random from the participants. Without further ado, I will start the selection for the first match. The screen flashed yellow before the names of the remaining contestants began cycling through, settling on the first pair. Uzumaki Naruto vs Sabaku no Temari. Naruto sighed. Right off the bat, huh? Hay-8 coughed and looked at the 2 people. Would the 2 participants step forward, please? Both of them separated from their teams and stood face to face. First match is between Uzumaki Naruto and Sabaku no Temari. Are there any objections to the participants? No one spoke, so Hay-8 coughed. Then would you please proceed to the stands with your Jounin Senseis and wait for your turn to start? Once everyone had left the field except Temari, Naruto and Hay-8, he coughed again. First match. Hajime. Temari jumped back and eyed Naruto carefully. Naruto smiled at her. Judging by that battle fan you have, you're one of the few wind users of Suna. Temari's eyes widened as Naruto took out a scroll, opened it, and began reading. Temari's sweat dropped. What are you doing? Naruto didn't look up. I'm thinking about the possibilities of a new jutsu. If I was to put a modified seal on dash. A vein on Temari's forehead was pulsing before she took out her fan and let a massive gust of wind fly. When the blast hit the wall Naruto was in front of, the wall crumbled and gave off a huge cloud of dust. When it cleared, Naruto was gone. Temari smirked. If you don't take me seriously, this is what happens. Naruto was still looking at the scroll from behind her. You know, for a wind user, your skill with wind isn't all that great. Temari whipped around and let off another gust at point-blank range, only to see Naruto in his original position. Naruto rolled the scroll up and put it away, pulling out 2 other scrolls. A green and a black one. Shikamaru and Chuji's eyes widened at this, as did everyone else's. Naruto smiled at his opponent. Naruto focused some chakra and said a single word. Kai. Team 8 and Team Guy's eyes widened even further. Whatever Naruto was going to do would require a great deal of speed. I think it's time I tried this new jutsu. However, I need to think of a name for it. Naruto closed his eyes before opening them several seconds later, smiling. Naruto stood both scrolls upright and got into a crouching stance. Ninpokuchios, Hyuuken Niju Hachi Kagekaze no Yaiba. Everyone's eyes widened at the name. Kurenai stared at Naruto in disbelief. Ninja Summoning Art, 128 Shadow Blades of Wind? The area around Naruto exploded into a small cloud of white smoke from which 9 swirling trails spiraled around. A few seconds later, a pair of smoke pillars shot upwards, one green and the other black. They wrapped themselves around each other before the smoke dispersed, revealing the green and black scrolls. Naruto jumped up in between them and began using gliding motions with his hands to get the first two knives out of the scroll. He poured a huge amount of chakra into them and smiled at Temari. 2 blades. Naruto hurled the blades at Temari, who dodged them, and everyone's eyes bludged as they impacted the ground and went through it, completely disappearing from view, leaving nothing but a slit in the ground where they had impacted. The other wind users in the room, namely Baki, Temari, Asuma and the Hokage, realized that these blades were still made of metal, but it was a metal heavily influenced by the wind property. Naruto smiled and procured the next 2. For blades. Naruto hurled the blades at her and Temari again dodged. Naruto continued smiling. 8 blades. Naruto got 2 blades, pumped a huge amount of chakra into them through them, and then did the same with 2 more. Temari dodged them and stared at Naruto, who kept smiling. 16 blades. Temari's eyes widened. He was increasing the number of blades with each round using a Fibonacci-like method, and there were apparently 128 in total. She wouldn't be able to dodge for much longer. The 8 knives flew at her as she just managed to dodge them. For the next one, she had no choice but to block or deflect them. 32 blades. Naruto's speed was increasing dramatically as the latest salvo came at Temari. By now, Naruto was rotating his body so fast to get the knives that the chakra blades left a trail around him that to Neji and Hinata looked disturbingly like the Kaiten. Temari let forth a gust of wind to try and block the knives, and when the knives hit the wind, they kept going for a while before they puffed into smoke. All Jounin's eyes in the room widened even further, if it was possible. These knives were Kagebunshin's? Even Naruto could not make the clones this quickly. He was actually summoning them from the scroll. Naruto kept smiling. 64 blades. Temari was scared out of her wits. Even her best wind attack would not be able to defeat the number of knives remaining. Naruto turned into a blur as he ripped the weapons from the scroll, forced chakra into them and hurled the volley at Temari. Temari let forth another gust of wind, destroying the blades and covering the area between her and Naruto with a smoke screen. The amount of chakra she had to put into these gusts was ridiculous. Temari heard Naruto's call of the next and final volley. 128 blades. Temari didn't have time to react as the blades ripped through the smoke, and she closed her eyes and waited for the end. When it didn't come, she opened her eyes slowly to see 64 knives hovering in front of her. Naruto dropped back to the ground with the scrolls piling around him, smiling cheesily at her. If I wanted, I could have killed you by letting those knives travel for another fraction of a second. There is no blade in the world stronger than a blade of wind. True blades of wind cannot be stopped by anything. The fact that all of those knives were Kagebunshin's and they still lasted as long as they did against your wind attacks is surprising. Sorry, Temari-san, but you lose this one. Heiei pointed to Naruto. Shousha, Uzumaki Naruto. Chuji pumped his fist into the air and cheered while everyone else was trying to pick their mouths off the ground. Naruto narrowed his eyes as the knives hovering in front of Temari poofed out of existence. Naruto shook his head. I can't believe how much chakra that took. I'll have to make this a novelty jutsu. Everyone's eyes practically popped out of their head. He was making something like this a novelty jutsu? Naruto rolled the scrolls up and walked up the stairs, stopping behind Team Guy, or more specifically, Neji and Tenten. Since I trained with your team, seeing you use the Hakurokuju Yanshu and Sashoryu gave me the idea for the manifestation of that jutsu. Thanks, guys. Neji and Tenten nodded dumbly as Lee's eyes caught fire. Your overflowing youth is an example to us all, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled. Thanks, Lee. Naruto made his way over to his team where Chuji offered him a bag of chips, which Naruto accepted gratefully while Shikamaru smiled at Naruto. Kurenai was smiling widely at her student as she placed a hand on his shoulder, which Naruto noticed. That was great, Naruto. How did you come up with that jutsu? Well, I knew that sealing scrolls can be used to put things in stasis, so I theorized that if I was able to put shadow clones of items into them, the same should hold true for weapons. Then it was a matter of actually trying it out. It seems to work a little too well. Few of the genin here would have enough chakra to even use it, which is why I'm making it a novelty jutsu. It requires a lot of work before I can even use it, as the enemy won't just sit and watch me create 128 knives and seal them one at a time into the scroll. Kurenai smiled at Naruto as he turned back to the others to see that everyone's eyes were still on him. Naruto looked lazily at Hayate. Hayate-san, are you going to announce the next match? Hayate coughed and the bulletin board began cycling through the names. Akimichi Chuji vs Uchiha Sasuke. Chuji smiled as he started shoveling in chips by the handful. Sakura stared at him. Why is he eating chips at a time like this? Naruto looked at her lazily. You'll see. Sasuke was about to be schooled. Naruto thought about which way Chuji was going to flatten the Uchiha. As Chuji finished the bag, he ran down the stairs following Sasuke and they stood face to face. Once Hayate made sure they were ready, he brought his hand down between them and jumped back. Second match. Hajime. Both Ino and Sakura started cheering for their teammate. Chuji smiled as he pulled out his weapon scroll. Naruto's not the only one who's been learning new jutsus. Chuji put his palm to a particular pair of symbols to reveal a mass of kunai that were threaded through a pair of wires by the pommel. Chuji wrapped the wires around his chest and smiled. Naruto smirked. Inventive. Very clever. Everyone around Naruto looked at him waiting for an explanation. Watch. Chuji put both arms in front of him and started with a clan jutsu. Baika no jutsu. Chuji's size increased dramatically and the kunai stretched around Chuji. Naruto had a fair idea of what was coming next. Chuji drew his arms, legs and head into the body, letting out plumes of chakra as he announced his combo jutsu. Nikuden Hari Sensha. Naruto smiled as Chuji started spinning rapidly, rolling forward far faster than ever before. Naruto had been right. As I thought. Chuji used the kunai to improve his family jutsu, dramatically increasing not only his destructive power, but also his speed and maneuverability. They looked back to see Chuji rolling all over the field, chanting his usual mantra. Roll, 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 roll. Sasuke was dodging the rolling ball of green, not entirely sure about what to make of it. He gave himself some distance and thought about how to attack it. He could not use chakra, therefore no jutsus or Sharingan. He took out a kunai and threw it at Chuji, watching in dismay as it shattered on impact. If that's what it did to metal, there was absolutely no chance in hell he was going to try physically attacking it. He was pretty sure even if he managed to stop the rotation, punching him would be like punching the wall of a padded room. He'd just bounce right back. He just had to wait until Chuji wore himself out. However, Naruto knew something Sasuke was forgetting. Akimikis do not tire easily. Chuji was no exception. Naruto sighed. Sasuke's had it. If he could, he would have used jutsus by now or the Sharingan, but he hasn't. There is no way Sasuke can win this unless Chuji gives up. And trust me, Chuji will not. Shikamaru agreed with Naruto's assessment. Back in the arena, Sasuke seized up and Naruto detected a slight spike of a very disturbing chakra signature coming from Sasuke. Chuji didn't stop and rolled into him, slicing Sasuke severely before Sasuke managed to half limp, half jump to the side and collapsed, panting heavily as people saw strange markings work their way over his body. The markings withdrew, but Sasuke did not get back up. After coming to a stop and returning to his normal size, Chuji awaited the outcome of the match. Hayate coughed. Shousha, Akimichi Chuji. Chuji was extremely pleased with himself as he ran back up to his teammates. Shikamaru patted him on the back and Naruto pulled out his food scroll and brought forth a packet of chips, which he handed to Chuji. Chuji smiled and took them, ripping into them. Both Sakura and Ino were gobsmacked that their precious Sasuke-kun had been defeated. Kakashi looked at them. Sasuke was unable to use any chakra. Chuji was the worst possible opponent he could face with that handicap. Kakashi reappeared in a poof beside Sasuke just as the medical neens were about to pick him up. This is out of your league. I'll handle this, and then you can heal him. The medic neens nodded, as Kakashi poofed with Sasuke into another room. Hayate coughed, catching everyone's attention. The scoreboard started cycling through the names again before landing on a rather interesting matchup. Haruno Sakura versus Yamanaka Ino. Both girls stiffened before they looked at each other and proceeded down to the ground. 15 minutes later, both Ino and Sakura charged each other, using the last of their strength to land a final blow. Both girls landed the punch to the other's head, sending the other flying back. They struggled to glare at each other one last time before they both passed out. Hayate surveyed both girls closely before straightening up. Both competitors are unable to continue, meaning it's a double knockout. No one from the third match will progress to the third test. Kakashi reappeared and picked up both girls before reappearing next to the Konoha rookies, placing them in a sitting position against the wall. Hayate coughed, and the screen began cycling through names again. It settled for a pair that could only be described as fate. Hyuga Hinata versus Hyuga Niji. Hinata's eyes widened and fear started pouring off her in waves. She slowly walked down, as did Niji. Niji smirked. "Hinata-sama, you should forfeit. The moment I was chosen as your opponent, fate dash." Niji didn't get to finish the sentence as Naruto looked at him, calling out to him. "Niji, don't start with that fate stuff again. Remember what I told you." Everyone looked at Naruto. Niji's eyes narrowed at the memory. Flashback. Lee had challenged Niji to yet another duel, with Naruto refereeing the match. The match was over in a flash, and Niji smirked. "No matter how good you are, Lee, you will always lose to me. Fate has decided that long ago." Lee looked up at Niji from his position on the ground. "Fate? What does fate have to do with anything?" Niji launched into an all-too-familiar speech. "Your talent is determined when you are born. In other words, everything is predetermined at birth." Lee glared at Niji. "Why do you always label everything like that?" Niji smirked. "Are you saying that anyone can become a genius if they try hard enough?" Lee's eyes widened as Niji continued with his speech. "Only a few will ever be geniuses. Look at reality closely. Those who are geniuses are born with that fate. It's not something that you can become because you want to. It's already determined by fate. People are different. They can only live in the indisputable flow of life. But there is just one fate that everyone possesses, and that is death." Lee's spirit had been almost broken when Naruto interrupted. "Niji, do you believe that?" Niji turned to Naruto as Naruto explained himself. "If a single man hadn't saved me on my 4th birthday, even if I had survived, I wouldn't be a genius, as you call them now. I would have been the dobe of the academy instead of the rookie of the year. I would have lived my life shunned by everyone." Niji smirked as he closed his eyes. "Fate intervened on your 4th birthday." Naruto nodded. "Did. It dictated I would die at the age of 4. Both Niji and Lee looked at Naruto, shocked as he explained. "For the first 3 birthdays of my life, the Hokage saved me from death. However, on my 4th birthday, fate determined that I would die. The Hokage did not show up after I was cornered and beaten to near death. The only reason I survived was that another boy proved to me that this was not normal, that I had the ability to change the direction my life was taking. If he had not intervened, I would never have been able to learn from the best Jounin specialists in the village. Niji, it is true that people share one fate, the fate of death. However, apart from stating that we will all die, fate has no control over us. It does not even dictate when we will die. To a large extent, the person will dictate when they will die. If they let their guard down during a battle which an enemy takes advantage of and kills them, if they have an accident that results in death, if they commit a grievous crime and are sentenced to death, they decided their own way to die, even if it was unconsciously, or in the case of the last example, willingly. Niji, fate is not something that even the gods can control, let alone mortals like us. You can either choose to live life the way others want you to, or you can make your own path in life. You may end up in exactly the same place, but the important thing is that you controlled the way you got there." Both Niji and Lee were shocked speechless at this, as were Guy and Tenten, who had overheard it. Niji, after several weeks, had slowly started to let go of his beliefs in fate, although when it came to the head family, it was impossible even for Naruto to stop him. And flashback. Niji smirked as he turned back to Hinata. "I will give you a choice. Do you wish to fight me, or do you wish to back down? I will accept either." Hinata's fear slowly subsided as she closed her eyes, gathering her resolve. She opened her eyes, which were now full of determination. I will fight. Niji nodded and got into his Jounin stance, as did Hinata. Naruto noticed interestingly enough that even with the Hyuga's trademark Taijutsu stance, there seemed to be slight variations in the stance between members of the main and branch houses. Apart from the fact that Hinata was less experienced than Niji, which her stance showed, the overall posture was slightly different. He would be able to tell when they engaged in battle. Heiei brought his hand down. Sixth match, Hajime. He jumped back as both Hyuga charged in, trading blows. Sakura was fascinated by the style. It looks like they're palming each other. Naruto nodded. They are. However, the Hyuga style of Taijutsu, known as the Jounin, will do more damage if used correctly than even my stance will. The stance was created to bring out the full potential of the Hyuga Keka Genkai, the Baiwakugan. Like the Sharingan, it can see chakra. However, unlike the Sharingan, the Baiwakugan gives them not only an extended nearly 360-degree view of their surroundings, but it allows them to see the opponent's chakra system. The theory behind the Jounin is simple enough. If you manage to hit one of the tenketsu of the chakra system accurately, you can control their chakra flow as you wish. People may be able to strengthen their bones and muscles, but they will never be able to strengthen their inner organs. The Jounin is able to kill a person in one hit if they hit one of the major tenketsu around the person's major organs. Even a glancing blow from the Jounin is enough to kill you. Everyone listened to Naruto's explanation while watching the fight. Both of them went in for a blow, both getting hits on the opponent and stopping. After a few seconds, Hinata coughed up blood. Niji pulled back the sleeve of her jacket, revealing why Hinata's attack had done nothing. He had sealed the tenketsu on her arms, disabling her use of the Jounin. Hinata looked at her arm. All this time you were... Correct, Hinata-sama. I know how dangerous the Jounin is, so I stopped you from using it for this fight. Hinata sighed. She could go on with the fight, using regular academy taijutsu, but it would be pointless, as all Hyugas who went to the academy only learnt the bare basics of regular taijutsu. She raised her free hand. I forfeit. Niji let go of Hinata as Heiei announced the winner. Shousha, Hyuga Niji. Hinata despondently walked back up to her teammates, who consoled her while Niji returned to Team Guy. Niji nodded to Naruto. Thank you for reminding me. I almost lost myself again. Naruto smiled lazily. No problem. Heiei coughed and the board began cycling through names. Naruto was starting to wonder if the board was voice-activated by Heiei's cough. The next matchup was decided. Nara Shikamaru vs. Kintsuchi. Shikamaru sighed. Mendo Kusiai. I have to fight a girl. Naruto smiled as his team-mate made his way to the arena, as did the Kunoichi from the Oto team. Heiei brought his hand down and started the match. Several minutes later, Shikamaru had looked to be in a bad position, but Naruto had seen his sneaky use of the Kagemain no Jutsu pretending to be the shadows of the strings and captured her, forcing her to slam her head into the wall behind her, knocking her unconscious. Heiei announced the winner. Shousha, Nara Shikamaru. Naruto welcomed his teammate back with a smile, exchanging a few words with his team before Heiei coughed and the board activated. Naruto was sure of it now. That board's voiced activated to his cough. Chuji snickered while Shikamaru smiled. Since there were few people left, the board seemed to reach its decision quicker with each passing match. Dosu Kinyuta vs. Rock Lee. Rock Lee smiled. This is exactly what was hoping for. A chance to show everyone what he was capable of. Naruto smiled at the energetic boy next to him. See if you can finish him in one move, Lee. Lee gave a thumbs up and jumped over the railing while Dosu walked down, smiling at the boy. Obviously they had met before. Lee spoke first. This time the outcome will be different. Dosu smirked as Heiei brought his hand down. Sixth match. Hajime. Lee undid his bandages, much to the horror of Dosu, but before Dosu could give up, he was kicked into the air with Lee appearing behind him. Lee's bandages wrapped around him, and Lee slammed him into the ground. Omote Renge. The ground cracked underneath the impact as everyone except Team Guy and Naruto looked gobsmacked at the amount of damage that single move had done. Lee landed gracefully at the side of the crater, panting. "No, teammate. To save you this time. The only reason you beat me last time is because it was 3-on-1. 1-on-1, I proved my taijutsu makes me just as capable as you are with your ninjutsu and genjutsu." Hayate pointed to Lee. "Shousha, Rock Lee." Lee disappeared and reappeared up with his teammates. Naruto, Guy, Chuji and Shikamaru congratulated him as Hayate coughed, setting the scoreboard of again. Inuzuka Kiba vs Sabaku no Kankuro. Kiba jumped down to the arena while Kankuro walked down, a smug look on his face. Once both fighters stepped up and Hayate announced the match. 7th match. Hajime. Hayate jumped back as Kiba smirked. "I don't know what you are, but you're not human. The thing on your back is though." The Suna team looked startled as Kiba rubbed a finger under his nose. "Never underestimate an Inuzuka's smell. My sense of smell is 1,000 times better than any other person in this room." "Akamaru." "Maso ka." Akamaru barked in affirmative and Kiba formed a ram seal, letting off chakra. "Gijia ninpu, shikyaku no jutsu." Kiba's fingernails grew and formed rather wicked-looking claws. Kiba smiled ferally at the opponent. "Akamaru." The dog jumped onto his back and barked. "Gijia ninpu, jujin bunshin." Akamaru was surrounded by a cloud of smoke which cleared to reveal an exact copy of Kiba. Both of them growled as they observed their prey. "Let's go, Akamaru." They separated and disappeared in a burst of speed. When they reappeared, both of them were going not for the apparent opponent, but the one strapped to its back. However, Kankuro dodged as he narrowed his eyes. He was at a major disadvantage here. He used puppets to engage in medium to long-range battle, which left the user vulnerable. It seemed this guy relied on speed and power to deliver savage blows to the opponent. He had to think and fast. Getting some chakra strings, he threw them at one of them, making him stop in his tracks. The other one stopped and looked at his companion. "Akamaru? Daijobu?" Akamaru gave several grunts before Kiba sighed. "That may hold him now, but you're going to give me Akamaru back." Kiba reached into his pouch and pulled out 2 small brown pills. He ate one himself and flicked one at the Akamaru clone, who caught it and swallowed it in the same movement. The clone growled as chakra began surging off him. He broke free of the chakra strings and smiled at Kankuro. Kiba hunched over, a large purple ball in his hand. "Let's try that new one, Akamaru. Let's go." Kiba hurled the smoke bomb at Kankuro and announced his jutsu. "Gutsuga." Both of them turned into gray cyclones as they ripped into the smoke cloud, causing general destruction. Once the smoke cleared, the puppet was lying on the ground in tatters and the real Kankuro was on the ground, trying desperately to get up, but couldn't and fell to the ground. Kiba smiled. "Nice work, Akamaru." Akamaru grunted and turned back into his regular form. Hayate announced the winner. "Shousha, Inuzuka Kiba." Once Kiba got back up to the group, he received praise while Kankuro was carted off along with his puppet so the next match could begin. Hayate coughed and the board scrolled through the last few names and in just over 2 seconds had chosen a pair. Aburame Shino vs Tenten. Both fighters came down and faced off, not saying a word. Hayate made sure they were both ready. He gave the word to begin. 8th match, Hajime. Tenten jumped back and jumped into the air, launching several weapons at Shino, who tried to jump out of the way, but the weapons struck true. Shino began falling to the ground until he burst into a group of bugs. Naruto smiled. "Mushi Bunshin no Jutsu." Tenten looked around her and saw Shino behind her near the wall. She turned around, smiling at him before pulling out several weapons. Shino looked up at her. "I would advise you to check your surroundings." Tenten looked around before she saw an entire army of bugs crawling at her from the opposite direction. Shino looked at her. "Those are Kikai bugs. They will consume your chakra, rendering you unable to fight. If you attack me, the bugs will eat your chakra. If you go for them, I will attack you. What will you do?" Tenten weighed her options. She really didn't want to have to use this jutsu yet, but it seemed like she had no choice. She reached into her ninja pouch and pulled out a pair of red scrolls. She placed them on the ground. I'll show you where Naruto got his inspiration from. Shino raised an eyebrow as Tenten formed a short set of hand seals before announcing her jutsu. Sashoryu! The arena exploded in smoke as a pair of dragons rose up through the air, majestically entwining before meeting near the roof of the arena. Tenten jumped up to the top and began palming the scrolls, obtaining weapons of every shape and size imaginable and hurled them at Shino. Shino formed several hand seals of his own, holding his hands out in front of him. Mushi came no jutsu. Bugs flew out from Shino's jacket sleeves and surrounded him with what seemed to be a black version of the katen. The weapon struck it and bounced off, falling to the ground. When Shino sensed the weapon stop, he withdrew his bugs, seeing Tenten land on the ground. I'm not done yet. Tenten jumped up and pulled the weapons back to her via ninja wire and then flung them back at Shino, who again used the mushi kame. When Tenten landed, Shino appeared behind her with a kunai to her neck. Interesting jutsu, however, this is checkmate. My bugs are far too close for you to try anything else, and I have you in a SBMSSV position. Tenten may be prideful, however, she knew when she was beaten. True, I give up. Shino relaxed and called his bugs back to him. Shousha, Aburame Shino. Both Shino and Tenten walked back up to their teams, getting nods of acknowledgement or a few words of praise. Hey-8 coughed, catching their attention. Could the fighters for the 9th and final match please step up? Gaara used Shushin no Jutsu to get down to the arena while Zaku jumped down. They stood facing each other, waiting for the word. Hey-8 brought his hand down and jumped back. 9th and final match, Hime. Zaku smirked as he brought his one useful arm up. This will be enough to beat you. Gaara made no movements, so Zaku announced his jutsu. Zankaha. The air blasted out of the hole in his hand and a huge cloud of dust washed over the part of the arena Gaara was in. Blew him to bits. Zaku was shocked when the dust cleared to reveal Gaara had not moved an inch, nor was he harmed. Zaku froze in fear. While Gaara looked at him. Is that it? There isn't enough. Blood. Gaara sent a wave of sand at Zaku, who tried to dodge but the sand caught him and wrapped him up in a cocoon. Sabaku-Q. Shino, Kiba and Hinata knew what was coming next. They had observed Gaara use this combo on some hapless Reinin which ended up in the ninja having his internals splattered all over the clearing. Before anyone could stop him, Gaara completed the jutsu. Sabaku Soso. Zaku gave one last scream as he was crushed by a huge amount of pressure, much to everyone's horror. The sand retreated back to his gourd as Hey-8 announced the winner. He had said killing was permitted, but he never expected someone to do it, and so heartlessly. Shousha, Gaara. Gaara warped back up to his teammates as Hey-8 called the winners down. Could the 8 people who earned the right to progress to the final test please come down? We will now announce the rules and date of the final test. All 8 of them came down and stood in a line in front of the assembled Chunins, Jounins and the Hokage, who after a puff from his pipe got things going. Firstly, congratulations on earning the right to compete in the exams. Your main matches will be held in front of a large number of very powerful and influential people, as well as everyone else who wishes to attend, ninja and civilians alike. We wish for all of you to show off your true potential as your country's representative power. Therefore, to allow the important people to arrive here and also to give you time to train, the main matches will be held in exactly 1 month from today. Use this time to analyze what you've found out about your opponents from the preliminaries and prepare for it. These preliminaries were conducted like real-life confrontations. You knew nothing of the others. But the main matches will not be like that. There are those who have revealed everything to their rivals, and then there are those who have revealed little. This is also the reason the matches are not beginning right away. To make things fair, train hard and improve yourselves over the next month. Before I let you go, I need each of you to take a piece of paper from the box Anko is holding. Take only one. Anko stepped forward with a box in her hand. I'll come to each of you, so don't worry. Anko went down the line, starting with Gaara, and finishing with Niji. Once Niji had picked a piece of paper, Anko looked at them. I need each of you to tell me what number you got. Starting with you. She looked at Gaara. Gaara, 7. 3. Shino, 6. Ibiki had been scribbling on a clipboard, and when Niji called out his number, he stopped and turned it around so they could see what he was writing. These are the matchups for the main tournament. Round 1. Uzumaki Naruto vs Inuzuka Kiba. Nara Shikamaru vs Akimichi Chuji. Hyuga Niji vs Aburame Shino. Sabaku no Gaara vs Rock Lee. All of them took this information in before the Hokage dismissed them. Naruto knew that this was going to test his 7 years of training to the limits. He needed some serious coaching. Super perverts, bloodline jutsus, and tournaments. Back in Konoha, Naruto made a very careful list of things he wanted to study for the matches. However, the majority of them relied on outside help he was not guaranteed of getting. He came home to find Kakashi had left a note for him. Fudo, I have heard rumors of Jiraiya being back in town. I would highly suggest seeking him out for training. He can usually be spotted around women's hot springs. Congratulations again on making it to the main matches. Your Nizan. Naruto's eyes lit up. Jiraiya should be able to help him immensely with his training, assuming he found him. Naruto resolved to hunt the man down tomorrow, but for now he needed sleep. Next morning, 9:30 a.m. Naruto had dropped by training area 19 to tell his teammates as well as Kurenai that he was going to go hunt down Jiraiya for training, who was rumored to be in town. Kurenai rubbed her temples. Remind me not to go to the bathhouses until he's gone. All 3 students looked at her with raised eyebrows. You'll see what I mean when you find him, Naruto. When Kakashi said around, he meant around. Naruto nodded as he said goodbye to his team, promising to come back for visits when he could. He set off to Konoha's only hot springs, and went to the women's section, but instead of going inside, he took a detour around the outside, soon enough spotting a man peeking into the women's baths, giggling and scribbling notes onto a notepad. Naruto concealed his chakra and then snuck up on Jiraiya, before letting the chakra mask go, shocking the hell out of the Sannin. Jiraiya turned around to see a boy with sun-kissed blonde hair smiling lazily at him. What do you want, Gaki? Supervise my training. Jiraiya processed this for a second before he turned back to his research. Yeah right, kid. Do you even know who I am? Naruto smiled lazily at Jiraiya. Jounin Senseis. This made Jiraiya's head whip around so fast that Naruto was amazed it hadn't fallen off. What did you say? I said you were by father sensei. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. That's not funny, Gaki. Neither is the fact you disappeared from my life almost 13 years ago. Now that got Jiraiya's attention. His eyes narrowed before realization hit him when Naruto opened his eyes to reveal those sapphire blue orbs Jiraiya had known for so long. Coupled with the sun-kissed blonde hair, there was only one person this could be. Naruto. Naruto smiled again. Yup. Jiraiya wasn't sure about what to do. He'd been told that Naruto had died on the day of his birth, yet here he was, standing in front of him in the flesh, very real. Naruto saw the myriad of emotions wash over Jiraiya's face. Disbelief, confusion, anger, and finally, happiness. Jiraiya smiled at Naruto. Sorry about leaving you. I was told you died on the day of your birth. I took leave of Konoha because I had nothing left there for me. So, how's your life been? Naruto looked thoughtful. The first 4 years were hell. But Kakashi Nizan adopted me after I turned 4, and from them on, life's been pretty good. Jiraiya nodded. Well, I guess I could teach you a few things. However, not here. Jiraiya put his pen and notebook away, leading Naruto somewhere less populated. Outside Konoha, Jiraiya had led Naruto to a waterfall not too far from the west gate of Konoha. Once they arrived, Jiraiya turned to Naruto. So, tell me what you can do. Naruto nodded. Well, after Kakashi Nizan adopted me, I got training from the 4 Jounin specialists. I learned from them for 7 years. I can open 3 celestial gates. My Nin, Gen, Tai, Arm Tai and Fuinjutsu are all extremely accomplished for my age, and I have 3 elemental affinities which are fire, lightning and wind. I graduated from the academy with a perfect record. I have 8 D-class missions, An A class that was disguised as a C class and an ongoing S class. The only thing I have no skill in is bloodline jutsus, but then again, I've never been taught one. Naruto became aware that Jiraiya's jaw was hanging down. Naruto looked at him in a bored fashion. Something wrong? Jiraiya closed his mouth and shook his head. No. I assume since you know about Erasure, you know about Kyuubi? Naruto nodded. Jiraiya though for a moment. How would you like to learn some bloodline jutsus? Naruto's eyes lit up and he nodded. We'll start you off with a relatively simple one. It's not so much a bloodline jutsu, as a jutsu handed down from student to pupil. The Kuchios no Jutsu. Naruto nodded. Which species is the contract with? The frogs. Naruto nodded. He'd heard about one of the other Sannin summoning slugs, so frogs couldn't be too bad. Naruto nodded. Sounds good. Jiraiya bit his thumb and formed the seals before summoning an orange frog that had a necklace on, with multiple swirling tattoos on its body. The frog unrolled its tongue and gave Naruto the summoning scroll. Naruto opened it to see several names in some sort of very traditional Japanese which he couldn't read. Naruto looked 2 spaces back from the one he would use and saw the name of Jiraiya there. The one closest to Naruto's spot had the name of Kazama Erasure. Naruto smiled sadly at this before he bit his thumb, writing his name with his blood before leaving his fingerprints before standing up, looking at Jiraiya. Seals. Bordog bird monkey. Remember to bite your thumb before the seals. Naruto nodded. He decided to start off with something small, so he bit his thumb and formed the seals. Kuchios no Jutsu. Naruto slammed his palm onto the ground and when the smoke cleared, there was a small orange frog with some tattoos on it and a navy blue GI. The frog looked up at him. Who are you? Never seen you before. Naruto smiled at the frog. Name's Uzumaki Naruto. Gamakichi. If you want to play, give me a snack. Naruto smiled as he pulled out a scroll and pulled a packet of chips out of one of the seals, opening it and handing it to the frog. The frog looked up at Naruto. When I said a snack, you didn't have to give me a packet of them. Still, you seem like a nice guy. Catch you round, Naruto. Gamakichi took the chips and poofed out of existence. Naruto decided to try something bigger, so he bit his thumb and started forming the seals. With the amount of chakra Naruto was channeling, Jiraiya warily stepped back. Naruto slammed his palm onto the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu. The entire area was covered in smoke and Naruto found himself on top of one very big frog. The frog had a scar running over its left eyelid. He had a navy blue GI with a sword strapped to his side. Naruto looked at the frog, and the frog looked at him. What are you doing on my head, Gaki? Where's Jiraiya? Naruto looked lazily at him. I'm on your head because I summoned you. As for Jiraiya, he's down there somewhere. Gamabunta narrowed his eyes at Naruto before he burst out laughing. You summoned me, the great Gamabunta-sama? Dream on, Gaki. Naruto smiled lazily at him. He knew how to deal with arrogant people like this. You're pretty stupid for a summon boss. The frog's eyes narrowed again at Naruto. Nanjato? Do you have any idea who you're talking to, Gaki? Someone who is unable to accept the fact that I summoned you. If you don't believe me, how about we make a bet to prove it? The frog smiled. A bet? What are the conditions? You have to do your best to throw me off your head by sunset. If you do, I'll accept your judgment on whether I summoned you or not. And if you win? You will allow me to summon you when I need to and you will listen to my orders. That's stupid. Afraid you'll lose? After having his credibility doubted like that, he decided to prove just how weak this kid was. Fine. Don't blame me when you die, Gaki. Gamabunta proceeded to try and get Naruto off his head in every way he could. He shook his head from side to side, jumping up and down, going underwater, resurfacing and taking a leap before resubmerging. This lasted for hours until the sun finally set. Naruto looked down at Gamabunta, trying just manage to hide his exhaustion. I win, Gamabunta. Gamabunta had to admit, this kid was good. He wasn't your average kid. He looked up at him. Fine. I'll listen to you and you can summon me whenever you want. Don't let it go to your head, Naruto. Naruto nodded and hopped down and Gamabunta disappeared. Jiraiya came out and looked at Naruto. Naruto, we're done for the day. Come back here same time tomorrow. Sure thing. Naruto walked off as Jiraiya went back to his research. Next morning, 10 a.m. Naruto had come back to the waterfall and spotted Jiraiya giggling as he peeked through some bushes. Naruto looked at him. I know you're a super pervert, but why do you peek whenever you get the opportunity? Jiraiya turned around. It gives me inspiration for my stories. Naruto didn't like this. Not one bit. Stories? You wouldn't happen to be the author of Dash. Naruto's question was answered when Jiraiya removed an all-too-familiar orange book from his clothes. Naruto's sweat dropped. I knew it. Jiraiya perked up at the Naruto's reaction. Oh, you've heard of this book? Naruto shook his head. Heard isn't the right word. My Nizan is always reading those Dimin things. Jiraiya let out a restrained, perverted giggle at the reaction. Seems I'm getting pretty famous. Naruto watched as Jiraiya put the book away and put on his business face. Naruto, today I'm going to teach you a jutsu that was invented by the Yondaime. The Rasengan. Naruto's eyebrows raised at this. Naruto had heard tales from Kakashi about the Rasengan. Jiraiya pulled out a water balloon from one of two large shopping bags that he had with him and filled it with water before holding it out in front of him. Okay, the first stage. Basically, you have to try and pop this balloon using only chakra. It combines the principle of the tree climbing exercise, which I'm sure you've done, with the principle of the water walking exercise. Watch. The balloon started stretching out at odd angles, as if something was struggling to get out. Finally, the balloon popped, water going everywhere. Naruto looked on, trying to analyze what had just happened. To further explain it, like with the tree climbing exercise, you must maintain a constant amount of chakra by focusing your mind and keeping that concentration. With the water walking exercise, you were taught to release a fixed amount of chakra continuously. So, to do the first step of the Rasengan training, you have to combine those two exercises by creating a continuous flow, and once you have released it, control it. Anyways, I'll leave you to figure out how to apply it. Good luck, Naruto. Jiraiya had given Naruto another filled water balloon and turned around when he heard the balloon pop. He stopped and slowly turned around to see that the balloon had indeed popped. Naruto smiled lazily. How long did Erasure take to make this jutsu again? Jiraiya didn't believe it. Naruto had just popped the balloon first try. Naruto looked at Jiraiya. The theory behind it is easy. I have very good chakra control. Adding several directions of chakra spin to the balloon isn't hard. Jiraiya nodded slowly as he pulled out a pair of rubber ball from the other bag. Jiraiya passed one to Naruto. For stage 2, you have to use 100% of your power to pop the rubber ball. Jiraiya demonstrated this as the rubber ball mutated hideously before exploding. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He held his ball and concentrated before the ball morphed hideously and then exploded, sending rocks and sand flying. Naruto smiled at Jiraiya, whose sweat dropped. This kid was scary. Jiraiya took out an empty water balloon and filled it up with air before sealing it. He threw it to Naruto and made another for himself. The third stage requires you to use all of the power from the second step and add the rotation from the first step. To successfully complete this level, you have to maintain the Rasengan without the balloon popping. Naruto nodded and concentrated. Jiraiya could sense that the Naruto had formed the Rasengan and was maintaining it perfectly. Jiraiya felt ashamed. It had taken him 1.5 months to learn the Rasengan, and Naruto had learned all 3 steps in 3 goes. Naruto hadn't even broken a sweat. Naruto looked at Jiraiya. 3 years? I assume he spent the majority of that time doing something else. Jiraiya sighed. Erasure had only been inventing the Rasengan part-time during those 3 years, but he had definitely not done it first try. Jiraiya had expected this to take up a good chunk of the time between now and the main matches of the Chunin exams. Erasure, you created a genius, didn't you? Jiraiya was fast running out of options. He decided to teach Naruto Swamp of the Underworld. Naruto, how do you think you can handle a Doton jutsu I invented? Naruto raised an eyebrow. I don't have much skill for Doton jutsus, but I can try. Jiraiya nodded. This should hold him off for a while. It's called Doton, Yomi Numa. Seals are boar and tiger. Give it a try. Naruto nodded and formed the two seals, announcing the jutsu. Doton, Yomi Numa. The ground in a 30-meter diameter area darkened in color before turning into a clay-brown colored liquid. Jiraiya smiled. It was going to be a long time until he mastered this one. Jiraiya watched over Naruto part of the day, spending the other part researching. By the end of the day, Naruto had extended the swamp to 50 meters in diameter. As the final rays of sunlight diffusing through the atmosphere's many layers, which is usually associated with the red of a sunset or sunrise, turned a deep crimson, Jiraiya got up. Naruto, I'm going to get some rest. You coming? Naruto looked up, sweating and panting. I'll stay at this for several more hours. Same time? Jiraiya nodded. Don't push yourself too hard. Naruto smiled lazily at Jiraiya. If I don't push myself to my limits, I can never improve. I'll see you tomorrow. Jiraiya nodded. He's even got your guts, Erasure. This kid's going surpass even you. After another several hours which resulted in expanding the swamp by another few meters, Naruto noticed that the stars were out and the moon was hanging low in the sky. Naruto stretched and headed back to his apartment, dead tired from today's workout. When he got back, he had a short shower and crashed into bed. A week later, by the end of the following week, Naruto had increased the diameter of the swamp to several hundred meters and to a depth of about 100 meters. Jiraiya admitted Naruto had satisfactory mastery over the jutsu and started to teach him the basics of Yandame's modified Shushin no Jutsu. After several hours of explaining, Naruto tried it. He partially achieved it, however. Naruto was still partially disappearing with a regular burst of speed, but the barest flicker of yellow was seen when he activated and deactivated it. Naruto kept training for the rest of the day and well into the night after Jiraiya had left. By the end of the week, Naruto could do it to Jiraiya's satisfaction. Jiraiya had one jutsu that would help Naruto immensely. Naruto, I'm going to teach you one more jutsu and then introduce you to another one, which I will leave you to learn. This jutsu is called Harijaizu. The reason I'm teaching you this is because your hair is long enough for it. To do it, just channel chakra to the roots of your hair and force it to grow into a hardened shield of spikes that will protect you from most taijutsu attacks. This is how it's done. Jiraiya formed a half-ram seal and his hair exploded out in all directions, covering him in a way a hedgehog or echidna would if they rolled up into a ball. Naruto tried it and his hair slowly grew at first until he pumped more chakra into and his hair encased him in a shield much like Jiraiya's except blonde instead of white. Naruto let the jutsu go and looked at Jiraiya who smiled at him. You're something else, no? I don't have the implements here to teach you the final jutsu. Meet here tomorrow one last time and I'll give you something that enabled your dad to do the Hiraishin. Naruto nodded and smiled. Catch you round. Jiraiya nodded and went back to his research, leaving Naruto with a free day. He decided to go and meet up with his team. Training Ground 19. Kurenai was teaching both Chuji and Shikamaru some theory behind some genjutsu or another when Naruto walked up to them. They greeted him and after some small chat, Naruto asked how things were going with their training. Shikamaru looked up at the clouds. It's troublesome, but I'm starting to learn a few genjutsu as well as another Nara clan jutsu. Naruto nodded. Chuji smiled at Naruto. I'm really not that good with genjutsu, but I'm learning the next Akimichi clan jutsu. Naruto nodded as Kurenai looked at him. So, what have you learnt from Jiraiya, Naruto? Naruto smiled at her. The only area I had nothing in. Bloodline jutsus. All three of their eyes widened. Naruto explained. I've signed a summon contract that both Jiraiya and my dad signed. I've also learned 2 jutsus that my dad created and another 2 Jiraiya created. Tomorrow, I'm to learn a jutsu that might earn my dad his name as the Yellow Flash of Konoha. At the last part, their eyes widened considerably. Hiraishin. Naruto nodded. I won't have it ready in time for the exam though. Shikamaru sighed. Mendo Kusei. Despite the fact that in the upcoming exam we're opponents, I still think you're friends before that. I need to speak to Nizan though, so I'll catch you round. They waved goodbye to Naruto as he left the training field and headed to his apartment. Naruto's apartment. Naruto got home to see Kakashi taking a snooze in the chair. When Kakashi heard the door open, he looked up. "Hey Naruto. You're back early." Naruto shrugged. "Jiraiya's not going to teach me anything until tomorrow." Kakashi nodded. "So, want some help?" Naruto nodded. "Is it possible for a person to sign more than one summoning contract?" Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "There's no strict rule against it, however, it's not common practice. I take it you signed the contract with the Toads?" Naruto nodded. "Well, I have no qualms about letting you sign the K9 contract, however, it's up to them to accept you." Naruto nodded as Kakashi led Naruto outside to the enclosed garden of the apartments, which was really nothing more than a square patch of lawn. Kakashi bit his thumb and formed the seals. Kuchios no Jutsu. The smoke cleared and a fairly large dog was there. He wore a navy blue GI and wore sunglasses as well as a Konoha Hitaiate. The dog dropped the scroll and Kakashi opened it. Naruto didn't recognize any other names apart from Kakashi. Naruto bit his thumb and signed his name next to Kakashi's, ending in his fingerprints. Naruto realized his problem. If he summoned the boss of the K9s here, he'd destroy several of the apartment complexes. So he looked to Kakashi, who smiled. "Go summon him where there's a bit more space." Naruto nodded and walked off to a training ground that was usually empty. Today was no different, so he went into the center and bit his thumb, molded a massive amount of chakra and slammed his palm onto the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu. After the smoke cleared, Naruto was looking into the eyes of a rather large wolf with gray fur that had a hint of blue in it. The wolf looked at him. "Who are you? You better have a good explanation as to why you're on my head, Gaki." Naruto smiled in his lazy fashion. "I summoned you." The wolf narrowed its eyes. It grinned before letting loose a barking laugher. "You summon me? Do you expect me to believe that?" Naruto's sweat dropped. Were all summon bosses like this? He decided to show this boss just who he was dealing with. "I'll prove I summoned you." Naruto jumped off the wolf's head and bit his thumb, forming the seals. Kuchios no Jutsu. A huge cloud of smoke wrapped around the new figure, before revealing Gamabunta. The two summon bosses stared at each other. Naruto smiled at the wolf, however, he was almost completely exhausted of chakra. Summoning two summon bosses was not a feat to be sneezed at. The wolf looked at Gamabunta. "Hisashiburi Dana, Gamabunta." "Indeed it has, Fenrir. Almost 200 years. Let me guess, Naruto summoned me to prove he summoned you." Fenrir smiled in that feral manner that all canines did. "I know who summoned me, I just wanted to see if the Gaki was worthy of summoning me." At that point, Naruto fell to his knees, panting and sweating. Fenrir looked at Naruto. "I'm amazed a human his age can summon two summon bosses at all, let alone not dying from complete chakra exhaustion. Listen Naruto, canines pride themselves on their loyalty. Remember that. As you humans say, scratch my back and I'll scratch yours. I'll let you summon my pack for now, but until you prove your loyalty, you may not summon me, are we clear? If you do, your signature of the K9 contract is void." Naruto nodded. "Sure thing." Fenrir poofed out of existence, leaving Naruto with Gamabunta. Gamabunta looked up at Naruto. "I'm getting out of here. The kids are waiting for me back home." Naruto nodded and jumped down as Gamabunta raised a webbed hand. "Ja." Gamabunta disappeared as Naruto collapsed, panting. Little did Naruto know that there was a very livid Uchiha staring at him from the edge of the training field. Where does Naruto get so much power? Naruto lay there, recovering his chakra for the better part of the day. At about nightfall, Naruto got up and headed home. He really needed to prove his loyalty to the canines. He didn't know when he might need Fenrir's help. Naruto opened the door to see Kakashi smiling at him. "I'm sure most of the Jounins of Konoha felt that Naruto. No wonder you look like that. I suggest taking it easy for a while." Naruto nodded as he made himself a cup of instant ramen, too tired to make anything fancy. Once he'd eaten it with Kakashi eating his miso soup, Naruto excused himself and took a shower before throwing his clothes into the laundry basket in his room and hit the sack. 2 weeks and 4 days later. It was the day of the Chunin main matches. There were a few clouds in the sky, apart from that, it was a perfect day. Everyone was living the hype usually associated with such a big tournament. People specifically wanted to see how both years' top rookies would do, namely Hyuga Neji and Uzumaki Naruto. People still had some reservations about Naruto, but they would see what he was capable of before passing their final judgment. The examinees walked in through the large gate at ground level and stood facing the stands of people which were packed to capacity. Everyone's favorite sunban chewing Jounin, Shiranui Genma, stood facing the examinees. You guys are the reason everyone has gathered. Like with the preliminaries, the rules are the same even if the terrain is different. You will fight each other until one gives up, is unable to fight or dies. Remember, if I decide to stop the match, you will listen to me. They nodded as the Hokage welcomed the crowd. Welcome ladies and gentlemen to the first biannual Chunin exam finals. We will now begin the main matches between the finalists. Please enjoy the show. Genma turned back to the Chunin hopefuls. First match is between Uzumaki Naruto and Inuzuka Kiba. The rest of you, go up to the waiting room until it's your turn. The other 6 left the arena for the waiting room. Kiba smiled at Naruto. It's been a while since we went against each other in anything but a friendly spar, and Naruto? Naruto smiled. Yup. Genma made the announcement. Then, first match, hi. The crowd roared their approval as the two competitors stood stone still, gauging each other's reactions. After a full minute of tension-filled silence, Kiba smirked and hurled 4 kunai at Naruto, who dodged to the left, letting them impact the wall. Kiba formed a ram seal and used one of his clan jutsus. Gijyu Ninpu, Shikyaku no Jutsu. Kiba's fingernails extended as his chakra morphed his body. Kiba disappeared in a blur of speed and reappeared next to Naruto, engaging in a ferocious taijutsu match. Naruto noticed Kiba's speed had improved dramatically, and Naruto had to block about half the punches and kicks while he dodged the rest. The crowd was captivated as Naruto danced through the air, avoiding Kiba's blows and blocking the ones he couldn't. Kiba knew that by himself, he wasn't going to get anywhere with this, so he disappeared and reappeared next to Akamaru. Akamaru! The dog barked and jumped onto Kiba's back before transforming into a clone of Kiba. Jujin Bunshin. Both of them charged in, reappearing in front of and behind Naruto. Naruto saw his predicament. Blocking one Kiba's blows was hard enough. 2 would be impossible. Before either of them could land a punch, Naruto formed a single-hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A lot of the crowd's eyes widened as a perfect copy of Naruto appeared beside him and took on Akamaru while the real Naruto took on Kiba. Naruto was trying to slowly separate the pair as together, they were a force to be reckoned with. The 4 fighters on the field continued to exchange blows until Akamaru got lucky and punched the clone in the stomach through a hole in the clone's defenses, dispelling it. Akamaru went back to help his master with the real Naruto. Naruto saw his predicament, and just as they were about to land a blow on him, he turned into a flash of yellow light and just vanished. Both Kiba and Akamaru stumbled before gaining their footing to see Naruto reappear with the same yellow flash at the other end of the field. Everyone just stared. Murmurs of "Hiration" and "Yellow Flash" could be heard throughout the audience. Kiba looked at Naruto with wide eyes. What was that? Naruto smiled at Kiba. A modified version of the Shushin no Jutsu unique to Konoha. Kiba tried to regain his senses as both he and Akamaru took out 8 shuriken each. He hurled them at Naruto to prepare for the next attack. Every time I see you, you just get faster, Naruto. Akamaru. Let's go. Getsuga. Naruto dodged the shuriken as both Kiba and Akamaru turned into gray cyclones as they crisscrossed the field, ripping up the ground as they tried to confuse Naruto where they would attack from. After a few seconds, they broke off and tried to hit Naruto from 2 different directions. Naruto jumped out of the way only to see both of them come at him again while he was still in mid-air, unable to block. I see a weak spot. Both cyclones slammed into Naruto and then broke out as Naruto fell to the ground, not moving. Gotcha! Naruto poofed into a log that had one of the larger varieties of explosive notes attached to it, and Kiba's eyes widened as the note fizzled down to its last part and exploded, sending Kiba and Akamaru flying back into the stadium wall. The impact dispelled Akamaru's henge and they both looked at Naruto who had reappeared in the middle of the stadium. Kiba grit his teeth from the pain when he decided to use his last resort. Akamaru, we're going to use it. Let's go. Akamaru got up and Kiba charged at Naruto and grabbed onto his arm before Naruto had the chance to move. Now, Akamaru. Akamaru jumped into the air and span, urinating all over the area as Naruto narrowed his eyes. Dogs urinated on things to mark them. Naruto used another kawarimi to replace himself with a log, but still got hit with a small amount of the urine. Dynamic marking. So, now Akamaru. Jinju Kambi Henge, Sotoro. Both Akamaru and Kiba were surrounded by a cloud of smoke which cleared to reveal a massive white wolf with 2 heads. The wolf had crimson eyes and was salivating like mad. Both heads looked at Naruto and let the hint of a smile touch their lips. Naruto smiled as he did the 2-hand seals for a jutsu. We won't let you. Naruto slammed his palms onto the ground as the white wolf ran at Naruto. Doton, Yomi no Ma. The ground of the entire stadium turned into a sea of ochre-red liquid which was like glue. It stopped the double-headed wolf in its tracks as it began sinking. Ga, what is this? Naruto stood up. It's a Doton jutsu. This swamp is about 100 meters deep. The more you struggle, the faster you sink. The wolf smiled. Like quicksand, huh? But did you count on this? Garoga. The wolf began spinning and sending the red liquid everywhere as it turned into a white and blue tornado. Naruto narrowed his eyes, realizing there was only one option left. He muttered, Kai, returning the ground to its original state and bit his thumb and formed the seals. Kuchios no Jutsu. The smoke cleared to reveal a mainly gray frog with an orange back slightly larger than the wolf that wore a green GI and had a very long katana strapped to its back. The frog saw the danger as it pulled the blade off its back and met the attack. The tornado kept going, pushing the frog towards the wall. The wolf jumped back and prepared for another go. If the frog hit the wall, it was over, so Naruto looked at the frog when an idea struck him. Can you give me a short burst of oil? The frog nodded and his cheeks puffed up and Naruto formed 2-hand seals. Katan, Kyukyoku Gakakyu no Jutsu. Naruto's fireball hit the oil and the arena exploded into flames as the crowd winced at the massive amount of heat the fireball generated, even from their seats. The fireball lasted all of 3 seconds as it washed over the wolf, doing just enough damage to dispel the henge and leave both of them on the ground, suffering from exhaustion, but only minor. Burns that were easily treatable. Naruto thanked the toad as it left. Naruto walked up to Kiba, who smirked at Naruto. That was clever. I didn't expect you to use any of those jutsus, especially not that last one. So, how do I rate? Naruto smiled. Kiba, that was a great match. You forced me to reveal 3 new jutsus in the first match. I didn't make the fireball last long enough to permanently damage you, as I know when I have to use terminal force. And a match with a close friend, not matter how serious it is not the time to use that sort of power. I expect your family to be proud of you. I am. Good work, my friend. Kiba smiled at the recognition as he passed out. Gunma smirked. Shousha, Uzumaki Naruto. The crowd went wild as Naruto walked up to the contestants' box, where he got pats on the back from Chuji and Shikamaru, a nod from Shino and Niji, and an explosion of youth comment from Lee. Naruto noticed Gaara had a rather manic expression on his face, one of a person who was just restraining himself from lashing out. The rookies and their Jounin instructors were not only amazed at Naruto's power, but also in his sense of judgment he showed when dealing with Kiba's very damaging attack. Kurenai was most impressed with Naruto. Naruto, you're growing up so fast. So mature at such a young age. You really are something else. When the crowd settled down, Gunma announced the next match. Second match contestants come down. Shikamaru and Chuji went down to the arena and looked at each other. Chuji smiled warmly at his teammate. Come on, Shikamaru. Ganbat. Same to you, Chuji. Second match is between Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Chuji. Hajime. Chuji started off as he formed a seal and used a trademark family jutsu. Baika no Jutsu. Chuji pulled his limbs and head in, letting out plumes of chakra as he announced the next part of the combo. Nikuden Sensei. Chuji flew up into the air and began spinning. Shikamaru looked scared as Chuji came rolling at him with his favorite mantra. Roll 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 roll. Shikamaru leapt out of the way and into the trees nearby as Chuji rolled past him, clearly enjoying himself. Shikamaru sighed. Mendo kusai. Chuji came straight back at the tree and Shikamaru dodged as Chuji snapped the tree like a twig. Shikamaru saw his chance as he landed. Kageme no Jutsu. Shikamaru's shadow stretched out and caught Chuji, who stopped spinning. Shikamaru smirked. Knowing you, Chuji, you wouldn't let me catch you like that unless you had a reason. Chuji smirked as he returned to normal size. Chuji had found that the Nara's Kageme no Jutsu may stop your body's movements, but it did not stop you from channeling chakra. Chuji was surrounded by a wave of chakra which concentrated around his arm as he announced his jutsu. Buban Baika no Jutsu Kanbi. Shikamaru lost control of his Kageme from the rather large aura of power coming off Chuji while his right arm and hand grew to a disproportionate size, bringing the appendage around in a fast sweep of the area. Yud. Shikamaru jumped above the sweep and Chuji returned his arm to normal while he started the next part, the combo. Hagi. Chuji brought his right leg up and it grew in size as he brought it down on Shikamaru's prone airborne form. Shikamaru's eyes widened as he realized he was about to be flattened. Since he wasn't on the ground, Shikamaru couldn't use his clan jutsus, so he performed a kawarimi with a branch from the tree Chuji had destroyed. The thick branch was shattered to splinters as Chuji withdrew his leg. Chuji jumped out of the way as he felt Shikamaru's shadow racing up behind him. Chuji hopped and skipped with agility that belied his size as the shadow tendril chased after him. Chuji noticed that Shikamaru wouldn't be able to extend his shadow much further, and after one last jump, the tendril stopped. Shikamaru sighed as he withdrew his shadow and put his hands together in his thinking pose. Chuji used this time to pull out a scroll and procure a bag of chips, which he hurriedly ate to regain his chakra, and pulled out a special Akimichi food pill, increasing his chakra capacity temporarily. Shikamaru finished his thinking and gave Chuji his shuggy face. Chuji smiled. Are we going to get serious now, Shikamaru? Yeah. Chuji smiled as he prepared his new jutsu by releasing a massive wave of chakra that surrounded him in a blue shell and announced his jutsu. Cho Baika no Jutsu. Shikamaru's sweat dropped, as did the majority of the audience, as Chuji grew absurdly huge and pulled out a scroll that was not one Naruto had given him, procuring a rather large wooden pole from it. Chuji flipped the scroll back up and put it away before he proceeded to use the pole to slam it onto the ground when Shikamaru was. Shikamaru had not expected this and he hurried to amend his plans. Shikamaru continued dodging Chuji's attacks before he had an idea. Shikamaru dodged the latest attack and jumped onto the pole before using chakra to make sure he stuck to it. Chuji's eyes widened in surprise as he tried to shake Shikamaru off it, which he almost succeeded in doing as Shikamaru slapped a number of explosive notes to it and jumped clear as Chuji brought the weapon around for a final swing. During this time, Chuji was aware that Shikamaru had placed something on his ankles and looked down to see several explosive notes and stopped the pole above his head. Shikamaru chuckled. My clan jutsus are useless against you in this state. However, in exchange for size and power, you sacrifice a great deal of agility. While you brought it around for the final swing, it gave me several seconds to attach explosive notes to your ankles. You would have killed me and I would have killed you. Good match, Chuji. Chuji smiled as he returned to regular size and Shikamaru diffused the notes. Genma smiled. This match has ended in a tie. No one progressed to round 2 from this match. The group cheered and applauded the pair as they left the battlefield. Up in the stands, Kakashi turned to Kurenai. All your students are progressing rapidly. It's not surprising they made it this far. Kurenai nodded in acknowledgement as they exchanged a few more words before Genma announced the next match. Next match's contestants, get down here. Both Shino and Niji came down and faced off. Both of them calm, cool and collected. Shino with his hands in his pockets while Niji had his hands at his sides. This was one of the two fights the majority of people had come to see. Genma looked at each of them. Seeing they were ready, he started the match. Third match is between Hyuga Niji and Aburame Shino. Hajime. Both of them remained still. Everyone in the crowd held their breath before Niji smirked. Naruto has a lot of confidence in your abilities, from what he has told me of you. I wish to see why. Shino didn't move a muscle as he spoke. Naruto also speaks quite highly of you. Niji smiled as he got into his Juken stance, but Shino did not get into any stance. Niji activated his Baiwakugan and charged Shino, leaving afterimages behind him. Shino raised hands to let his bugs free, but he could not do so in time as Niji struck his heart with his extended hand. Shino collapsed to the floor and burst into bugs, making Niji jump back. Niji saw Shino behind him sending a wave of bugs at him. Niji knew from his research that these bugs ate a person's chakra, so he decided to test the theory in the most extreme circumstances. He got down and released chakra from all his tenketsu spinning like a top. Hakusha Kaiten. The bugs collided with the spinning wall of chakra and consumed a small amount of it before they were shredded to pieces. Eventually, both parties stopped their assault defense to minimize their losses. Niji knew that these bugs lived on chakra, and with his Baiwakugan could see that the bugs were eating Shino's chakra as well, leaving him with minimal chakra to use for jutsus. Niji saw a weakness in the Aburame method. As long as the bugs could not feed on chakra, they would not listen to him. So, Niji prepared for his clan's ultimate jutsu. He got into a stance which the Hyugas in the audience recognized immediately. This is it. You are within range of my divination. Shino raised an eyebrow at this claim as Niji prepared for the jutsu. Jukenyu, Hakurokujiinshu. Niji charged in and delved the first two strikes with blinding precision and speed. Hack, Nisho. Shino stumbled back as Niji danced acrobatically, delivering the next two. Yanshu. Shino continued to stumble back as Niji pounded him with the next wave. Has-ho. Jurokushu. Sanjunishu. Rokujinshu. Niji pumped a lot of chakra into the combo and sent Shino flying back as he smirked. However, Niji was suddenly aware that his chakra was declining far more rapidly than it should. He looked at his hands and arms to see them covered in bugs. He also saw that from his legs came a trail of bugs that led to a small mound in the arena. Niji gasped. When did you? Shino got to his hands and knees, obviously in a lot of pain as he answered. Each time you sealed a tenketsu, I placed a large number of bugs onto your fingers. My clan not only have control over the bugs within us, but also bugs in the area that we have communicated with before. I came here for the past month almost every day to communicate and form a treaty with the nest of Kikai bugs living here. As long as they have some chakra to eat, whether it is my own or my opponent's, they will do as I ask them. Both of our clan techniques are ill-suited for each other. We both rely on chakra. Both of our clans concentrate on stopping the opponent's chakra flow. The best we could have hoped for was a tie, which is what happened. Niji fell to his knees as his chakra dropped to dangerously low levels. Shino continued panting as they both dropped to the ground, unconscious. Genma observed them before announcing the result. Neither opponent is able to fight. No one progresses from this round. Despite the result, the audience was content. Genma called the last contestants of the first round forward. Gaara used Suna Shushin to get to the arena while Rock Lee jumped over the railing. Rock Lee got into his Guken style while Gaara stood motionless. Genma started it off. Fourth and final match of round 1 between Rock Lee and Sabaku no Gaara. Hajime. Lee's eyes widened as he caught the cork of Gaara's gourd which Gaara had flung projected at him very discreetly. Please don't be too hasty. Lee crushed the cork and dropped it to the ground as he charged forward and launched into a taijutsu assault. Gaara's sand rose to protect him and Gaara never moved. After several more kicks and punches, Lee leapt into the air and launched several shuriken at Gaara, whose sand caught it and turned into a Suna Bunshin. The Suna Bunshin threw them back at Lee, and Lee threw 2 more to cancel the attacks out. Lee ran in and tried several more attacks before he confirmed his suspicions. He would not be able to land a hit at this speed. Lee looked up into the crowd and saw Guy, who nodded. Lee smiled and jumped backwards before reaching into his orange leg warmers and pulled out weights. Naruto smiled. The looks on everyone's faces would be priceless. Lee held the weights up, displaying each weight had the kanji for guts on it. Yash. I can move much easier now. Lee dropped the weights and the section of the arena around Lee was surrounded in a cloud of smoke as the weights hit the ground. Naruto saw everyone's expression and laughed. He only wished he had his camera here with him. Naruto stopped his laughter and mentally groaned when he heard Guy shout out to his student. Lee! OSSU! Lee charged at Gaara with blinding speed that shocked everyone. Lee punched at Gaara's Suna no Tate, breaking through it and disappearing, leaving a whistling noise in the air from the speed he was moving. He proceeded to smash the sand shield in places, leaving Gaara wide-eyed and looking frantically for Lee. Finally, Lee aimed a straight punch and smashed Gaara in the face, sending him sprawling. When he got back up, Guy could be heard with another one of his cheesy lines with matching genjutsu that even Kurenai couldn't make sense of, making everyone in the general vicinity rather afraid of the man. Seishoha. Bakuhatsuda. OSSU. Lee's eyes caught fire as he charged in again and proceeded to land several more hits on Gaara before Lee noticed that his attacks were having little effect, possibly because of the fact that Gaara had sand covering his face. Gaara's face twisted into a grin that can only be associated with serial killers and madmen. The sand replaced itself and Gaara looked at Lee. Come. Lee knew his only option left to get rid of that sand was to apply high damage from above the sand, so he undid the medical tape around his hands and prepared for his move. Prepare yourself. Lee charged in and created a ring of dirt around Gaara from running as fast as he was. Gaara was wary. Hurry up and... Come. As you wish. Lee broke out of the ring and gave Gaara a savage kick to the chin, but Gaara would not float. I'm not done yet. Lee pushed himself off the ground with his hands and proceeded to give Gaara a sickening combo of kicks that resounded throughout the stadium. The sand tried futilely to catch up to its master as Lee continued high into the sky. After the last one, Lee froze from the pain and shut his eyes before regaining his resolve, wrapping the bandage around Gaara, grabbing hold of him and began spinning until they were a blur. Take this. Omote Renge. The pair crashed into the ground, making it shatter under the impact, kicking up a huge cloud of dust and throwing rocks everywhere. Lee landed beside the crater, breathing heavily. That should have hurt. Lee noticed that part of Gaara's face crack and fall in, revealing nothing but an empty shell of sand. The whole body lost its color and disintegrated, much to everyone's chagrin. Inani? Lee turned around to see Gaara rise from the ground and smirk at him, laughing manically. Gaara formed a ram seal and smirked as the sand shot upwards before slamming into Lee, making him scream out in pain. Naruto knew that after opening the first gate like that, Lee was in no position to dodge from the pain it inflicted to his body. Naruto was forced to watch Gaara for the next 15 minutes toy with Lee before Lee looked up into the crowd and let a tear shed from his eye. Naruto could tell without looking that Guy was smiling at him. If this was any indication, this was bad. Very bad. Lee regained his speed, much to everyone's amazement. Lee stared at Gaara. Guy-sensei is smiling for me. That alone is enough to make me stronger. Far stronger. Naruto's eyes bulged. He was going to use his most powerful move. In what to others was extremely uncharacteristic, Naruto yelled out to Lee. Lee, don't you dare use that move. You'll die. Everyone stared at Naruto. Those close to him felt the waves of fear rolling off him and knew what he was saying was true. I'm sorry, Toukuen, but I have to. The condition to use it has been met. Lee focused himself and was surrounded by a column of chakra-infused wind. Gaara was unfazed. I don't know what you're doing, but this is the end for you. True. Either way, this move will decide everything. Gaara straightened and his hair began to rustle from the amount of wind Lee's chakra was displacing. Naruto-kun, I cannot be the only one who loses here. Guy-sensei, please acknowledge this. Now is the time. The rocks on the ground began lifting into the air and breaking as Lee concentrated further. Naruto saw that Lee's body was undergoing the transformation of the second gate, the energy gate. His body was turning red. Chakra began surging off Lee uncontrollably as he revealed himself in all his glory. Pupilless white eyes, hair standing on end and red skin. To abide by and protect my way of the ninja. The third gate, the life gate. Kai. Lee began growling as his body was covered by a green aura and the chakra wind surrounded him turned blood red, while regular blue chakra surrounded him in a double helix shape. Lee squatted as he opened the next gate. Now, for the fourth gate, the wound gate. Kai. Lee was now screaming an unearthly scream as his body pulsed with power. He ducked and then charged at Gaara, ripping the ground up from under him as he kicked Gaara, and the stadium was covered in dust which cleared to reveal Gaara flying up into the air with Lee nowhere to be seen. Naruto focused chakra to his eyes to assist them in seeing Lee's movements as a lot of Chunins and Jounins in the audience were doing. The armor of sand again? Then how about this? Lee used a modified version of Shushin unique to him and Guy to reappear in front of Gaara and smashed him towards the ground, releasing a visible shockwave before using the Shushin to get behind Gaara and smashed him again up into the air again. This process repeated for well over 3 minutes until Lee got above him and prepared for the final attack. This is the end. Fifth gate, the forest gate. Kai. Lee was surrounded by a faint blue glow for a second before he charged at Gaara. Gaara tried to block, but Lee used the Shushin one more time to get under Gaara's guard and punch him in the stomach, sending him to the ground, but caught him from the bandages he had wrapped around his waist to pull him back up. Take this. You're a renge. Lee slammed his right fist and foot into Gaara with all the strength he had left, watching him as he plummeted to earth, letting off cloud of dust and rock that again covered the stadium, and Naruto saw Lee roll out of the cloud and come to a complete stop. When the cloud of dust dissipated, everyone saw Gaara surrounded by a small shield of sand that had protected him just enough to save his life. He was breathing heavily as he raised his hand shakily at Lee and sent a wave of sand at him while Lee tried pitifully to get out of the way. He couldn't even get out of the way with his muscles ripped and the sand closed in on Lee when it exploded outwards. When it cleared, everyone saw Naruto there, glaring at Gaara. Gaara looked at him. But why did you save him? Because, unlike you, I know when to stop a fight. Lee's muscles have been completely ripped to pieces. He is incapable of defending himself and you try and kill him. To me, Lee is an important friend I am willing to die for. If that means killing you to ensure he'll live, so be it. Gaara stiffened as he clutched his head and ummed in pain. Naruto stared at Gaara as he shakily got up, the gourd reforming on his back. Gaara started walking off as Genma announced the winner. Shousha dash. Everyone gasped as Naruto turned around to see Lee standing, his knees shaking, standing in his Gukken style. Naruto ran to Lee. Lee Yamaro. You've done enough dash. Naruto gasped as his eyes began water before he saw what had really happened. Lee, you're still trying even after you've lost consciousness? I don't believe it. You're stronger than I could ever be. Shousha, Gaara. Guy appeared on the field and hugged Lee gently as he laid him on the ground. Naruto saw the medics rushing onto the field as they began checking Lee. After about 30 seconds, they made their analysis. Guy-sen, Lee's injuries are severe. It's amazing he's still alive. If Naruto-san had not stopped that attack, this boy would most likely be dead now. With these injuries, it will take several months to heal with all of our current specialists working on him. Guy nodded solemnly as they carted Lee off to the medical facilities of the stadium to stabilize him before moving him to the hospital to receive emergency treatment. Genma turned back to the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, as with all Chunin exam finals, we will now have a 1-hour recess between the rounds. Slowly, people started getting up and leaving the stands to go to the bathroom, buy food and drink, and stretch their muscles. All talk was of Naruto and Lee. Naruto left to check up on Lee when he got there. The medic saw him and one came over to him. Naruto-san, thank you for stepping in for Lee. If he had been hit with that sand, he would never have been able to be a shinobi again. Naruto nodded solemnly. Can I see him? The medic nodded and led Naruto into the room where Niji, Tenten and Guy were watching the medics working on Lee. They turned to Naruto. Guy began crying as he hugged Naruto, who stiffened. Naruto-kun. You are the epitome of youth. Thank you for saving Lee. Naruto nodded. No problem, Guy-sensei. Is there anything I can do for you to repay you for such a glorious display of youthfulness? Naruto could think of one thing and only one thing. How about letting go of? It's kinda hard to breathe. Guy let go of Naruto and he gasped for air. Guy smiled at Naruto. My apologies, Naruto-kun. They chatted for a bit longer before Naruto decided to go see the others. 5 minutes later, in the shops of the stadium, all of the rookie genin and their Jounin Senseis except Sasuke had decided to get something to eat, settling for barbecue. They had taken their seat and were about to make their orders when Naruto walked in. Kiba called out to him. Oi, Naruto! Over here! All conversation in the store stopped as they turned to see Naruto walking over to the long table and took a seat next to Kurenai. Hey guys! Ino looked at Naruto in awe. Naruto, what was that last move in your match? I've never seen anything like it. Naruto smiled at her as he made his order and explained. I knew that ninja frogs of a certain rank and above are able to produce oil, so I decided to use a katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu in tandem with the oil to make a giant fireball and tried and knock Kiba and Akamaru out of their henge, but not damage them enough to seriously hurt them. Kiba laughed. So you invented that on the spot? Naruto shrugged. Invented is probably not the right word. I think rediscovered is better. Considering all of the names I saw on the scroll of the frog contract, I'd be amazed if one of them hadn't done something similar before. Kiba smiled. You're something else, no. I'm not surprised I lost. Don't put yourself down, Kiba. As I said, the fact that you forced me reveal 3 of the 5 jutsus I learnt during the last month says you're good. If I hadn't learnt those jutsus, I wouldn't be surprised if I had lost. When you used the Garoga, you seemed to be spinning faster than your regular Getsuga. Is that why you marked me with Akamaru? Because you were spinning too fast to see. Kiba's eyes widened. Yeah. So, what did you think of it? Naruto smiled. To tell you the truth, I was scared witless when I saw you spinning at me. If you had hit me, no matter how good I was, I would have been dead. It must take a great deal of chakra to maintain that form and maintain the spin. As a last resort, I'd say it's like Lee's Yura wrench. Uses up a massive amount of chakra and after it, you won't be able to fight. Use it wisely, Kiba. Kiba nodded at the breakdown of the jutsu and Naruto's advice, taking it to heart. At the mention of Lee, Shikamaru's eyes narrowed. How is he? Naruto turned serious. The doctors say if I hadn't jumped down there, he'd be dead now. Lee's muscles have been completely torn to shreds and his bones have suffered minute fractures. With all of the nurses and doctors helping him, he should recover in about 3 or 4 months. That's why I didn't want him to use that jutsu. When Guy was teaching it to Lee and explained the effects, he offered to teach it to me, but I declined. I wouldn't be willing to go that far to defeat an enemy. After seeing how Gaara survived it, I'm glad I didn't. A player who obtains a Pyrrhic victory cannot move their piece forward. Lee unfortunately never realized that until now. Luckily, he'll get the chance to learn from that lesson. Shikamaru nodded. The meat for their orders arrived and was placed in front of them as they took several pieces of meat and placed them on the multiple cooking racks that covered a barbecue that was attached to the underside of the table. After their meat had cooked, they picked it up and ate it, placing more meat on the cooker as they continued chatting. After about 35 minutes, a message played over the loudspeaker. The next round matches will begin in 10 minutes. Will all competitors please report back to the waiting box? Thank you. Naruto polished off the last piece of meat and sighed in contentment. Most of them were staring at the speed with which Naruto ate. He never even lowered his mask for long enough for them to see his face. He noticed them staring at him and smiled. I learned from the best. Nizan can polish off a large bowl of ramen in less than 3 seconds. Pieces of meat like this are no problem for me. Everyone's sweat dropped as Naruto smiled. One day I'll show you guys my face. Not yet though. They nodded as they paid for their own meals and left. Naruto separated from the rest of them and headed towards the members' entrance, his friends wishing him luck. Once he got there, he saw Gaara was already there. There was only one match left. Uzumaki Naruto vs Sabaku no Gaara. Naruto, Gaara, you two re-up. They both went down to the arena and stood facing each other. Finals, Uzumaki Naruto vs Sabaku no Gaara. Hajime. Genma jumped back as Naruto glared at Gaara. That was a cowardly thing you did before. Didn't you feel any remorse whatsoever? No. The reason for my existence is to kill everyone in the world besides me. While there are people in the world to let me feel that the world is wonderful. Naruto sighed. This guy was one nutcase. That love symbol on your forehead is rather ironic, isn't? What exactly do you love, apart from killing people? I love only myself and fight only for myself. That is what makes me so powerful. That kind of loneliness is what makes you strong. Naruto smiled lazily at him. You're not the type of guy to see the truth unless I beat it into you. Try me, Uzumaki Naruto. With pleasure. Naruto used his modified version of Shushin to slug Gaara in the face, sending him flying into the wall of the stadium. Gaara, I know that I will have to show you jutsus that I have never shown people before. You are indeed strong, but not because of loneliness. You are strong because of what you are. Gaara's eyes widened. Naruto was going to call him a monster. You are strong because you are the container for a greater demon. It took a while to figure out that demonic chakra was, and I finally identified it if your fight against Lee. You're the container for the Ichibi no Shikaku. It's a sad fate, one that the containers get no say in. However, if you truly want to become strong, use the demon's destructive powers to defend your friends. That way, it shows you have more willpower than the demon you contain instead of murdering everyone left, right, and center. Shut up. Gaara was clutching his head and screaming in agony as the Suna no Yoroi started cracking, and Gaara shook his head from side to side until his gourd started cracking and formed some sort of veiny appendage that grew over his right hand and right side of his face. You are my prey. Gaara extended his modified hand and tried to crush Naruto, who jumped out of the way. Gaara proceeded to wreak havoc as he laughed manically. Are you scared of me, Uzumaki Naruto? Do you fear my existence? Show me this true power you speak of. Confirm it. Confirm your existence. Attack me. As you wish. Naruto held out his right hand and the chakra condensed into it, forming a sphere that looked like a miniature typhoon. There was a collective murmur in the crowd as Naruto announced the name of the jutsu. Rasengan. Naruto charged at Gaara and Gaara charged at him. Naruto aimed the Rasengan at Gaara's chest as it impacted, and Naruto let the Rasengan grow in size by releasing a little bit of control over its form. Gaara screamed in agony as the Rasengan surrounded him in a sphere of wild light that took him to the far wall, ripping up the ground in its path before it exploded against the wall. This, Gaara, is the kind of power that will make you strong. The kind of power that you use to protect your friends. Gaara started laughing as he got up, the severely damaged area of his stomach regenerating so fast it was visible. I see. This is the kind of pain that makes me feel alive. You are truly interesting, Uzumaki Naruto. By killing you, I can get an even stronger sensation of life. Naruto narrowed his eyes as Gaara completed the transformation and glared at Naruto. Naruto bit his thumb and formed the seals as he concentrated on which animal he wanted to bring out. Kuchios no Jutsu. A cloud of smoke about twice the size of a human appeared, and from it was something that looked to be half dog, half wolf. The canine looked up at him. So, you're that new kid? What do you want? Naruto pointed to Gaara and the canine's eyes narrowed. Is that Shikaku? His container. I see. Well, let's move, pup. The canine charged at Gaara, who extended his hand far too fast for either of them to see as Naruto was knocked off his summon and the summon was slammed up against the wall while Gaara separated his hand from his arm, regrowing it. Show me, Uzumaki Naruto. Show me you are willing to die for your friends. If you don't defeat me, the sand holding that canine will slowly crush him to death. Are you fearless enough to save him? Naruto disappeared and reappeared next to the canine before forming a single-hand seal, muttering, Kai, while Gaara charged at him. You don't have time for that. Naruto roared as he punched the hand of sand, sending the sand everywhere. When the smoke cleared, Naruto had freed the canine and the last of the sand on the wall was dropping to the ground. Are you all right? Yeah, fine. Naruto looked up to see Gaara going for the K9 again as Naruto shoved it out of the way and took the hit himself, flying back and creating a crater in the arena wall. Naruto slowly got up while the K9 came over to him. You should be worrying about yourself, pup. Guess so. Thanks for your help. The K9 nodded as Gaara charged him. Good luck. The K9 poofed and Naruto jumped out of the way to avoid being nailed. I've got to think of something. Naruto had one last option as he pulled out 2 scrolls while dodging another of Gaara's swipes. Gaara recognized it immediately, as did the other people who had been present in the prelims. However, they did not know it was a modified version. Naruto landed and formed 3 hand seals before announcing his jutsu. Ninpu Kuchios, Fubiki no Kunai. Everyone's eyes widened at the name and the arena exploded into smoke. 2 pillars of smoke rose. They were not green and black like last time, this time they were red and blue. Naruto jumped up into the middle of the double helix of the scrolls and began palming the scrolls and hurling kunai at Gaara, who smiled and blocked them with his sand arms. After Naruto had finished, Gaara laughed. Did you really hope an attack like that would work? Naruto smiled. Now for the last part of it. Daibakuha. Everyone's eyes widened as the entire arena flashed before letting off an almighty explosion that the whole of Konoha felt. Once it settled, they saw that Gaara was on the ground, panting. He was completely soaked in blood and he had lost his sand body. Gaara tried to get up but couldn't as he was aware of Naruto walking over to him. Gaara's eyes widened in fear. Don't come close to me. The pain of being alone is completely out of this world, isn't it? Naruto collapsed to his knees in front of Gaara and began panting. Gaara's eyes widened. That pain of being unwanted, of being despised. I felt it too. However, people saved me from that cold hell and accepted me. If you dare harm them, I will kill you. I fight for those I love and cherish, not for myself. That's what makes one strong, Gaara. Fighting for those important to you. A ninja's true power isn't brought out until the lives of those that mean the most to them are put in jeopardy. That is when the true power of a ninja will take form. Remember that. Gaara got a blank look on his face that people who were lost deep in memory and thought wore. Genma checked Gaara and smiled. Gaara is unable to continue, making Uzumaki Naruto the winner of the Chunin selection exams. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause and cheering as Naruto dropped face down on the ground. Naruto whispered to himself, Kurenai-chan, I did it. Naruto fell unconscious as the medics came out and took both Naruto and Gaara away for medical treatment. Tsunade and the bet. 2 days after the finals, Naruto groggily returned to consciousness and knew from the heavy scent of disinfectant that he was in the hospital. He cracked open his eyes to see 4 people sitting around his bed. At the movement, they looked at him. Naruto's vision was still blurry, but he could make out the shapes of his teammates and 2 of his favorite people, Kurenai and Kakashi. Good to see you're awake, Naruto. Can you move yet? Naruto nodded as he slowly got up into a sitting position and rubbed his eyes. When he looked at them with his cleared vision, they all had looks of relief. So, how long have I been out? Just over 2 days. Sauka. The door opened and a nurse came in and smiled at him. Take 2, did she just smile at me? Good to see you're awake, Naruto-san. Most people after an expenditure of chakra like that would have been out for about a week. How are you feeling? Naruto smiled lazily. Not bad. Still a bit groggy from waking up after 2 days of sleep. The nurse smirked good-naturedly. Not surprising. Apart from that, everything else seems to be fine. No problems. The nurse nodded and performed a few checkups before she wrote some things on the clipboard at the end of his bed. Well, I see no reason to hold you here. You're free to go when you want, just remember to sign out at the reception. Sure thing. The nurse smiled and left the room, closing the door behind her. Naruto looked at his visitors and got serious. Mind explaining? Kakashi smiled. After your carefully chosen speech at the exam when you faced Gaara, not faltering even when he transformed and trapped the K9, most people saw that you were not QB, but in fact its jailer. They realized if you were QB, you would not have said or done those things. QB did not save lives with its power, It took them and enjoyed it. Both your matches proved that you would not take a person's life unless you were forced to, even if they were an enemy. Having Gaara act as he did only helped prove your point. Quite a number of people have done a 180 and have come to respect you. Some still have very slight reservations, and only the ones who are clinically insane or leaning towards it still hate you. You really have your way with words, don't you, Oturo? Naruto smiled at Kakashi, who returned the smile. Kakashi got up from his position of leaning against the wall. Well, when you're ready, the Hokage has asked to see you, Shikamaru and Chuji. Naruto nodded and got out of bed to find that he still had his undershirt and boxers on with a hospital gown over it. After his team left the room, he got changed into the clean clothes that were neatly piled up on the bench and walked out of the room. Kakashi had been right. A lot of the nurses and doctors were smiling at him. Others gave him a simple nod while one or two still gave him hateful looks. He walked to the front desk and signed out, catching up with his friends as they proceeded to the Hokage's tower where they were led in to see the old man. Once in there, the Hokage smiled at them. All of you represented us well. Our intake of mission requests has dramatically increased, and every single judge agreed with my thoughts of your matches. They were most pleased to see Konoha has such intelligent, powerful aspiring youngsters in its ranks. They recommended that the three of you be promoted to Chunin, and I agree with their judgment. All three of them smiled, as did both Kakashi and Kurenai. The Hokage gave a short speech as to what was expected of a Chunin and their duties before he gave them their Chunin flak vests. He dismissed them and they left the office. The five of them walked down the street towards a barbecue restaurant that they went to frequently to celebrate when they heard a group of people approaching. They turned to see the majority of the rookie genin with their senseis as well as the entire team guy, with Lee on a crutch. The only one missing was Sasuke. Naruto frowned mentally. He hadn't seen a lot of the brooding Uchiha lately. He let the thought go as Kiba smiled at them. So the three of you were promoted? Congratulations, you deserve it. The two groups joined up and followed them to the BBQ restaurant. Kakashi's sweat dropped and laughed nervously. I don't think I can pay for all of you. They all smiled at Kakashi's antics. Don't worry, we'll pay for ourselves. Kakashi smiled as they entered the restaurant. Irashai. They took the long bench that was reserved for large groups and their orders were taken as they turned on the grillers in the table. They chatted about anything and everything, taking their plates of uncooked meat and began grilling them. They saw that Naruto had been right when he said he had learnt from the best. Kakashi never seemed to move, yet the meat was indeed disappearing and his chopsticks had traces of cooked meat on them. Naruto looked at Lee after finishing another bite. Lee, did you see why I didn't want you to use Yura Renge? Lee nodded slowly. Lee, being an excellent ninja does not mean throwing your life away. Sometimes, it takes more guts to know when to retreat than it does to keep fighting. There is a saying in Shugi you should listen to. A player who obtains a Pyrrhic victory cannot move their piece forward. Lee, you're more important to me alive than dead. After all, I can't spar with you if you're in this shape, can I? Lee nodded, brightening up. You are indeed a genius, Naruto-kun. However, unlike most geniuses, you do not take things for granted. You are truly amazing, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled. Despite what others say, Lee, you're a genius in your own way. No amount of hard work will let someone open as many gates as you can at your age. Everyone has one area that they specialize in, whether it be obvious or not. Get better soon, okay? Lee nodded and Guy went into one of his speeches. Yash. Naruto-kun's youthfulness is an example to us all. He dash. Guy didn't get to finish his sentence as Ino and Tenten gave him a punch to the head, causing two large bumps to appear. Naruto and Kakashi smiled lazily at them and everyone got a sense of grim satisfaction that Guy had been stopped from one of his rampages spoiling the meal, except Lee, who was mortified. The friendly chat kept up through the meal as they discussed topics of many natures. Even Lee seemed to forget his current predicament and joined in the conversation as he ate. They enjoyed the meal and paid the bill with a generous tip before walking out. They decided to split up to do their own things, leaving Naruto to his own devices. Early 2 mornings later, Naruto was awoken by a slight tapping noise that repeated itself rhythmically. Tap tap tap. Naruto looked to his bedroom window to see a messenger pigeon tapping on his window as he opened it and took the message from the canester on its leg. Its job done, the pigeon took flight and headed back to its home. Naruto unrolled the message and read it. Please report to the Hokage Tower ASAP. Naruto destroyed the note and got dressed hurriedly before he grabbed his ninja pouch and rushed out the door. Hokage Tower. When he got there, Naruto met something he never thought he would. When the ANBU guard admitted him in, he saw that the old man was not there. However, the council members, which were the old man's two former teammates, as well as Jiraiya and the heads of the major clans, were all present. When the door opened, the conversation in the room stopped and everyone turned to him. Naruto noticed the looks. There was anger, fear, and other emotions, however, they were not directed at him. Naruto closed the door and stepped up. I can tell by the looks on your faces and the fact that all the major people of the village are here that something big happened. Jiraiya nodded. Not one, but two major things. It seems that Sarutobi-sensei was making his regular weekly checkup on the Trottoir Kabuto when the ANBU that were supposed to be guarding him attacked. They were standing directly behind him and gave no prior indication of their intentions before the strike. Sarutobi was grievously wounded and the ANBU took Kabuto and escaped. He's unable to continue work as the Hokage, so we essentially have lost our leader. Naruto nodded slowly. For even ANBU to mask their intentions that well from a Kage showed a great deal of skill. So I guess that explains why everyone is here, to sort out who'll be the Godane? The female village elder, Koharu, nodded. We initially asked Jiraiya to be the new Hokage, however he has declined. Naruto nodded. He could tell that he played some role in this, however, what that role was he had no clue of. So, if Jiraiya-sensei declined, why was I brought here? The other council member, Hamura, spoke. Naruto, Jiraiya may have declined, but he has suggested that we instate another of the Sannin as the Godame. Orochimaru was not even considerable, so that left one person. Tsunade? Jiraiya nodded. Yes, Tsunade. However, she will be hard to trace. The only clue we will have is the trail of debt she leaves behind. Naruto's sweat dropped. So the name, Legendary Sucker, wasn't just for show. That still left one question. So, why was I brought here? Jiraiya smiled and put a hand on Naruto's head. You're coming with me to get her. After your speech at the main matches, we're going to need you. Naruto raised an eyebrow. She's not going to come back willingly then? Jiraiya shook his head. If anything, she'll resist. Her experience with the word, Hokage, isn't pleasant, to say the least. Naruto nodded. Jiraiya terreened back to the others. It may take a month or two to find her. Can you handle things until we get back? Koharu nodded. We have set up an emergency extended council that consists of the clan heads until you return. Please do not fail, as this is only temporary. Jiraiya nodded. Sure thing. Naruto, get your stuff and meet me at the West Gate in 30 minutes. On it. Naruto puffed out of existence and arrived moments later at his apartment. He gathered his things and left a note for Kakashi before making himself a quick bowl of instant ramen. He gobbled it down and ran to the West Gate. Jiraiya was there waiting for him, and once he arrived they set off to find Tsunade. At a lodging town not far away. Jiraiya led Naruto to a small lodging town, claiming he was going to start searching here. Jiraiya led Naruto to an inn and picked up the keys before he turned around to see a rather stunning black-haired woman in a rather skimpy violet dress. Naruto smiled at her while Jiraiya went mad. She's beautiful, sure, but she's nothing compared to her. Jiraiya slammed the keys into Naruto's hand before Naruto sensed something unusual about her. Jiraiya dash. Take the keys and go practice in our room. Listen. Jiraiya stopped and looked at Naruto, who narrowed his eyes. Something's not right. My genjutsu sense is on the verge of being set off when I look at her. Be careful. Jiraiya nodded, but disregarded the warning as he ran off to do what he did best. Naruto sighed. Kyuso Ero Senin. Be careful. Naruto took the keys up to his room and let himself in and began theorizing about a new jutsu when he heard a knock at the door. He sensed no chakra, so he took the key and went to open it. When he did, he stared. black cloaks with swirling red clouds. Akatsuki. Naruto noticed the Sharingan in the smaller of the pair. There was only one person who could have those eyes with 3 commas in both of them. Uchiha. Itachi. A second figure stepped out from behind him. A figure that reminded Naruto of a very familiar-looking shark. Hazagake. Kisame. There was only one word that could describe his situation. Screwed. Totally, fatally, utterly screwed. Oh, seems he knows us, Itachi-san. Naruto-kun. Step outside, please. What could he do? If he tried to run, he'd be caught and seriously wounded. If he tried to fight, it'd be over before he could do anything. So he did the only thing he could. He stepped outside. Itachi made way for him. Kisame smiled ferally at him. Itachi-san. It'd be troublesome if he moved around. Shall I cut of a leg? Naruto's sweat dropped. I know when I'm outmatched. No point in cutting of a leg. If I run, you'll catch me. If I fight, you'll beat me. I lost this the second you knocked on the door. Kisame smiled. Seems he's not entirely stupid. Well, brat, let's get going. Kisame stopped as Naruto felt a rather weak amount of killer intent come from the opposite end of the hallway. Naruto looked and groaned mentally. It was Sasuke. It's been a while, Sasuke. Itachi showed no emotion. His voice was deadpan, his face made no movement save his mouth to form the words. Kisame looked over his shoulder at their newest guest. Oh, it's the Sharingan. And he looks very similar to you, Itachi-san. I heard you killed the entire clan. Naruto felt a spike in Sasuke's chakra at the last sentence. Sasuke got the look of a madman. Uchiha Itachi. Like you've said, I've hated you and detested you, and I've survived. Sasuke charged Itachi, who looked bored for a second before regaining the emotionless mask. Itachi grabbed Sasuke's fist and held it. I'm not interested in you at the moment, Sasuke. Naruto saw his chance and used Shushin to get to where he felt Jiraiya's chakra source in the distance. Right now, Naruto knew that Sasuke was unreachable with words, so he had no choice but to leave him to the mercy of his brother and Kisame. When Naruto appeared next to Jiraiya, the man saw Naruto's fearful look. Akatsuki are here. Jiraiya understood the danger immediately and took his bag from Naruto. Let's go. Jiraiya and Naruto both summoned an animal. Jiraiya a frog and Naruto a wolf. If they went on foot, the Akatsuki would catch them easily. However, on mounts, they stood a fighting chance. Both of them tore through the town and got out, not looking back over their shoulders. The wolf's sense of smell was enough to tell them that they were being pursued. They increased their speed as they tore through the trees when they felt several chakra sources flare, all of them very familiar. One of which made Naruto's heart stop. Kurenai-chan. Naruto turned the wolf around and charged back, not even hearing Jiraiya's warning to stop. When Naruto got close enough to see, he saw something that made him seethe. Itachi was about to stab Kurenai with a rather long kunai. Naruto took his chances and used Shushin to flash over to Itachi to try and draw attention away from Kurenai. Itachi put a hand up and grabbed Naruto's extended foot and threw him through several trees before his momentum was lessened enough for the fourth tree to absorb his impact. He got up and rushed back to see Itachi holding Kurenai around the throat with one arm and the elongated kunai at her jugular vein. Itachi was looking directly at Naruto. Naruto-kun, you will come with us, or we will kill this woman. Naruto's eyes widened. Knowing how Itachi had murdered over 300 people when he was 13 in under 24 hours, Naruto didn't doubt he wouldn't back up his threat if need be. Naruto saw the look in Kurenai's eyes. One that screamed, "Don't you dare." The kunai moved closer and touched the skin, drawing a trickle of blood. Naruto let his emotions get the better of him as he released a huge spike of killer intent which made Kisame smiled. Seems you struck a nerve, Itachi-san. Wonder if she's his this. Kisame held up his little finger to indicate that he was implying she was his girlfriend. Naruto turned a deep shade of crimson, and when Kurenai saw this reaction Naruto made to whatever Kisame was doing behind her and let a slight flush tint her cheeks. Kisame grinned. Seems I was right. Naruto looked at them, a look of calculation in his eyes. He had one shot at this. One and only one. If he stuffed it up, that was it. If he succeeded, he may just be able to get Kurenai away from Itachi's grasp. Naruto sighed and lowered his head, mentally muttering the word Kai. No one noticed what had happened, and thought he was considering his options. Naruto just vanished and reappeared less than half a second later with his foot connecting with Itachi's stomach. He only realized his mistake when he kicked it. His eyes widened at the surge of chakra from Itachi as he grabbed Kurenai and tried to make it as far away as he could before the Kage Bunshin exploded. He could not escape the entire blast radius, but enough to make sure he would live. He shielded Kurenai with his body and took the blast full in the back, turning over to take the fall as well, much to Kurenai's dismay. By this stage, Jiraiya had made it to the clearing. Kisame growled and backed up against his raven-haired companion. This is getting out of hand, Itachi-san. Kisame, we're leaving. Both of them disappeared and all attention turned to Naruto, who was on the ground panting. Jiraiya checked him and confirmed that his tenant was doing its job by healing his burns and cuts. Naruto looked up at Kurenai, who was also checking him. Kurenai-chan, daijoubu? Kurenai smiled at him. I'm fine. Sauka. Naruto, let me see your face. Naruto pulled down his mask and froze as Kurenai leaned in and gave him a kiss on the lips, much to the shock of those present. After getting over the initial shock, he began trembling and blushing furiously. Jiraiya, not missing a beat, pulled out his research notebook and a pen and began scribbling furiously as he let out restrained perverted giggles until he found his notebook shredded into pieces in his hands, seeing Asuma holding his trench knives with the blade extended by chakra and Kakashi twirling a kunai by the ring on the pommel. Naruto, on the other hand, couldn't give a damn about anyone else but himself and the fact that the woman of his dreams was kissing him. Her lips tasted oddly of strawberries. After what felt like an eternity, Kurenai pulled back, her lips tugging slightly at his as they separated. Asuma smirked at the situation. And so the Ice Queen of Konoha melts at the hands of a 12-year-old. Kakashi, Asuma and Jiraiya knew this was going to be ammo for quite some time to come. Kurenai smiled at Naruto's expression that showed he was completely out of it. She spoke to the others just as much as to Naruto. Naruto, you're more of a man than any of these three could be. The three in question had their ammo ripped away from them and a huge ego bruise to boot with the claim, and their faces turned from calculated grins to looks of defeat, the exact same thought going through all three of their heads. Naruto's more of a man than me? That's harsh. Guy smiled as he pumped his fist. Yush. Naruto-kun's flames of youth burn more brightly than ever before. When I get back to Konoha, Lee and I will do 50 laps around Konoha on our hands. Naruto could have sworn he heard an usu floating on the wind, but he was too out of it to really care. Naruto shook his head slowly and raised himself to a semi-seated position. Naruto shook his head to try and gain some semblance of regular thinking patterns back, but only partially succeeded. Naruto looked up at Kurenai and blushed heavily when she saw her smiling at him. Gathering his thoughts, he pulled his mask back up and stood up. Naruto looked serious. What happened to Sasuke? The other Jounin's faces went blank before Kakashi answered for them. It seems Itachi broke several ribs, his wrist, and unleashed a huge amount of psychological torture on him. At the moment, he's a vegetable. We really need you to get Tsunade back. Konoha's current capabilities to heal injuries cannot heal that extent of damage. Naruto nodded. We'll get her. Jiraiya was still grieving over the loss of his precious research material when Naruto walked up to him and smiled, tilting his head to the side. Come on, Sense. We have a job to do. Sure. Naruto turned back to Kurenai and smiled before raising a hand and disappearing, leaving the three Jounin to get Uchiha Sasuke and return to Konoha. About a week later, Naruto had followed Jiraiya through several towns, searching bars and gambling dens for any hint. When they did get one, they followed the advice and eventually, they ended up in a city that didn't surprise them whatsoever. Tanzaku City. Known as the Fire Country's biggest gambling den. Not surprising she's here. Naruto's sweat dropped. He followed Jiraiya up the winding stone stairs that led up to the front of the city. Being a castle city, When they built it, they had chosen a raised plateau that would tire the attackers before they could even launch an assault on the castle's outer walls. Now, since the days of feudal lords attacking one another with their private army of samurai were long gone, the town located inside the castle walls had extended to the limits of the raised plateau, and the outer walls had been pulled down to give a more inviting feeling to the city. Once they got up there, they immediately began searching for the whereabouts of Tsunade by asking people if they had seen her when presented with a photo. By nightfall, not a single person they had questioned had seen her, so they decided to stop by a bar for a drink and nibblies before turning in for the night. However, luck decided to smile on them as they entered, and both Naruto and Jiraiya saw two women sitting at a booth near the back of the bar. One was a brunette that held a pig, while the other one was most definitely Tsunade. Jiraiya? Naruto smiled and followed as Jiraiya walked over to them. I finally found you, boy am I beat. Jiraiya sat opposite Tsunade, whose cheeks were flushed pink from her drunken state, while Naruto sat opposite her aide. Naruto's Genjutsu sense went off when he looked at Tsunade, who noticed the stare. What are you looking at, Gaki? Naruto smiled lazily. The Genjutsu you're using. I've never seen anything like it. Both Tsunade's and her aide's eyes widened at this claim before they recovered. Tsunade pulled a stack of cards from her shirt and put them on the table. What do you want from me, Jiraiya? Jiraiya split the deck in half and shuffled them, keeping his face straight as he put the deck back on the table. I'll get straight to the point. The village elders have requested that you become the Godame Hokage. Tsunade's hand flinched as she was about to pick up the deck and hand the cards out. She recovered and began handing the cards out between both herself and Jiraiya, keeping her face neutral. After a while, she gave her response. Impossible. I refuse. Naruto smiled, expecting an answer of this nature, which did not go unnoticed. What's with the stupid smile? It reminds me of that pervert, Kakashi. Jiraiya smirked. Not surprising, since he was the one who adopted him at the age of 4. Tsunade's brain might be suffering from the effects of alcohol, but she could put 2 and 2 together. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and being adopted at the age of 4. This was Arashi's only son, Thuro, most commonly referred to as the QB brat. Did they send him here to send me on a guilt trip and force me to come back to the village? Naruto's sweat dropped before scratching the back of his head nervously. Jiraiya covered for him. No. I took him with me to train him. Tsunade smirked as she picked up her hand. An ace of hearts. At least this one has some manners, unlike the last one of yours. Naruto smiled, but inside he was rather annoyed. Please do not talk about my father like that. Shizune gasped at Naruto. Tsunade looked at her next card. A Jack of Hearts. But even the 4th died young. He threw his life away for his village. Naruto's eyebrow twitched. He was not going to snap. He hoped. Life isn't like money. Only an idiot bets his life so easily. Naruto snapped the chopsticks in his hand. This woman had no clue what she was talking about. My grandfather and the Naidame wished to end the war, but they wasted their lives before they could accomplish that. Tsunade flicked the next card into view. A Queen of Hearts. You've changed, Tsunade. I'm in my 50s, even if I look like this. Time changes people, Jiraiya. Tsunade flicked the next card into view. The 10 of Hearts. She concentrated on her hand. Sarutobi-sensei is the same. If an old man is too relaxed in such a situation, of course he'll be hurt. Tsunade flicked the last card into view. A 4 of Spades. She sighed as she threw her hand on the table. Being a Hokage is a piece of crap. Only an idiot becomes one. That did it. Naruto snapped as he gathered chakra to his hand and slammed it into the table, shattering it. When he looked up, his eyes were no longer blue. They were blood red. The only one who's an idiot is you old hag. You call the first 3 Hokages idiots, and then you dare insult my father who saved the life of every single human on this planet in exchange for his life? It's bad enough the majority of the BSRDS don't care, but to have someone insult him because of it is unacceptable. Step outside. Now. Tsunade smirked as she stepped outside and stared at the brat at the other end of the street. Tsunade noticed that Naruto's feature had returned to normal, however, The hate was still there as she spoke to him in a clearly bored voice. Back your claim up, Gaki. Show me what dash. Tsunade didn't get to finish the sentence as she found herself flying back into a building, creating a large crater in the wall. Tsunade got up just in time to see Naruto finish the job with the wall as she dodged to the side, grabbing his arm and hurled him through 3 buildings. Naruto got to sitting position, coughing and looked at Tsunade in hatred. Let me ask you one thing before you pass out, Gaki. Why do you care so much for the Hokages? Naruto stared at her. Unlike you, becoming the Hokage is my dream. Tsunade's eyes widened as she lowered her head. Naruto smiled internally. He pulled out one of the Hiraishin kunais and hurled it at her feet and concentrated his chakra to try and pull it off. The only problem was that he still could not do it, and ended up using a regular Yandame Shushin to get there. Tsunade aimed a kick for where she felt Naruto was going to land and hit him right in the gut, sending him sprawling back from the power of the kick. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya. Oi, Jiraiya, what do you think you're doing teaching him something he has no hope of learning? Naruto smirked. This is where he would force her to come back, indirectly. Want to make a bet that I can't? I'll master the move by the end of the week. Tsunade looked at him. What are the conditions? Hook, line and sinker. If I win, you have to come back with us. Tsunade smiled. If you lose, you have to give up your dream of becoming Hokage. However, if you win, I will also give you this. She pointed to the necklace she was wearing. Naruto's eyes narrowed while the others widened. Tsunade-sama. That's Dash. That's Shoidame's necklace. For her to bet something like that meant something was up. The fact she hadn't lost in a bet yet meant she would likely never bet it. Naruto smiled. Stakes are high, considering you're betting that. Naruto's tone of voice used for the last word implied he had some idea as to what that necklace meant to her. He smiled lazily. All right, you're on. 1 week ending Monday. Tsunade turned on her heels. Meet here same time next week. Shizen, we're leaving. Tsunade-sama. Shizen ran after her, leaving Naruto to get up and follow Jiraiya to an inn. Later that evening, Naruto twirled the kunai used for Hiraishin around his finger absently as he thought about what he could possibly be doing wrong when there was a knock at the door. Naruto put the kunai away and unlocked the door to find Shizen. Shizen-san. Naruto-kun, I need to talk to you. Naruto opened the door and let her in, closing it behind him. So, what's up? Naruto-kun, please do not get the wrong idea dash. Stop. Shizen stopped at the hand Naruto had raised. Do you know what kind of an idea I have about Tsunade? Admittedly, she didn't. Let me explain then. I think her actions are understandable. Jiraiya told me a little bit about both of them and what they meant to her. Studying with Konoha's best in human psychologist gives me a fair idea as to what she is going through, as well as from my own personal experience. The fact that she's betting the necklace means she hasn't lost all of her hope yet. Shizen-san, I'm not just doing this for myself, or for the village. I'm doing this so she can heal a very close friend of mine. My friend opened 5 celestial gates in the Chunin exams not too long ago to try and beat a Jinchuriki. Naruto noticed Shizen's shocked expression and knew she understood the implications of what he was saying. Also, while coming here, another genin foolishly tried to attack his older brother and his companion. Who were they? Uchiha Itachi and Hashigake Kisan. Shizen's eyes practically popped out of her head. Needless to say, despite the fact he was beaten to within an inch of death physically, he also suffered extreme psychological trauma. Tsunade is the only one who can heal him from his condition as a vegetable. Shizen nodded slowly. Her CNCPTness of Naruto had been completely wrong. Naruto looked at Shizen. Shizen, I'm not completely sure, but I sense a dormant evil radiating from that necklace. If I didn't know any better, I'd say it's some form of suppressed demonic chakra. Shizen's eyes widened even further. This boy was something else. Shizen, were the two she gave it to Jinchurikis? Shizen shook her head. No. I'm not certain, but I think that necklace will only accept Jinchurikis. I'd have to see it if a normal person wore it, but I have a feeling that necklace will indirectly kill any non-Jinchurikis that wear it. Shizen shook her head in disbelief. The amount of knowledge this boy had was incredible for someone his age. Naruto smiled at her. Don't let this smile fool you. I'm anything but lazy or stupid. It helps make enemies underestimate me. Shizune nodded and got up from her position on the edge of the bed. I'm sorry about that, Naruto-kun. Naruto shook it off with a dismissive wave of his hand. I'm used to it. Don't worry. Sleep well, Shizune-san. Shizune bowed and left the room, leaving Naruto to think. 3 days later, it was nightfall on the third evening of the allotted week. Naruto was training in a small field next to a waterfall. He panted as he tried to analyze what exactly he was doing wrong. He just didn't understand it. Sure, the idea was to get to the kunai using a method of transportation akin to the way summoned animals get to the real world, but how did he do that? He sat down and pulled out his supply scroll and summoned a bag of chips, tearing it open and digging in. That's when it hit him. He ate the chip and bit his thumb, forming the seals. Kuchios no Jutsu. Beside him, a small orange frog with a navy blue GI appeared. When the frog saw Naruto, he raised a webbed hand. Hey there, Naruto. What's up? Naruto lowered the chips to let Gamakichi grab some. I made a bet with one of Jiraiya's old teammates. I have to master the Hiraishin in the next 4 days. Gamakichi pulled out another chip and ate it. Sounds hard. Isn't that the Yandame's jutsu? Naruto nodded. Yeah. The thing I don't get though is that I was told that to use it, you have to move like an animal does when it's summoned to the real world. Gamakichi pulled out another chip as did Naruto. So you summoned me to ask how we move, Naruto nodded. Yeah. Any pointers? Gamakichi thought for a moment. It's kinda hard to explain. We just do it automatically. Show me how you do it and I'll see what I can tell you. Naruto nodded and got up and pulled the kunai out. He hurled it at a tree and felt the familiar tug on his mind, and he tried to get there as fast as possible, ending up just using the regular Shushin. Naruto walked back to Gamakichi. Well, did you feel a call or something that drew you to the kunai? Naruto nodded. Well, that's good. It means you can master it. When a human summons us from home, we get that tug at the back of our minds. As for how to answer it, I'm not sure. Naruto face-faulted. Gamakichi smiled as he pulled the chip packet to him. Try summoning one of the bigger talking frogs. They might know. Gamakichi poofed out of existence. That's when Naruto realized something else. Every time he summoned something, whether it be an animal or something from a scroll, they always appeared and disappeared using a cloud of smoke. That had to have something to do with it. Sighing, he took out a soldier pill and popped it in out. His mouth, ignoring the bitter tastes as he swallowed it, and felt power returning to him. He bit his thumb again and poured more chakra into his summon as he formed the seals. He might as well go straight to the top. He slammed his fist onto the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu. When the smoke cleared, there was Fenrir. For some reason, he thought that summoning Gamabunta wouldn't get him the answers he wanted, so he decided to summon his canine counterpart. Fenrir looked up at Naruto questioningly. What do you want, Naruto? There are no enemies here, unless you mean that female of your species hiding behind the rock. Naruto had known Shizune was there for quite some time, but he had ignored her in favor of focusing on the task at hand. No, not Shizune-san. I actually needed to ask you something. Then speak, boy. I needed some advice on how you appear in the real world when you're summoned. Fenrir's eyes narrowed. Why do you need to know? Naruto gave a brief explanation behind Hiraishin, the bet, and his session with Gamakichi. Fenrir nodded in agreement with Naruto's decision to summon him instead of Gamabunta. From my experience with the frogs, they're not the most intelligent creatures. I can see how much this means to your congregation you refer to as a hidden village, so listen carefully to this hint, as me telling you how to do it would be considered cheating. When you feel the tug, don't try and go straight to it. Got it? Naruto nodded. In truth, he didn't get it entirely, but he decided to let it go for now. Thanks, Fenrir. Catch you round. Later, Naruto. Naruto jumped off Fenrir's head as he poofed out of existence. Naruto looked at his watch, seeing it was already 2 a.m. He trudged back to the hotel room, thinking about Fenrir's advice. Evening of the bet. Naruto had been trying to follow Fenrir's cryptic advice. But the more Naruto let the kunai go for, the stronger the pull became. He even let it go for so long that it started giving him a headache. Naruto had tried reading books and scrolls on what it could possibly mean. Finally, it was 8:30 p.m., the appointed time of the bet. He had one last attempt to get it right. He took the kunai and walked out the door, going to the appointed meeting place. He walked past shops, trying desperately to think of something, anything that would help him. He walked past a closed shop that sold all sorts of odds and ends. Naruto saw a new fad that was just coming out. It was called optic fibers. From what he could understand, it worked via a method called total internal refraction. Basically, a beam of light was shown into the end of the semi-flexible glass tube, and the dual-layered glass bent the light back to face the other wall instead of just reflecting it like a mirror would. When it struck that wall, it was again refracted back as it hit the wall, repeating the process until it hit the end of the tube, where it gave a rather dazzling display of light. The tube was also filled with the light, and it gave the glass tube a rather strange look. Naruto went back to his thinking until something clicked. He remembered Farer's words. Don't try and go straight to it. That's it. Naruto rushed around the final corner to see Tsunade, Shizune, and Jiraiya standing there. Tsunade looked rather confident. One try, Gaki. Let's see what you've got. Naruto threw the kunai at the ground near Tsunade's feet and focused as he felt the tug getting stronger. He let it get stronger until the kunai hit the ground and his headache got bad enough to affect him with tunnel vision, and that's when he noticed it. There was an invisible tunnel of chakra from his position to the kunai, and it was dual-layered. Time seemed to slow down as Naruto activated his body like he would with a shushin and aimed at the wall of the tunnel. He was aware of himself hitting the wall and bouncing off it, straight into the other side. He didn't dare break his concentration until he slammed out of the other side of the chakra tunnel and appeared right in front of her as time sped up to normal and his vision returned to normal. Naruto stared up at Tsunade's look of shock. Tsunade looked from Naruto to the position he was standing when he activated the jutsu, and Naruto saw her expression was mirrored on both Jiraiya's and Shizune's faces. I take it I did it? Tsunade was unable to form a coherent sentence. How? Naruto smiled at her. My dad was a genius, I'll give him that. I was walking past a shop on the way here that sold all bits and pieces. In the center display was a group of fiber optic cords. I gave it a passing thought until I remembered Fenrir's words. Don't try and go straight to it. I let the kunai hit the ground and my headache got bad enough that I got tunnel vision and time slowed down. That's when I saw a dual-layered tunnel of chakra. Using the theory for total internal refraction with the shushin is what turned the flash of yellow from shushin into a trail of yellow, because the shushin's light takes longer to disappear than it takes for me to move, and although it doesn't give me instant transportation, it lets me move at the speed of light, which is close enough. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizune's jaw dropped at the explanation. Naruto smiled determinedly at her. No matter what stands in my way, I will not let it stop me from reaching my dream. I will become the Hokage. Once more, I want to believe in it. Tsunade pulled the necklace off her neck and placed it around Naruto's as she began to shed tears. Naruto stiffened temporarily as Tsunade wrapped him in a bone-crunching hug. Naruto gasped. Tsunade, can't breathe. Tsunade let him go as Naruto gasped for breath. Once he had recovered, they went into the bar for something to eat and discuss things, such as Tsunade being the Godame Hokage.